streams as well. And I think about maybe 12 months ago, 18 months ago, he aligned himself with Fight the Flat Earth as well. As part of the wolf pack. I think that's what they call themselves.
Are there any other categories where there's an idea that people don't agree with, and then the people that don't like the fact that other people think that make a bunch of money off YouTube? Like, you know, making a whole channel about it. Is there any other categories that's a thing?
Well, I suppose the only other category, I suppose, is maybe politics and religion. You know,
well, let's take religion. I mean, are there any people that are like against a religion and then they're making a whole channel based on trying to tell everyone that religion's wrong?
Yeah, Dawn actually got me to tune in. You know how Dawn sometimes says, anyone want to watch this stream with me? There was something a couple of weeks ago when I tuned in for a little bit on his live feed, and they were basically saying that the religion that people are following is the wrong religion, and they need to get on board with the true religion and kind of stuff.
I mean, basically, like anything that isn't mainstream basically has that sort of, like, people make their money off of like bashing people who aren't going along with the mainstream stuff, maybe.
But I don't see anyone saying, for argument's sake, here's a bunch of people that believe in Bigfoot, okay, and then you have another bunch of people saying Bigfoot is a bunch of bullshit, and we're going to tell you why. I don't kind of see that sort of thing going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, maybe not.
Well, like if that was his full-time job and he went and somebody, you know, he met someone at the bar or something and they said, "So what do you do for a living?" And he said, "Well, I have a channel where I talk to and about flat earthers all day and I tell them that they're wrong." It's like, oh, so you're that worried about it, huh? The concern is that high.
Did you know rich people spend 6% less on toilet paper?
Than who?
Than poor people.
Well, that's because they got those bidets, don't they?
No, that has nothing to do with that. That was good thinking, though. Good thinking. It's they can't buy it, and poor people don't have the money to buy it in bulk. Like rich people will buy. You think rich people aren't buying a 12-pack or 18-pack of toilet paper. They're buying 100 rolls or 1,000 rolls or some shit. It's at a rip. So they're just getting it cheaper. That's true, and that's true with like every household item, right? It's not just toilet paper. They're spending more. They're spending less on everything. And they can't wait for a crazy deal to come by. Poor people are buying it every week. The rich people can be like, okay, there's a crazy deal on toothpaste or shampoo or something or whatever. Laundry detergent. I'll buy fucking a whole, 100 cases of them or whatever right now while they're cheap. Look, Daddy got you some peanut butter crackers. We ain't even supposed to be snacking right now. Okay, Mommy comes up here and sees the snack, and we're both in trouble.
What about a 3-pack of toilet paper costing you $51?
Listen, at this, if anyone runs into toilet paper problems at this point in time, it's pretty much your own stupidity, right? Like, I don't want to hear you couldn't afford to buy toilet paper. You can get an extra roll a week for 99 cents or something. So, you know what I'm saying? I know we're not all getting that solar panel money, but you know, still people are out doing dumb shit. Don't tell me you can't buy toilet paper and then I catch you in the Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru line. Especially after what we've seen. Especially after what we've seen with that shit running out on the shelves, like that's scary, dude. Like, you got to wipe your ass.
I never thought it was that big of a deal. I mean, even if it really ran out, as long as you got running water, you can always pop in the shower after if you really have to.
Or you can get a face washer, get a damn face washer. Well, there you go. Happy days.
That's true. I never thought of that, but yeah, that's a hassle, though. It's a hassle, huge hassle. But you could do it. You could definitely get away with it. Plus newspapers and shit. There's a lot of stuff you could do. Yeah.
Newspapers. I'm not wiping my ass with a newspaper.
You use it for the first wipe. Use it for the first wipe to get the big stuff off, and then you go down and so like, yo, we got mad cases of paper towels too stocked up. Like, I'm looking at 4 cases of paper towels right now.
That's
and like
harsh.
10. Yeah, but it's better than nothing.
Towels,
it's better than nothing, though. It's better than the newspaper. You get a couple drops of water on the paper towel, you'll be all right.
Happy days.
Better than the newspaper. You know what I'm saying? The newspaper, is that better than the leaves? Because that's what it'll be after the newspaper is gone.
I think I would take the leaves over newspaper just because at least leaves are natural. Newspaper's got all kinds of ink and shit on it.
You can have poop particles in your news articles.
And fresh leaves. I'm not talking about the old dried up one. I'm talking about fresh ones, nice and soft. Maybe the leaves off an aloe vera plant would be even better, right?
Oh, I know. Fancy running water, coffee martinis, and wiping our ass with aloe vera and shit.
Exactly.
It's like the Princess Zamunda. What are you walking on? Rose petals and shit down there?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I'm just saying, guys, stock up. Stock up.
All right. Dunno.
Especially on the food stuff, man. Anything you eat, anything you use that just lasts, that don't expire, like, yo, Dawn soap is fucking huge, bro. You can wash everything in Dawn soap. You can wash your body, your dishes, your fucking clothes, everything in Dawn soap. Buy like a couple of those giant ones. They fucking last forever.
I can't afford to go to the shop these days with the price of petrol. It's going through the roof.
I know, right? That's another reason to buy a lot of stuff. That way you ain't got to go every other day. I'm trying to talk my wife because our cupboards are full. On top of the cupboards, on top of the fridge, both the closets. I'm trying to talk my wife into getting like a little pantry for the kitchen so I can start really getting a lot of stuff. Because I'm like, yo, just get the shelf life on pasta sauce is like 2 years or something. Yeah, we guaranteed we use 1 jar of pasta sauce a week. No question, we're having pasta once a week. So
we're actually in the process of putting in a heap more garden beds. Like, we're pretty self-sufficient the way we are at the moment.
The way to do it would be to grow the tomatoes and then mush them all up or whatever the recipe is for pasta sauce, and then fucking just jar them yourself.
Yeah, that's what we plan on doing. Well,
grow enough tomatoes like I would grow enough tomatoes so I had so I could get like 60 jars of pasta sauce.
But yeah, we grow everything. Like, we've got tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, and all that sort of stuff that we grow, but only like when they're in season, just to use. And then all our pasta sauces and stuff, we'll we probably buy.
I can just picture you. You're in a toga on a curved couch, getting fed grapes, right off the vine grapes.
Don't you worry about that, mate. Don't you worry about it. When it's hot, I'm getting fanned at the same time.
Fan, you got the fan. Oh, you got to have the fanners. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I saw this awesome thing for an AC. You take a 2 liter two 2-liter bottles, right? You punch mad holes everywhere in it, so that it's basically like us all more holes than 2 liter at that point, right? You cut the top off or something, whatever. You cut one of the bottom or the top off, whatever it was. It doesn't matter. Then you attach them to either side of a fan, like both sides of the fan.
Yeah.
Right? And then you take a 20-ounce bottle, 2 20-ounce bottles, fill that shit with water, let it freeze. Then you put the fucking 20-ounce bottles inside the 2 liter bottles, turn the fan on. You got a nice little AC. I showed my wife. She was laughing at me. I thought somebody might like it, though. But yeah, it's like a nice cheap AC for just freezing two 20-ounce bottles. That shit'll keep you cool.
When we used to live on the farm, Jeremy, we used to hang old Hessian bags in the middle of summer because it was quite often you get days of, anywhere between 40 and 45 degrees was a fairly common thing. So you'd hang Hessian bags all the way around the veranda because it was an old farmhouse, corrugated iron, no insulation, no nothing. Like it was pretty rough. And during the summer, you'd soak all these Hessian bags down, and it'd make the whole inside so cool. Very, very primitive air cooling, evaporative cooling system, but it worked like a treat. Actually, worked like a treat. It used to get that hot. We used to have out on the veranda like all these bunks and all that sort of stuff, and we'd have mosquito netting over them so we could sleep outside.
You know what they started doing in like Dubai and Saudi Arabia and all these desert places? They'll build a building, but then they'll build this giant fucking thing around the building because it'll like block a lot of the sunlight from it. Was that the thing you were talking about for the farmhouse, kind of? Or?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm getting distracted by in the chat. Sorry, Jeremy. What did you say? I missed what you said.
They do that in like desert regions. They'll build a building and then they'll build another like structure around the building with like a lot of holes in it and shit. So you can still see out, but the sunlight doesn't hit it as much.
Yeah.
They should just be using geothermal. I mean, if you dig a hole in the ground and then have a fan, like you dig a hole in the ground on one side of your building, snake it through a whole bunch of ground, and then have it come back up on the other side of your building and just put like a few fans in there.
Yeah.
You're good. You get geothermal cooling. Well, solar panels and shit. You can run fans with that. Wind power. Probably get some good wind in the desert. I don't know.
As long as you've got moving air, you're okay. I don't like air conditioning myself, but as long as I've got, we've got ceiling fans, we've got the pedestal fans. As long as I've got moving air around me, I'm fine. It doesn't matter how hot it gets. Why do they always come back with the speed and the altitude of satellites? How the hell can you work out the altitude of a light in the sky.
Because their computer game told them.
Exactly. Exactly, Gia.
The computer simulation has it all laid out, so we must be able to pwn flat earthers with this information.
Like, if you see a light moving across the sky, right? It's just moving whatever speed it's going at. Okay. How do you know that that light is any closer or any further away than any other light in the sky that you see?
Well, if there was parallax, perhaps parallax.
Can you measure parallax when they're going that fast? The lights, that is. I don't know. Did you see that list, Geo, on that video, or not yet?
I didn't see it. Is it at a particular timestamp or?
Yeah, it's about an hour and five minutes into it. Thereabouts. An hour and 5, hour and 6. He starts to go through the list. An hour and 7 minutes, sorry, is where he starts it.
Interesting. Yeah. So these are the name of balloons that have been launched and how they. Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, it's just still hard to trust any data that comes from these guys, though. Like, even if it is this, you know?
Oh, I suppose. But
I mean, is this coming from NASA?
look, I don't know where he got the data from, Geo, to be honest with you. I haven't watched the whole video. Like, Lightwater just gave it to me with a timestamp, where the list starts, and he goes through some of them, like the one that starts with EH, whatever it is, and he says you can type that into Google and it comes up as a satellite, but it's actually a satelloon that's been launched. So I think this is a list of all the satelloons that have been launched. The ELISA 3, and then you've got Mir, which is supposed to be attached to the ISS. I said I don't know if you can trust the data or whatever. Might just be coincidence, might be complete bullshit. I don't know.
Hey, did you get the amount of spiders by 130 spiders in each square meter of the Earth?
Did I get it?
Yeah, I'm looking at this thing and how they got the amount of spiders with the quadrillion number. It says they took there's 130 meters in 130 spiders in each square meter.
God, do I have to look this up again? What the hell?
No.
You're still on about this. It's got you. It's got you well and truly hooked. It is 840 spiders live in 1 square meter of English pasture. That's about 3.5 million spiders per acre.
Bro,
Thereabouts.
you would be swarming with spiders.
Or
800 spiders in a square meter?
yeah, and the same study
Never
found
walk.
the same study found an average of 140 spiders per square meter across a range of habitats. So that's 140 spiders per square meter, right?
Listen, do you know what 140 spiders in a square meter looks like? You can't even move.
That's nothing
You
but
can't even
spider.
fit that many spiders in that much space. A square meter, 140 spiders. They better be little teeny tiny ones,
Hey.
and you're going to be crushing one with every step.
Which equates to 420 quadrillion trapdoor spiders.
Oh, the fantasy number where you're stepping on spiders every step?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
You wouldn't be able to take a step without killing at least 40 spiders. This ain't over, bandsaw.
I know. IB, is he a troll? Joe, is he a troll?
Oh.
IB.
No. I've seen that guy before in Gems. I think I was talking to that guy about the sub-solar point a long time ago.
Okay.
He looks legit. Like, he was, like, legit trying to help me get, like, sub-solar point things and shit. Yeah, I'm looking at my DMs with him right now. It was the sub-solar point thing, yeah.
Yeah, he's about to tell me how we work out the height of a light in the sky. This will be interesting. This will be interesting if he comes back with an answer.
Ask him if it starts off with a bicycle.
I will actually.
No, don't ask him that. This guy, he's all right. This guy's all right.
Okay.
He will break you off with you're on a bicycle. He's like a hardcore Glober from Gems.
Okay.
I don't know if he's hardcore. I never seen him like being aggressive with it or anything, but he's definitely a Glober, yeah.
I told Sean that his data for the spherical excess was just absolute rubbish.
Oh, he's got nothing. He's got nothing.
I told him he had nothing. He carried on like a pork chop in the chat. It was funny.
60 arc seconds, bro. That was their biggest triangle they've ever made.
Uh-huh.
They got 60 arc seconds from left to right after doing a fucking a weighted average, which I don't even know why it was weighted. If there's no refraction left to right and your tool's accurate and your guys know what they're doing, why is there an anomaly?
60 arc seconds. So that's 1/3600th of an arc minute. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
But that's divided over 3 different measurements, though. Remember, they had to make 3 angles to get this, so you're looking at only like an average of 20 arc seconds for each one.
So they've made 3 triangles. Right, 3 triangles.
Yep.
Right, that all add up to 180 degrees because they're triangles.
Yep.
And now miraculously, they don't equate to 180 degrees all of a sudden because they made 3 of them. But they're
No, I
triangles.
think that part of the geometry. I think that part of the geometry though is solid. Like I think that on a sphere that would get you over 180 degrees.
I would like to know how, because we're making triangles, Jeremy. We're not making bendy lines. We're making triangles.
Listen, if you take a ball or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put 3 vertical points on them, like one at the equator of a ball, one at the North Pole, and then put another one somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you go to the one of the spots, try to make it like level. Try to make the one toothpick perpendicular, and put your camera there, or put your eyeball there and look at it, or you get a protractor or something,
Yeah.
and it's gonna look like those other two. If you made the triangle big enough at the right spots, it'll be like 90 degrees. Just on that one triangle, and you can do that 3 more times. You're literally you can get like a 207. I don't know, but the geometry of it seems sound to what they're doing, because that wouldn't happen on. I feel like that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth, right? If you got 3 points, make 3 triangles out of them, it's always gonna add up to 180 on a flat Earth.
You know what? Get a basketball, get toothpicks, get a protractor, right, and show this on a small scale, how it works out to be more than 180 degrees. Because if you
Maybe
can
if
do
I
it,
got time.
well, if you can do it on a large scale, you can do it on a small scale, like a basketball, and you can get
Yeah,
one
it's
of those.
easy on a small scale. Yeah,
Yeah, and
Moyak was using
show
an
it.
actual. Yeah, Moyak was using an actual globe for it.
Okay, then. So did he have a protractor, and did he put the
Yeah,
protractor from one point to the other?
yeah. It was like 80 something degrees, I think, just from the one angle. Just from one angle, it was 80 something degrees. So the other 3 were definitely going to be. The other 2 were definitely going to be. It was definitely going to be
Well,
over 180.
you need to get Moyok to make a video of this to show us, because I really can't get my head around it.
I couldn't either. I had a long talk with him in Gems the other day.
Yeah, and Moyok
And
is good to talk to. You know, he does try and explain it, but I'd still like to see it demonstrated practically, Jeremy. If
no, I hear you.
yeah.
It doesn't make sense off first, because you're thinking like one triangle, but it's really 3 triangles. And I don't still fully know why it does it. It has something to do with, because you're changing your azimuth changes on the sphere, like the point where you're looking out at it from. I'll have him see if Moyak's probably still got the picture still.
Yeah, that might be a better idea. Because I'd like to try and get my head around it. You know, to be honest with
Yeah,
you.
that part of the geometry makes sense though to me now, because I've seen it happen on a sphere with over 180. You know what I mean? So like I have no doubt on a sphere, these 3 different angles from 3 different triangles would add up to more than 180.
So then, if it can be done on a small scale, then like Moyok showed you, Jeremy, does that mean then you can see it happening on a larger scale?
Well, they claim it's 60 arc seconds on the larger scale, and the largest scale they've ever done is 60 arc seconds.
I don't know.
But I'm not buying that 60 arc second bullshit, because there's weird shit going on with it. I don't know, whatever you want to kind of geometry you want to call that. I got no doubt that shit would happen on a sphere.
Well, like I said,
I'll have
get more.
Moyak show you
Yeah,
next time you see Moyak, ask him for the thing.
yeah.
Because he had an actual spinny globe,
Mm-hmm.
so you could tell where like the equator and shit was.
Because for the last couple of weeks, I did kind of look into it a little bit, Jeremy, but not really in depth. It's just like, this is
Yeah, I went
just
hard
like,
on it with them
yeah,
dudes
it's
and
just
gems.
like
It
hard
hurt.
work.
Yeah, it hurt my head. It hurt my head. But yeah, all those angles should add up to more than 180 on a sphere. Because that's what it looks like. What happens on it definitely, like I said, I think the one angle was like 80 degrees or something.
Mm-hmm.
So there was two more angles, and this was it looked like an equilateral triangle, not what So yeah. But then they claim to have one that's 60 arc seconds, which is a fucked up measurement with a weighted average. And like I said before, if the guys know what they're doing and your tool's accurate and there's no left to right refraction, why the weighted average? Why not just the regular average? You shouldn't need to throw any. Why? How did the outliers happen? Outliers.
Why'd you have to throw them away?
Yeah, why are they even there in the first place is the question. Because if your guys know what they're doing and the tool's accurate, what's with the outliers?
And what happens if you include the outliers?
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't know because I never have the fucking numbers because they don't have them.
Like if you include the outliers, does it bring that triangle back to 180 degrees? Perhaps.
Yeah, does it bring it under 180? Who knows? We don't know because we don't have the numbers, Mansoff. This is what I'm concerned with. This is very concerning, the fact that we don't have the numbers.
We'll get your people onto it, Jeremy, I reckon.
Larry sent him an email. I'm like, dude, where's your fucking numbers at?
Yeah.
I have Blue Marble spazzing on Jose's one day. I'm like, dude, just where's the numbers, man? That's all we want to look at the numbers. They were calling me a liar and shit because I was like, they're like, what are you gonna do with the numbers? I'm like, man, my fucking peoples look at them. I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna have my peoples look at them, and then I'll get back to you. You're like, you're a liar. You ain't gonna do nothing with them. Da da da. I'm like, dude, don't try to play. That's when I started getting hot.
Yeah.
Then right after that, a whole bunch of like hostile globers came in from Gems or something, and I just fucking all went downhill. But yeah, I got Larry on it.
Oh, cool.
We need those numbers.
Wow.
Keep in mind, this was in the 1890s or some shit. This measurement is from. Why? Why are we using 100-year-old shit? Where's the new hotness stuff at?
There is no new hotness.
Hey, Godric.
Hey, what's
Listen,
up, guys?
Larry said we could still. What up, Godric? Larry said we could still get up on these mountains to this day and do this measurement.
Okay, well then, why doesn't he?
Why doesn't it? But yeah. Well, I'd want to get some of our people up there. Like, yo, let's get two flat earthers and 2 globers per mountaintop. You got 3 mountaintops. Let's get 2 of each of our guys up there that know what they're doing with the tools and shit, and fucking let them go at it. Make sure our people can make sure everything's on the up and up, and we'll see what's what.
The ultimate battle of spherical geometry. Form pay-per-view. It'd be huge.
Not spherical geometry. Stop. Are you trying to trigger me? We are measuring, if it is a sphere, then listen, just because you measure the surface of a sphere doesn't mean you're doing spherical geometry. It's tricky, I know. Because you would think it's natural to think, I'm measuring a sphere, I'm doing spherical geometry. Rubber spatulas, bandsaw. Rubber spatulas.
Mm-hmm. Exactly right. Exactly. Well, the cavemen would have been happy with rubber spatulas back in the day. 'Cause they only,
Not if they had to skin a fish with it.
well,
What do you mean?
uh,
By the outliers, if there's no left to right refraction and the guys are professionals and the tools are dumb accurate, like down to the fucking 10th of an arc second. Your shit shouldn't be off more than a 10th of an arc second if that's what your markings are or whatever they have. So I doubt they would even have a 10th of an arc second. Your wheel's got to be dumb big for that. So I doubt it was even that. But if it was, that's called your least value. Like, let's say they had the markings for every 10th of an arc second. Your least value is 1/10 of an arc second. So your shit's never going to be off more than a 10th of an arc second. So you shouldn't have these swings of like 20 arc seconds or something. You know what I mean? I don't know how big the swing even is because we don't have the fucking numbers. I have no idea what the actual numbers are.
And what did they have back in the 1890s anyway? They wouldn't have been able to see 80 meters, let alone 80 mile.
Bro, the biggest one was 140 miles.
In the 1890s?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
140 miles. That was one of the distances with their biggest, the one that they got 60 seconds off of, 60 arc seconds. That was a 140-mile shot, one of them.
Jeremy,
Yep.
can you explain to us how much our second is?
Well, if you go Google a picture of a degree, okay, a degree, you got a circle. And then you have 360 degrees inside that circle. So you take 360 evenly sized pizza slices, essentially, out of the circle. You're going to be left with some pretty small pizza slices, right? Because you got to do 360 of them. Then, an arc second, there's 3,600 arc seconds inside a degree, right? So one of those little teeny tiny degrees, slivers that you got, it's going to be real tiny. You got to chop that up into 3,600 pieces. Evenly sized pizza slices again. Little triangle things with a curved edge. Pizza slices. You need 3,600 evenly sized ones of those inside that degree. That's an arc second. In order to even
Okay,
know
but
that,
how do we know how big the pizza is? If it's the size of the pizza, it's a small piece. If it's the size of the Earth, it's a really large amount. So how do we know what we're using it as the base?
how do we know what?
How do we know how big the pizza is? The 360.
Well, no, you have a circle. You have to have a circle, right? Like a piece of metal or something,
Right.
or a piece of paper.
So are they
you
saying that the 360 is the size of the Earth? So the arc second is like a mile?
No, they're saying you get 60 extra arc seconds when you take this measurement, spherical excess measurement. Like on a flat Earth, it should be 180.
Yeah, but you're saying the pizza is the size of the Earth. The radius is what you're saying.
No. When you go to measure it, when you're measuring how many degrees are in something, you have to have a circle or something to turn that knows how much you've turned, right? So you gotta have like a circle or something. Then you have to have markings on the circle, and those are going to have to be at the outer edge because you can't do it on the inside. You won't be able to see nothing. So you make your little markings on the outer edge of how many. Like you put 360 marks evenly spaced around a circle. Now you have your degrees. Then you would put 3,600 marks in between every degree. Now you'd have your arc seconds. So when you turn that thing, you know how much I've turned it 50 arc seconds, which you'd have to have a dumb big circle for that, but they might have different ways of doing it digitally now. I don't know.
I get
like
that.
no
I get that. I get how you're measuring it and how you're counting it. It's 360. That's 60 minutes. One arc minute would be 60 arc seconds, and one arc second would be 1/60th of an arc minute. But how big is that? Because how do we know how big the circle is in the example?
Well, I don't know what kind of tool they were using back then. This was like the 1890s, so I mean, your circle has to be huge to be able to put arc seconds in it. I don't know how big, but you would need a big ass fucking circle for that. Like if you try to put degrees on a watch, the markings would be so fucking close together. Your degrees, there's no way you'd be able to put arc seconds because there wouldn't even be room on the outer rim of a circle. Maybe I don't know, like you need a huge circle to be able to put the arc seconds in because you got to put 3,600 of them in between every degree. So you need the degrees to open up a lot at the outer rim. Like I said, they might do it now digitally and not even need a circle. I don't know. Back then, they definitely had a circle, though. I know because they would switch the plate. Well, the story is they would change the plate. They would measure it, move the plate. Like, say you had the plate at 12 o'clock, pointed at your target, you would change the plate to 3 o'clock, measure it, change the plate to 6 o'clock, measure it in case there was any deviations with the instrument, which you shouldn't have over an arc second with anyways, because that's your least value. I don't think you could be off more than your least value. Like, if I handed you a ruler that had all millimeter marks on it and told you to measure something, you could never be off by more than a millimeter. You shouldn't be if you know what you're doing with the ruler. In this measurement they have, and they're giving us, I don't know, the anomalies were so big they had to use a weighted average. It's not a normal average where you just add up all the measurements and then divide it by how many measurements there were. They had to do a weighted one where they like threw outliers out. And my question is, why do you even have outliers? How much were the outliers for? We don't know because we don't have the numbers. Nobody has the fucking numbers in this magical thing they supposedly did that all the Goldbergs claim they have. But we've never seen them. But they claim they have them. But we've never seen them. Got Larry digging that shit up as we speak. He must have known that shit was embarrassing that they don't have the numbers. Like, come on, guys. We've been telling people for years you got spherical excess measurements. And when we were looking for the measurements, you don't have them. It's embarrassing.
If you're looking at something at 80 miles away, right, through your theodolite, 80 miles away, right, the crosshair alone is going to give you a higher error range than that.
You would think, right? Because, I mean, if I hold a penny in front of my face, that shit's blocking out, like, the moon or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, I mean, you could hold a penny in front of your eyeball and block out, like, a car or something in the distance easily.
Mm-hmm.
Or a skyscraper or something. I don't know how many miles. Yeah, they're looking 100 miles away. So if you have held a penny in front of your eyeball, you're going to block out, like, a city or something at 100 miles. Like a skyline of a city you block out at 100. Anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, those crosshairs will. those crosshairs is going to be blocking out a light, and they're targeting up to a light. So they're trying to put the crosshair, because they can only do this at night because you're looking at 100 plus miles.
Yeah.
So you can only do this at night with a light.
Yeah.
All right.
And where's the light? Where's the light at 100 mile away for starters, right? What part of the light are you looking at?
That's what I'm saying. Like where you have a circle light and you're trying to put a line on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or do they make a line of lights? I don't know. I would definitely want to see if they did this done or know what they did.
Good luck. All right, Larry, we're waiting.
Whatever. Just come with the numbers at least so we can analyze that. There's probably a problem right in those numbers, but
Yeah.
But if the numbers check out and shit, then you got to get down and be like, all right, what'd you do? You know, there's definitely a flaw in their thing somewhere. I know it.
We'll find a flaw. Don't you worry about it. It's either going to be in the numbers, in the way they did it, something. There'll be a flaw.
It's going to be in the visual thing of it, because at the end of the day, I don't know. It's going to be, there's definitely going to be a flaw in it somewhere. You're looking 140 miles at some shit. I don't know.
So what sort of surveyor is Larry? Is he a geodetic surveyor, or is he just a normal land surveyor?
Yeah, I was going to ask you. They're giving us these measurements, surveying that are greater than 90 degrees angle. So how do we even like verify that? Like, who's to say that they're not bullshitting?
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I'm saying. Even if he comes back with the numbers and I can't find a problem with the numbers, there's going to be a problem with when they're citing it up or something. There's definitely going to be a problem, because I already know there's a problem because they have outliers. Now, there's no reason to have outliers because you have no left to right refraction, supposedly. The guys know what they're doing and your tools are accurate, so the outliers shouldn't be more than, it should be within the average, which I don't even know why there's an average. Anyways, like if there's no left to right refraction, I don't know why there's even an average. The problem is probably with sighting up the light. It's probably with sighting up the light, or there is left to right refraction at that vast of a distance, and shit's waving all over the place. And now you got to take an average of the position from left to right. Where I don't know. There's definitely a problem somewhere. I could smell it from a mile away. If there wasn't a problem, they would have been shoving these numbers I'm asking for down our throat like 5 years ago. There's a problem, trust me.
There's more than one, probably.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Jeremy, I put some measurements in the live stream. Can you take a look at that and tell me what you see? These are like measurements from surveyors, supposedly.
What do you got here, Godric? We have
Is this the main surveyor's plumb lines are in parallel thing? I've seen these numbers before.
Yeah, they're saying two distant plumb lines are greater than 90 degrees, which makes it a sphere. I'm gonna give you the video. It's like a 14-minute video.
I've seen this nonsense. This is dealing with up and down refractions. Is pure baloney. Don't even bother. There's up and down refractions involved with this. He's had to do refraction measurements before for this, or refraction calculation. He debated Whitson on this. It's bullshit.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, there's up and down refraction on it, and he calculated refraction. Like he knows what the fucking light's doing in between him and the other thing.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Yeah, anything refraction is even involved with, I don't even want to. There's no sense. Because now you're telling me you have an actual position when you only have an average apparent position.
Refraction is what nature gives us for the environment, for the medium. How can we even know what really that is?
Yeah, I ain't worried about nothing that has anything to do with refraction. Don't even bother. That's why I like the spherical excess one, because there's not supposed to be refraction in it. But I doubt that's the case.
Wow.
Highly doubt that's the case.
What we can do is we can control for refraction, so we can take an observation in an environment that's cool and also dry that limits refraction to a minimum, and that's what we can do. If you go in, and then we can expect that it's a correct measurement. If you go on a sunny, warm day, you can't see shit past 2 miles, so that's not a time to take measurements. We can control for the refraction in a cool environment and also a drier environment, and then we can expect those numbers to be legit. Where nothing's perfect, right? But let's say slim to none.
And once we're finished with refraction, we then get into magnetism.
There was also this other thing where there's this thing where you have light has peaks and troughs. And sometimes a peak will interact with a peak, and sometimes a peak will interact with a trough. And depending on what happens, okay, this is good. This sounds nuts, but the light appears to bend, but it doesn't actually. Did you understand that sentence? Because it's tricky.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like it's bending, but it's not. It's actually straight. But it looks like it's bending. So that's done to wrap your heads around.
It's wacky. That's what it is.
Not actually bending, but appearing to bend.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do with that?
Isn't that like something like this room looks dark, but it's not actually dark?
Yeah, there's nothing you could do with appears to bend but doesn't actually bend. Like now what? How do I know if it's actually bending or not?
Light is purely optical, right? That's all we do with light is see light, right? So it's like it's doing what it looks like because that's all it does is what it looks like. Like I said, that's like
Yeah,
that's
I don't know.
being in a room that doesn't have any lights and saying it just looks dark. It's not actually dark.
Yeah. Plus, bandsaws got the in a medium. Light magnetism causes light in a medium to bend, which we're in a medium.
Yeah.
They'll try to say light magnetism doesn't cause light to bend.
We've got all bases covered. So I want to know that when something appears to be bending, when it's not actually bending, how do we apply the non-bending of light when it actually isn't bending? How do we know that?
I don't even know what you just said. I have no idea. That's what I mean. Once you're at this point now where you're like, all right, it's appearing to bend but not actually bending. Well, what the fuck? Like, I don't know how you can go on after that. To do what? Is the light in the atmosphere even actually bending, or is it just appearing to bend? I don't know. It's fucked up. Or you know what I'm saying? That could have shit horizontal, shit that's horizontal to us miles down the way, could just be appearing to be lower, but not actually be lower.
I'm
Great.
sure. I'm sure Ruhif has some weather balloon stats to be able to let us know when light is appearing to bend, but it's not actually bending. So we know So when we know to apply this bending of light that's not actually bending to our optic. I don't even know what I'm saying now. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's too much, man. There's too many mysteries with light and how what it's actually happening. And your thing with the magnetism, they'll say, well, it takes a very strong magnetic field to bend the light a little bit. Well, maybe over a short distance. How about over 10 miles? We could just bend it a little bit. anyone that's done construction knows if you start to skew something a little bit at the beginning, you're going to be off a way lot at the end, like a lot.
Uh-huh.
I've seen so many jobs get fucked up because of that. The guys didn't follow the line for 10 feet at the beginning, and now the whole fucking floor is fucked up because you went off the line like a fucking millimeter at the beginning or something, not from not paying attention. Actually did that one time. It was one of my first days on the job, and we were doing a store. It's a little convenience store. Bro, my boy's like, you following the line? It was like one of my first days, and we were laying ceramic. I didn't even know what I was doing. My boy's like, you following the line? I'm like, what line? I'm just like lining these squares up. He's like, what the fuck? So he went back on the thing and like started following on it. But by the time we got to the end, it was so fucked up, there was no saving it. That's what I'm saying. What if this apparent bending or actual bending is just gets skewed a little bit at the beginning? It throws it way off at the end. Anyone that's done construction knows this. So the magnetism, and they're like, oh, it takes a strong magnetic field, like the strongest one that we know of on Earth. That's the magnetic field that surrounds all of Earth. That one, that's not strong or nothing. It's just encompassing all of Earth.
Exactly.
Where's your stronger one? Where's your stronger magnetic field?
No,
You know what I mean? Like, where's your?
It's one of those forces, Jeremy. It's a force, but it's not a force. Like, you can consider it as a force, but it's not a force. It's one of those ones.
Gravity is the strong, even though they call it the weakest force. It's literally the strongest force in the universe. In the heliocentric model, there is no stronger force than at a black hole. It's so fucking strong, light can't even escape. Show me a force you got that doesn't let light escape.
There you go. A black
You can
hole.
hold. It's like holding light. I can hold light. I can stop light with my force. You can't do nothing with their forces. Don't stop light.
You too, Jeremy, can get a flashlight, shine it in the palm of your hand, make a fist, and you too can trap light.
Yeah, like even in the heliocentric model, gravity is the strongest force in the fucking anywhere you go. Not anywhere you go, but all day. Like, it's a strong. I can bring you to a place in the heliocentric model, and gravity will be the strongest force. You can't bring me anywhere else. They're always like, well, if we had an atom the size of a sun, I'm like, dude, well, if I had a unicorn, I would ride it on a rainbow over to your house and scoop up the pot of gold on the way. Like, this is you're just going to make stuff up to try to beat my argument. They were doing that the other day when we were arguing this. I'm like, dude, I got gravity's the strongest force in the universe. They're like, if we had an atom the size of Earth. I'm like, bro, you don't. But you don't, and that's stupid. That's like unicorn shit. Give it up. Gravity's the strongest force, even though you call it the weakest force. It's opposite day with you guys, as per usual. I beat him with black holes. I beat you using your own shit. If I had an electron the size of them, well, shut the fuck up.
Look, if once for gravity, we wouldn't even have a planet, so we wouldn't even be here, okay? So there. So you thank God for gravity.
Gotta have gravity. Space time. Like, I'm not against there being some force out there that's causing things, solids to go down or whatever. Solids and liquids to go down, I'm fine with that. When you start making shit up that it's space-time bending, I'm going to have to, like, I can't go with that. Like, okay, something's there. You don't know what it is. You can't say that it's definitely this or not. It's stupid. Just making shit up. They're making shit up like they try to make shit up on me with the fucking with the strongest force in the universe thing. How you try to argue me with me with ifs? Well, if
Jeremy, we wouldn't even have a galaxy if there's no gravity.
Bro, you couldn't even have nothing. If gravity stopped, we'd all go flying off Earth.
Wouldn't that be the best ride in the world? Phew.
Or if Earth stopped.
Yeah.
Just stop the spinning. If the spinning stopped or gravity stopped, we'd be fucked, man. Good thing, space-time. Keep it bendy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be debating someone and then say, well, if I had this, then I would win. Okay, but do you have that thing? No, so why are we even talking about what ifs and maybes? What if your mom and dad never met?
Oh my God. I would have been Chinese.
Yo, those motherfuckers got it rough over there, bro. They be eating. I knew Chinese people, real Chinese people from China and shit. And these motherfuckers work just to eat.
Man, they're eating chicken feet and stuff. It's a
Oh, and
delicacy.
they're eating goofy shit. Not only that, not only are they working to eat, like you're thinking, all right, at least they're eating like sirloins and T-bones and shit and fucking lobsters. No, they're eating like chicken's feet and fucking, mouse legs and shit.
Yeah.
Grasshoppers and fucking broccoli stems.
Mm. I had this cake made out of bug meal. Right? It's supposed to be like a replacement for flour. And they make it out of bugs. They dry them up, pound them up into this powder, and they make cakes out of it. And you know what? Right? Even though, like, you're eating cockroaches, it doesn't taste too bad.
I told you the kid was eating candy one day.
Yeah.
He's like, I was looking at him. He's like, you want a piece? I was like, yeah. Pulled it out. I'm eating it. I'm like, oh, what is this? Tasted funny. Right? I thought I was eating like a Sour Patch, like I don't know, one of those hard candy airhead things or some shit. I'm like, what is this? He's like, oh, it's seaweed. I was like, what the fuck, man? What are you giving me seaweed for? I won't even touch that stuff if I see it. I'm like swimming away from it and shit. You know what I'm saying? The last thing I want to do is in a lake or an ocean is touch some seaweed. That's fucking gross. Let alone eat that shit. This ain't Survivor, man. I'm not trying to out here forage and survive and shit. Like, there's a fucking Dunkin' Donuts right there. I'm good on the seaweed, bro.
Mm.
I didn't say all that because I was like a little kid, but I was like, oh. Bro, I ended up quitting that job. I was like, yo, I need a dollar. I was driving all the way across the city and people weren't tipping me. Like, people tip like shit. So I told the dude, he was giving me like $300 a week. And I was like, yo, I need $1 a delivery. Right? Because heads ain't tipping and I'm like losing money on gas to drive across the city. It doesn't make sense. He's like, yo, I'll give you an extra $100 a month. I was like, no way, dude. I would make $100 in fucking 3 days if you were giving me $1 tip. He's like, I'll give you $200 a month. I was like, yo, I can't do it, man. I need $1 a delivery. I cannot drive across the city and lose money. And I just he wouldn't do it. So I was like, fuck it, I'm all right. I ended up just quitting. Nowadays, heads are getting like $3, $4, or $5 and shit. Go order some DoorDash. I used to make $10 a delivery, $10 a delivery on DoorDash.
Mm.
I just gotta go over by Chick-fil-A.
How do we go from talking about Earth measurements to DoorDash within like 10 seconds?
That's how I roll. That's how I roll, Gio. Fucking roller coaster. My AirPods are.
That's why you got 17 other pairs lying around.
What do I get for ordering DoorDash?
High delivery bill.
I spend a lot of money on delivery, but I use Postmates.
I'm getting straw manned in text.
What's up, Ben? With you with the flat Earth?
Sorry, buddy.
I said, "What's up? You with the flat Earth?"
You can't
He
tell.
called you bandwidth.
A bandwidth. You can't tell, Godric. Would you like to
No,
query me? Would you like to
because
question me?
no, because Gio doesn't have flat Earth here. He doesn't like the term, so we can't be called flat Earthers. So I have to say sapphire, fucking emerald, all this bullshit, but none of this about flat Earth.
That's not true. First of all, I never said anything against flat Earth, but there's a role that's called Earth is a stationary plane, and there's also a role that says Earth is no, what is it? Earth is horizontally level and a stationary plane that you can choose.
Well, bandwidth doesn't have that.
Okay.
Sorry, bandit. Sorry, I gotta read.
Oh, fuck that, bro. We're going with bandwidth from here on out.
Bandwidth.
That's it. It's settled.
Hold on. I might have to go. Where do I go now to put some things in? But
I used to like to say Earth is flat. I mean, that's just me. Call me crazy.
look, I've got no.
Flat Earth. You don't gotta say, anything. Just flat Earth.
You know what? I've got no issue with labels whatsoever. Doesn't bother me one little bit. Godric, I know some people don't like labels, but whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't mind the term. I like it in some ways. It's also kind of a psyop term. It was created with the globe. It was specifically created with the globe to make people like, oh, ancient people used to think the earth was flat, so they put it right in there. So it's a psyop, but it's okay as a term as well. I mean, I also like the term. But the other thing I don't like about it is that it's just not specific enough. Like, what does flat Earth really mean? Like planar actually means something, to be a planar surface, but I still like it. Okay, though. I mean, I don't mind it, but I'm not going to build an entire server called Flat Earth. That's for sure.
There you go, Godric. Especially for you, I've rectified that problem. That should make it.
Okay, let's see.
You happy? Happy now?
Guardian Council, Emerald, Sapphire, Quartz. Earth is horizontally level. Holistic health, more land. How do I get horizontally? How do I get that? Earth is horizontally level.
Well,
where do you go to get that?
It's up at the top. It's like the third one down from the top it's called select your roles. It's right under there's like the welcome, the server guidelines, and then select your roles. You can pick them all there.
Yeah.
Can I have the role globe debunker? Can I have the role sphere killer?
Well, we're pretty backed up on new role creation. We've got this one called the real Bob Dole role that we're still stuck on that.
Where is it? Where is it?
Hey, Bandsaw, look who's in the chat.
Look who's in the chat.
An old friend.
Bandwidth, please.
Bandwidth.
He's right under you. I don't think he's agreed to the rules yet, though, to the guidelines. So.
Oh! Hasn't he?
Oh, here we go. Just fucking burn the house. Burn it down now.
It's gone. It's history.
Get over.
Damn. I think he needs voice verifying, Joe, very stringently. All right.
First, we got to figure out who this guy is, what he's all about. Make sure he's not some kind of sick maniac.
Damn. He should be a new papa very, very soon, if not already. If not
How we doing, Aaron?
Hey. What up, Aaron? If you're not going to talk, we may as well just remute you.
Just remute him. Remute him. There he was. Oh, he undid his mic for a second.
Okay. We'll give him 3 seconds.
Yeah, no rush, but if you don't talk within the next 5 seconds, you're out of here.
That's it.
Yeah, I do that shit to people all the time. Like, Kosho was scrambling the other day to find some numbers for my phones. I'm like, listen, no rush, but I need that shit in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. The policies and procedures that you have to agree to. Can't just be lurking around. That ain't going to cut the mustard. Not here. Not here at all.
Oh, we just need Brandon back, and we'll have the band back together. The old band back together.
Back on board.
I guess Brandon's still putting stuff on Twitter, so he is still he's tweeting.
He's still kicking. He's still breathing. Unless it's a psyop. Unless the powers to be have taken over his Twitter account. Hunky Dory, whatever his name is.
It's like he just took like just like a complete exiting of the entire flat Earth discussion. Or the Earth shape quandary.
What's it getting on now? Close to what, 6 months or something, Joe?
I think so, yeah. Something like that.
Have you guys noticed Discord getting more and more strict, telling us what we can say, what we can't say, controlling this, banning that? You think they think the main goal is gonna eventually ban the flat Earth?
No, that won't happen.
Talk flat Earth, you're dangerous.
Nah.
What is it called? dangerous terrorist, something terrorist.
They want to keep us all in one spot. I understand.
Information terrorist.
Well, it can be pretty terrifying for people to realise
To find the truth.
some fairly simple, kind of obvious realizations that have been right underneath their noses all along.
The thing with Brandon, I mean, I understand people taking a break from these discussions and all of that, but it's like he had his whole channel and subscribers on there, and you know the people that watch it. Of course, Ranty gave it to him and whatnot, and then it's just been abandoned.
Mm. Was his partner on board with all the flat Earth stuff? Do you know?
I don't know. Was he married or?
I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was. Or maybe not married, but I thought he had a partner at least. I thought he had kids too, actually. You know, I have heard of some, you know, horrific stories where, you know, people have lost their family and lost their kids over this topic. I don't know if it's true or not, but you know, I've definitely heard stories along those lines, which is pretty tragic, really.
I've don't come and knocking if the servers are rocking, hey? Shit. Sign up next. Those.
Yo, what's up, Whites? Slappers be slapping.
Yep.
What does that even mean this time? I mean, I get the other ones, but what does slappers be slapping mean?
Oh, come on, the ballers. They're just always high-fiving each other after they think they have, like, you know, mathematical wins. So the slappers be slapping, mate.
I gotcha.
I actually thought you were referring to the other sort of slapper, White.
What slapping might that be?
You know very well.
Come on. We're live. What's been happening in the server? The usual.
Well, Sean G and Bandsaw had a showdown earlier.
A showdown.
And it ended at them both agreeing that Sean G should go find some evidence, and then he's going to come back.
Yeah, apparently.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. That's the way most things end.
Well, he had lots of words with nothing to really back it up with, and I tried it in a really nice way to point it out to him.
Nice in a blunt sort of way.
Oh, I don't know. He was talking about satellite phones and stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, yeah, these things that work on hot air balloons, these are satellite phones you're talking about. And he's going into the whole life expectancy of one of these balloons is maybe 3 months. So how's that going to work? And oh man, it's just like what? So one
Based
balloon
on his extensive
well,
knowledge of balloon tech, no doubt.
And I said, so one balloon comes down, another balloon goes up. Like what's
There
so
you go.
hard about that?
That covers it too.
Well, to say they've got a life expectancy of 3 months, and that kind of debunks what I was saying is kind of, yeah. No, I don't think so, mate. Don't think so. But anyway, whatever.
Maybe that's where all that money goes. That's a lot of balloons.
But do you know how satellite phones work? Oh, they pick up a signal, right, that's transmitted, and they receive it, and then they transmit another signal, and something else receives it. Pretty straightforward. Not too technical whatsoever.
Yeah, just try and assert where the signals are coming from. That's all.
Oh, exactly. Exactly. They work in the middle of nowhere. Well, I said, well, look, these things, they have better aerials in them, better transmitting power, better receiving power. So a faint signal they'll be able to pick up, right? And this signal is bouncing all over the ionosphere. And then he tried to say that this ionosphere was a dome. And I go, why does it have to be a dome? It could be flat. Like you're presuming there that it's a dome. Like it can bounce off a flat ionosphere. So you jump into all these conclusions, Sean.
Definitely.
So anyway, he's going to be coming back with some data, right, when he's in the mood.
Yeah, I bet you it turns out that if you compare what happens to a signal, a curved Earth, a curved ionosphere, you propagated that out, versus a flat ionosphere and a flat plane where that might land versus a flat plane and a curved ionosphere. I bet you somehow, freakishly, mathematically. Just like everything else, can be the same.
And I said to him, the longest radio transmission is about 2,500 miles, the world record radio transmission. And they said the only way that could have happened is by this radio signal bouncing up and down all the way along its path till it got to the other end. That's the only way it happened.
Hang on, must be more than 2,500, surely.
No, I think 2,500 miles, maybe. No, I think that's the world record. Thereabouts.
Is that a specific wavelength or something? Just seems short for a ham radio operator, because I thought they could talk to people all over. But that must be different.
Yeah.
Yeah, AM's the shortwave shit. Shortwave stuff goes short. No, sorry. AM's the long wave shit. Long wave shit goes surely. Long. Fucking hell. Imagine if the long waves travelled the shortest distance. It's like your large intestine versus your short intestine. Width versus length debate. Funny. Was this yesterday, Bandy, that Sean G was sent on a mission to get like evidence?
I was talking while muted. That's handy, isn't it?
It does help to be unmuted if you want people to hear you.
Yeah, exactly. No, I lost my train of thought now. Yes, no, it was this morning when this happened, not yesterday. And anyway, I was telling him about making crystal radios with my grandpa when I was a boy on the farm. And,
awesome.
And which was really, really cool because we used to be able to pick up the BBC from England, right?
There you go.
Which was really cool, but it was always weather dependent and only at night. You couldn't pick it up during the day. You could only pick it up at night. And we had to attach it to a grounded pipe from the ground that went up the side of the wall. Anyway, there's one over in the dairy that was even higher, so we used to go over there. And it didn't always work, but the days it did work, it was just absolutely
mind-blowing.
Yeah, for me. And I said, this happened because these signals were bouncing all over the ionosphere, all the way to little old me as a wee little grasshopper. So basically, this is exactly how these sat radios are working too, but they have the added advantage, right, of having satelloons to bounce off. So I don't really think he liked that too much. Don't really think he liked that too much because he thinks that there has to be 152,000 of these things over our head at any one particular time for this to be even possible. And I basically told him I thought it was rubbish, and that was pretty much about it. Right, pretty much about it.
Hasn't he seen the pictures of all the space junk around this? Supposedly, it's just all a lot closer than he's been told. And they're balloons. Because when they show you pictures of what Earth is apparently surrounded by, it's fucking like there is a lot of shit apparently up there, either geostationary or orbiting around. It's crazy.
We should be seeing these little lights or reflections or whatever zipping past every 2 milliseconds, if there's that many up there, going the speed they are.
I don't know about you, Bandy, but at night time, if you do look up where you are, you should be able to see quite a few of them.
Yeah, no.
Those tiny little white dots moving.
Yep.
You see them, don't you? That's not just me, is it?
No. And then when I get out of the binoculars, I can see the balloon.
Nice. That's a good set of binoculars.
Yep. Yep.
That night vision's getting really good.
It is.
They'll make that shit illegal. I've got a 10 fucking megawatt green laser. Not megawatt, milliwatt. Fucking megawatt, that would be pretty killer.
Yeah.
So that'll be pretty fun to play with. It's got a lot of power and a lot of visibility, even through the daytime.
Well, bounce that puppy off the moon. Right.
Well, it'll never bounce off it, but it'll certainly look like it's going straight to it. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, I used to have one a while ago for shooting. It was fucking like just the best thing. You didn't need a scope. Like you just line the laser up with because you didn't need to look for the dot on the target, you just followed the whole beam all the way fucking to the target. It's fantastic. Obviously not stealthy.
No. So you're going to set this thing up on your rifle when you get it, if you get approved.
Oh, this one's not for that. No, it's approved. You only need to be part of the like astrological society or something like that. Be a member,
Okay.
and then you're allowed to have quite high wattages.
Okay.
Yeah, no doubt when someone sees it, there'll be someone driving around and for the person who's waving it because they don't like the aircraft, obviously.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'd love to try and point it at anything that moves in the sky at night time and see if it stops. Imagine that. The little white dot just stops as soon as you hit it with the light and then it moves again and stops. Your house gets on fire. Cut in half by a dew weapon. Hey, they're out there, Ben.
They are out there and watching. And
X-Files, mate. Truth is out there.
Apparently.
Apparently Deep Throat's got all the... Was that his name? With all the clues from like the CIA? Was his name Deep Throat? Or have I just got that wrong? It sounds like they wouldn't have run with that.
No, that was her trying to spit out the information.
She just got stuck gagging on it. Couldn't get it out. Fucking hell.
VLD-1.
Gotta love public holidays. Probably don't mean you anymore.
Every day's a public holiday, my friend.
It's good on you. Yes, champ.
VLD1. Well, I've been able to find one of those so-called balloons, Geo, that coincidentally match up with a satellite that's supposed to be a hell of a lot higher. Interesting.
Which one's higher? What now?
Yeah, they've definitely got stuff up there, but it's not floating around in a vacuum.
Yeah, like the first one he points out, I couldn't find any reference to a satellite. But then when you type in MIRVLD-2-1, well, they apparently are satellites up there. And coincidentally, the balloons happen to have the same name. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it?
I was talking about this the other day. Who brought this back up?
I thought
Did someone find a document?
I thought I better fact check him. Well, I was talking about it about a month ago too, White, and Lightwater linked a video to me that had all the documentation with all
Awesome.
the balloon launches and their names, and you know, not all of them, but he points out a few of them that have the same name as actual satellites. So if you just do a little bit of cross-referencing, like put in the like MIRVLD-2, put that into Google, right? That comes up as a satellite, where the actual list that he's given, the actual list that he's given, if I go back to the start of it, says list of all balloon launches from Esrange Space Center.
Beautiful. Yeah. I mean, I've heard excuses back in the day because I remember seeing something similar. There was a video someone put together like real back early on in the 16, and the rebuttal at the time was they're like relay. They are balloons and they're designated to those satellites, but they're like relay for help with communication.
Yeah.
So that was the rebuttal at the time. But good luck proving it.
Yeah.
Even Soyuz, I remember seeing all of the thing, and there was even at the same time showing those the crazy satellites that are apparently up in the sky, but are also in airplanes, where the side of the airplane door opens up and not the satellite telescope.
Mm-hmm.
Telescopes are shooting at the side. That's dodgy as well. I forget what they're called. They've got not common names, but recognisable names. Those two telescopes that are in the airplanes.
And look, who knows why? Maybe these balloons are sent up as a midway point to to boost the signal. Right? And I'm not gonna disagree with that. I don't know how this technology works, but it is kind of interesting at first glance to.
They could be resupply. Like there could be people up in these blimps. The satellites could be blimps. They could be manned, just float around. They're doing surveillance. They're doing, receiving and transmitting duties, all this stuff. And these balloons could be sent up as a resupply. It could be fucking food. It could be all sorts of shit. and they fucking just capture them up there, get the parcel, and done with it. But we don't fucking know what's going on with these people.
No.
How cool would it be to just be in a blimp just drifting around though, above fucking the planar Earth with cameras beyond anyone's comprehension, zooming into the nth degree on anything you fucking... I've heard ballers say, oh, it's not possible because we don't have to fast. And it's like, yeah, you think you know what the military have got in terms of technology for cameras, people? They think they...
Well,
think there's no secret.
you know, when you see some footage from drone attacks and stuff like that, you know, that footage is pretty spectacular, and you know, this stuff is just on well, fairly small drones. I saw one yesterday or the day before, a Russian drone taking out some Ukrainian anti-missile devices or something, right? From about 3 mile up. And the drone, you know, because there are some massive drones out there, absolutely huge drones. But this drone, on the scale of thing, was actually, you know, quite small. To be honest with you, maybe the size of a little, probably even smaller than a little Cessna. You know, about that sort of size.
That's amazing.
Yeah, but you know, the footage from 3 mile up was incredible, right? You know, it was clear. It was at night and stuff. It was incredible footage. So, yeah, just imagine the sort of technology they've got in larger craft to be able to zoom in and take pictures and spy and all that sort of stuff.
I was just fucking talking with my microphone on. Retard.
It's a popular club.
Well, we know where we are. The interesting part about that is quality of like what they're viewing versus what they're recording. They're not going to record in the same quality as they're viewing through these cameras just for storage sake, let alone upload fucking quality either. But do you remember from the Iraq War that footage that Assange managed to get out, whereby that fucking drone was targeting that group, looked like they had guns or whatever at the corner of some place, and then they fucking, you know, took them out with artillery, and then followed them up with the people that were struggling and finished them off. Yeah. That was pretty good footage all the way back then.
Yeah, and we're talking, God, like, what's that? Bloody 20 years ago.
Yeah. And that was their tech that was tried and proven and tested and battlefield ready, and you know, there it was in the battlefield. That wasn't their experimental latest fucking stuff either.
Exactly like that.
They probably got shit sitting up even higher and down at that thing, making sure it's doing its job. So the ISS, wouldn't it be prudent to have little drones that pop out the side of that, or some little devices that pop out and just like, you know, take the view of the outer perspective, you know, and just look for leaks and just every now and then just pop out and just go around? Like, wouldn't that be prudent? But they don't have that, do they? In a tethered thing.
It's not in their budget of 60 mil a day, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can't be doing stuff like that.
It's hard to spend that
Gorilla
much money.
suits and the.
It's a lot of work to spend that much of our money.
Isn't it?
No, there's.
Imagine the sort of parties. Imagine their end of year breakup party. All right, that'd be huge.
Did you try saying something, Kool-Aid? Your mic was kind of low volume.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
I think so.
Have you heard of Fyodor Krezhnev? I cannot say his last name. He's a Ukrainian Orthodox priest who just set the hot air balloon altitude record over Antarctica.
No, can't say I have. Share a link, pretty please.
Yeah,
Because I won't be able to spell that last name based on pronunciation.
Stand by. I will send you a link.
Well, that's interesting timing.
Isn't that?
That's a curious timing. Really? Oh, over Antarctica as well. All right. We got Russia, Antarctica, highest altitude balloon, all in the same concept.
Damn.
Did they get the first picture ever of the globe from Antarctica, looking up at the whole globe?
Did he say it was over Antarctica? I've heard that the ceiling is low over Antarctica. In that encyclopedia, it's only 13,000 feet. So how high did he claim to go?
He reached a final altitude of just north of 68,000 feet.
Boom.
Ukraine.
You can't trust old encyclopedias.
Well, that's not even as high as the Red Bull jump.
Right.
And when did this come out, Kool-Aid?
Oh, is it 2016 or 2000? Yeah, 2019. It's quite a while ago. Sorry, I am being corrected. I used the word just, and I shouldn't have.
Oh, he's using just hot air, not helium.
Right. He had a very minimal setup. The only thing he took for comfort was a crucifix.
Good on him.
When that air gets cold, he's fucked.
Good on him.
Yeah, this guy's amazing if you need somebody to look into. He has climbed Everest 3 times, sailed across the world multiple times, rowed across the Southern Ocean, and he's a priest.
Yeah, we've got Dick Smith, mate. Fucking hell. He does all sorts of shit. So fucking if we're talking
Wait a
fucking
minute.
legends.
Is he a Jesuit
You're
priest?
saying
Yeah, he's a free man.
how high was he up?
No, he's not a Jesuit priest. He's a Ukrainian Orthodox priest.
Look at someone's taking a picture of him
Same
from
thing.
a higher altitude, so he's not even as high as the guy taking the picture.
First name says it all, doesn't it, Dick?
Well, maybe that's at the start of his flight. Who knows? That picture.
So Kool-Aid, are you under the impression that if we had our own airship, that the governments of the world would let us just fly around Antarctica anywhere we'd like with our own airship? Or do you
That'd be
think
so
they would?
cool.
Or do you think they would stop us? That would be amazing, by the way. Yeah, I know. We should get the old airships going.
Yeah, like the blimps back in the day, the old blimps.
Yeah, well, I think they had a hydrogen technology. Like it was a tech that could basically make free hydrogen, and if you could make free hydrogen, then you could fly forever. You know what I mean? Like you literally could just fly forever if you had a thing that generated the hydrogen.
They would park the blimp up on a building on the top, and then the people would walk aboard like this.
Yep, that's why I think Blackpool Tower was. Although looks like it's been kind of changed as well, but yeah, a lot of these towers are these like airship docking stations.
It's obvious the old world had international flight because the cultures were similar as far as the buildings, and that wouldn't be possible unless you could travel across. I mean, a boat would be, especially the boats of the time, if they just had steamers or sailboats, that would be kind of impractical to go like from Europe to like New Zealand or Australia or someplace very remote. It'd be much easier to fly.
Hey, Gio, would you like me to show you the pictures of Blackpool Tower under construction again?
You mean reconstruction?
They hacked it all up. Yeah, they changed a lot of it. Yep.
No, I mean construction. Last time Gio presented me with this, I went and found the pictures of Blackpool Tower pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction, and presented it all to him. And his answer is, yeah, but it still happened.
Okay, sounds like you just fabricated something out of the blue. I said Blackpool Tower used to be a place where they used to dock airships.
And you have zero evidence for that. Would you like me to show you the pictures of it being constructed again? I'll do it.
No, I wasn't requesting that at all.
Okay, so
it seems like you're challenging me to something when this is not a debate. We're just discussing things. If you want to prove things to someone, I guess I don't really know why you're doing that. I don't really care what you think. Blackpool Tower has definitely been hacked up. They cut it down. They changed the construction of it, which is what I said specifically right after I said it used to be a place to dock airships. I think it was BioDuel actually that went and found some pictures that he blindly believed were something of a construction of a tower, and I guess you're just doing the same thing. I guess you guys kind of learn from each other and then try to do these strange attacks.
Even the Chrysler Building in New York and the Empire State Building, they have these spires and they have a deck, like a platform way up there that looks like it could have been used for something like that. If that was a building that's older than they tell us, because the construction pictures look very fake to me. If you look at the pictures of the Empire State, the construction crew, you can see those are composite images. I could tell they're not real pictures. Like there's people sitting on a plank or an I-beam overhanging a 500 or 600 foot drop, and they're just eating lunch casually. I'm like, and to me that picture used to be like, wow, people were really brave back then. And I'm looking, the more I look at it, the background is in focus with the foreground. They're both in focus. When you focus in on your subject up close, all the background becomes blurred out. So that it tells me they edited those pictures. They're not real.
That's interesting. But yeah, I mean,
look at it again.
Blackpool Tower has that classic Tartarian look to it. Like when you look at Blackpool Tower amongst the rest of the construction, it's completely unique. And all these cities have these last pieces of these Antiquitech towers.
You know what they did too? A lot of the old pictures, all the background is just erased. It's whited out. The sky is whited out. You don't see any clouds. It's just erased. So if there was things in the background like buildings, they just took an eraser to it and they edited the pictures, just like Stalin. He would edit pictures. Like, say there was a person that he snuffed out, he would just erase him from history. They would just erase that person from the picture. Like, hey, wasn't this guy in a picture with Stalin? And there's a new picture, and he's been erased from it.
That's interesting, man. So you're saying that this was all for the Empire State Building? You said, like, they had all these fake construction.
Chrysler Building, both of them. Like,
wow.
When they told us those were built, those are Tartarian buildings. If you go in the lobby, you look at it, that shit is old. Even in Detroit, if you go to Detroit, the Penobscot Building, some of those stone-faced buildings, not the Renaissance Center, but the Penobscot and these other ones, they have this beautiful marble work in the floors. They're stone-clad buildings. I'm like, why don't we build anything like that? Look how durable it is. And they're telling us it was built only, I don't know, 120 years ago, maybe 110. And I'm like, well, in that era, how did they build it? That was a more primitive time, horse and buggy. How the hell are they building things with giant stones and steel I-beams? Like, how is that possible? Like, it doesn't match up with. There's holes in their story. They're not matching up. And the quality, dude, the quality of the workmanship. Those old world people, they were so much more skilled than we have today. You can't find skilled tradesmen. I mean, they're very rare.
Oh, you can. You just don't want to pay for them.
Well, as far as we know, humans can't even create a lot of this architecture, which then leads to the question, was it even made by humans? To me, a lot of it looks like it's almost like 3D printed, architecture, like some kind of stone masonry 3D printed machinery of some sort that seems to almost.
It could be. It could be something like that. Or the statues. If you look at the old statues, I don't know if they were made by human hands. The more I look at it, I'm like, dude, this is maybe not possible by people. And it can't be poured in a mold because there's a negative behind some of it. There's a negative area, like a cavity. So if you had a mold, you couldn't get in there in the back with a mold and peel it off. And making the mold would be, how do you even make a mold like that? You know what I mean? Like the one with the fishnet and everything. Like, how would you even produce that? The one where the woman is wearing like a sheer lace over her face, like a veil. How would you even produce that? And they're lifelike, and they tell us they're made of stone. They were chiseled out of a solid block of stone. I'm like, what? No diamond, no carbide, just someone with a hammer and chisel. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I don't either. And we can't even do that today. That's the thing as well. So
that's what I mean.
It's like, and it's really easy to tell the architecture that is different from what we have now, from what that original stuff is. Like, to me, it's very, like, I just looked at the Empire State Building again because you mentioned it, and I just hadn't seen it in a while. And yeah, that definitely looks like, well, it looks like it's been changed though. It looks like the facing has probably been changed, but the structure,
Brooklyn Bridge,
it almost looks like it's out of like Wizard of Oz, you know, like it, like when it gets to like some of the architecture has that like
Art Deco,
castle, like Art Deco. Yeah, it's almost like some like.
But it looks if you look at it, well, the whole city, there was, check this out too. This is a mosaic floor in Iran. They dug it out from the mud. See the layer of mud?
Mm-hmm.
And look how detailed those mosaics are. They're lifelike. We don't know how old that is, but
that is interesting. I just found this. I don't even know what it is, but it instantly looks Tartarian. See, we don't build that stuff.
Wait. It was Turkey. That was in Turkey, not Iran.
This is a train station in Madrid. Oh, that
was the old train station in Detroit. This building is from Chicago.
See, this says right here, the one I just posted, this train station, Madrid. It says the original. It says right here the original. This is not even like a Tartaria website or anything. This is like mainstream, whatever. It's because I just looked up train stations. I know a lot of them are Tartarian. So because of course they have their whole train system to get around. So why destroy the entire station when it's the main hub of transportation? they're just going to keep that, you know. So a lot of the train stations are the original Tartarian. But this one says here, it says the original 1851 Atocha station was mostly destroyed by fire and was replaced in 1892 with a shed, and it goes on and on. So yeah, it's like the fires back then. So they,
Dude, how do you destroy that with fire? A stone building? Answer it. I mean, can you answer that? How does fire destroy a stone castle? Is it possible if you stacked a whole forest full of lumber against the castle and just kept burning it, do you think you could burn it down? It's fucking stone.
Well, no, you're not going to burn it down, but fire can make mortar and stuff very brittle and very weak. But
Where's the fuel? Where is the amount of fuel to burn a stone building?
No, I'm not saying it would. I'm just saying that, you know, in a standard house, right, that does have fuel and stuff to burn, the mortar of the joints can become brittle and
We're not talking
compromised.
about a house. We're talking about a building, a stone building. I mean, look at these buildings that have been destroyed. They're stone.
wow, that one looks awesome. Yeah, so they just were systematically tearing these down and then replacing them with the modern day architecture.
Brutalism.
See, what it seems to me, Ron, see, it's so deep, like what this represents. I feel. What do you think happened? I mean, do you think that, like, okay, would you say that there was like a completely different world? Let's say in the 1700s, completely different, and then there was some kind of a major reset, and then they went and burned a lot of these cities down and tore down the buildings.
They're
and then
still doing it in Ukraine. They're probably using that as an excuse to destroy ancient buildings.
Well, that's an interesting thought.
There might not be a real war, but they're destroying shit.
Well, that's my other question to you: is why wouldn't they have just destroyed all of them? Why leave the Empire State Building? Why leave?
I don't know. Maybe because it's a valuable asset. Like if someone left you a building that would cost you $1 billion, why would you ruin it? It's like, wow, I could utilize this. This is a valuable. It would cost me so much to build this. Let's keep it. Why ruin it all?
None of those ancient things, they don't let you just go snoop around and look for shit. Like they've kept Göbekli Tepe a hotbed in that zone for so many years. They haven't been able to dig there. Egypt has blocked out every other country from digging or doing any kind of excavation or archaeological shit there. Like they've locked it up so that you can't even do. I don't know what you guys are talking about. My bad.
Well, but it's like they leave some of it though. No, I hear what you're saying, but we're talking about like why they've left some of this ancient architecture, but why all
you want to know something?
Right. Like Big Ben, for example. I'll post a picture of it, but this looks complete Tartarian. Just
Geo, look at the building where there's like a castle, and then in the background across the river there's a huge building. That's the Hungarian Parliament building. And they're telling us, oh, it was built in 1990 something at a cost of 1 whatever billion. And you look at it and it's ancient, just like this castle. It's like it doesn't fit, dude. Why does Hungary need a giant fucking parliament building?
So are you saying that building in the back across the river was built in 1990? Well, that's what they're saying.
Sometime in the 90s. If this is the one I think, this might not be the one I'm thinking of, but I think it's Hungary. Some Central European country. And they have this.
Yeah, that all looks like that ancient architecture. Yeah, like a lot of the.
I want to know who's doing it. Let's see the paychecks. Who built this?
Let's see evidence of it being built though in 1990.
What?
Yeah, those ones that are chiseled in the sides of mountains are dope.
No. I'm just this one that you said that was built in 1990. Well, obviously before 1990 there was nothing there. Right now we have this grand masterpiece of a building that would have cost $1 trillion to build in today's money, right?
Yeah, look up the Hungarian. I think it's Hungary. I could be wrong. It's some like small European, Central European.
But wouldn't there be evidence of this thing being built? Is what
well, there should be lots of it. There should be lots of it, but
And that can't be found, like before and after photos.
I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. Go. I mean, you're gonna have
Yeah.
to dig it up. They're just scratching the surface.
Okay. And that's the Hungarian Parliament, you're saying, yeah? You think?
Yeah. Try that one.
So,
I mean, I
Ron,
watch
Yes,
so many of
there'll be
these. I lose
plenty of
track of all the
people that
countries.
remember there being nothing there.
well, the thing that this could represent is that perhaps a lot earlier than we have been told, there actually was a fully built out world here of cities and with airships, and kind of seems to me like their life back then was like all enjoyment and pleasure and like spiritual pursuits. Like they didn't have to work for anything for
Well,
anyone.
somebody built those buildings. That's hard work, Gio. Those buildings didn't build themselves. There was.
Well, I think
people,
they did it with tech though. I think they did it with like free
I
energy,
don't know.
marble casting, like 3D printing. It's like a 3D printed version of marble casting.
I'm saying even with tools, buildings don't build. It's still a lot of sweat and labor building.
What
those
if it
things.
did it all with technology that was already
Nah,
built?
I
Like
don't
for
think
example,
so.
the directed energy weapons that they're using now to like burn down cities. Well, I think
They
that's ancient tech because they would
They
use
had
that,
them then, dude. Go
but
look at the Great
they
Fire of
wouldn't use them.
Chicago.
They wouldn't use them to hurt anyone. Well, that's after these recent people took over. Now I'm saying the original tech when it was first developed was simply just to clear land so that you could build, incredible architecture and places to, just burning out all the trees and things, terraforming the land basically, so that you could then do, building different cities and things. It was never used to hurt anyone, but now they're using it to, to actually attack us.
Covert. It's a covert weapon. It's like they don't want you to know it exists because if you did, it makes it more difficult. They don't have plausible deniability anymore. And to them, that's valuable. They need plausible deniability. If things just keep getting disintegrated like that and people know what it is, it's going to make it dangerous for them to. They couldn't maintain their false government. You know what I mean? They couldn't maintain it. It would all crumble. So they can't afford to have it crumble because that's their power structure.
Yeah, I would agree. But you see kind of what I mean there, like the idea that the old world used to use that directed energy weapon tech just for like terraforming the land so they could build cities. Do you think that's possible? And then
maybe
now
they used it
they've
on their enemies. Who
hijacked
knows?
it, and now they're using it against us in a military way.
They may have used it on their enemies, but it fell into the enemy hands, and the enemy fucked up everything. And that's where they got the name New World Order. Who was the old world order? This was the old world. We don't even hear about it. It's been erased from history. We don't even know about it. And then why are they called the New World Order? I thought they were in power forever. No. The New World Order fucking sucks. The old world order looks a lot more beautiful.
Oh yeah, I think it was. I mean, the architecture that they were doing seems to express their consciousness, and it's of a much like higher frequency and octave. Like I don't get a sense that they had like anyone to work for, meaning that they had like, because if you have free energy, which is what's been stolen from us, and then they've replaced it with all this other energy, and then they're using the free energy now. But if you just had free energy in addition to all kinds of other technology, you wouldn't need to slave for anyone else. Like right now we're all like kind of slaving for the New World Order thing that these people have took over. But if we didn't have that, we actually, and if we had free energy tech and ways to, then you wouldn't have to live a life of like sweating and all of that, like and working, excessively hard. Like everybody could actually just enjoy themselves and enjoy nature and enjoy the earth.
Not even just that, but you don't want to be a slave your entire life and have nothing. You will own nothing and like it. That's what Klaus Schwab said. Look how far we've fallen to where some motherfucker has the balls to say that. You will own nothing. I mean, you will own nothing. Think about that. Nothing. They already own almost every fucking important. Remember what George Carlin said? They own all the important land. They have all the money. They have all the gold. They want it all. They want you to have nothing.
Yeah, but what if they lose it all?
They need to lose it all. These pieces of
Yeah.
shit.
I think they will. I really do. I think that's what this creationary process is
It's
all
not
about.
theirs. They stole it from everyone. They stole it from your great
Exactly.
grandparents.
Yes,
They stole it from us.
They literally usurped the world.
You know
This
what's
was our
interesting?
birthright. You know how they have a birthright? The queen, the king, the prince, he inherits it. That was our inheritance from our great grandparents. It's all been stolen.
Just quickly, Ron, I did a quick Google search on the construction of Hungarian Parliament, photos
Yeah.
of construction. Not one can I find. Not one photo of any construction whatsoever. But if I put in another search, say, the construction of Canberra Parliament, I can get hundreds. Literally
Right. That's
hundreds.
what if you look at it, it's built in the
Yeah.
style of ancient buildings. It doesn't look
Yeah.
new.
Yeah, look, I wasn't not doubting. I'm just thinking, okay, then cool. So they built something,
30
old.
years ago, and there's
That,
no
that
trace, right?
there is not one trace of any photo whatsoever of the construction of it. Not
Don't
one.
you find
No
that odd?
cranes anywhere. No scaffolding. The
There should
building
be
is,
videos and
yeah,
everything because
yeah.
where's the receipts for all this, the concrete and the stone, and like let's see some paperwork. But you see, it's a government, it's an official government building, so you don't have to account for that. So maybe that country is a reset country more recently. It's like Soviet bloc, whatever. They've been resettled.
That's pretty
Mhm.
interesting. The connection between reset and resettled. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Just the word, the way you use the words right there.
I
Well, it's
saw something
all
a while ago on that exact kind of thing with these ancient sort of buildings and stuff, and where it didn't quite marry up. You had all these buildings of grandeur, right? And there's photos of them, and there's not a person, not a horse, nothing to be seen in any of these streets whatsoever. And these photos are taken in the middle of the day. Not one person, not one horse, none, not one anything. And then all of a sudden they're resettled, whatever you want to.
dude, I got a picture from my great great grandmother, I think. And she's standing in the middle of the street, right? It was some kind of license to sell flowers or something for Detroit. I'm like, what? People sell flowers on the side of the road. They don't get a fucking license. You're telling me 120 years ago she had to buy a fucking license to sell flowers? What? And it's got a photo ID? It's a black and white photo. Someone is well above. She's looking up as if toward maybe 50 feet above. Someone's taking a picture downward of her standing in the street, and it's got her height, her name, all these details like a driver's license or something. I'm like, what is this? And I think she might have been a reset person. That might have been their IDs. You go into stand in front of this building or this structure, whatever. You get a picture taken of you. And that's that. They write your name, your height, your this and that details. I'm like, why would you need that to sell flowers in that era? Why would you do that?
I saw something a while ago in regards to what do they call them? The orphan trains or orphanage
Yes.
trains? You know the ones I'm talking about? Yes, where these orphans were taken to these cities to resettle, to relocate,
Yes.
and repopulate these areas.
And they don't know where they came from because they have no parents. Right?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
there was a lot
Exactly.
of them in that era. There was a
Yeah.
lot. And
That's
people
what I think
don't just
we're the
give up.
result of. Yeah, we're the result of that.
Yeah. And that's why we have a hard time tracing back our ancestry. It's like no one can really trace it back that far.
Yeah,
People might say that, but not many can.
Exactly. Like when you think about it, okay, anyone that we know, do you know anyone that really knows what it was like to be alive in the 1800s? Like at all?
Dude, you know what? That's not even that long ago.
Like my grandmother, like my grandparents have passed, but I mean, they were born like, 1916 or whatever. So certainly like when they were alive, they could have shared about the 20s, 30s, but
yes.
But before that, I mean, before World War I, basically.
Yeah.
You know what, too? When they could recall things and they might have photos. I'm going to go to the Detroit Library because they had old books of the Detroit police and things like that. And they're showing the city. And they had there was a lot of old world architecture in Detroit. Every major city has it, but a lot of it's been demolished. A lot of it has been ruined. Even in the Bronx in the 80s, they were showing pictures of buildings in rubble. And they were
Exactly.
just, those are Tartarian. They were red brick buildings. So there's a lot of stuff underground. The foundations have not been destroyed. So there's undergrounds of these buildings. And you could see the old world architecture still underground intact. It wasn't demolished because it's literally below the grade.
Oh yeah, I bet there's so much under there.
There is, dude. There's tunnels, there's subways, there's buildings, oh man, and they're interconnected. It's a maze of things. Even Detroit, dude, we have district steam too. There was a building I was in, Indian Village, which is it's a more wealthier area within Detroit, like mini mansions, old world mansions. I was at an estate
Yeah,
sale.
I know what it is.
They had- yeah. Okay, well they got these older homes in there. They had some with a garage for a horse and whatnot. I went in there. The house was warm, even though they had these really old windows with just single pane glass, steel frame windows with the caulking holding the glass. And it looked like a leaky house. I'm like, why is it there was probably 150 people. This was a big estate sale. And they were coming and going in the wintertime. I'm like, how do they keep it warm in here? And it was like that district steam through radiators. And they're getting the steam from the city. And they had a drinking fountain. Dude, they had they had a marble staircase to the basement, and they had a drinking fountain built into the wall. The wall was made of stone. I'm like, and the house was older. It was a little more dingy, but it was in its day, it was a nice home. I wish I didn't think I wasn't into Tartaria or anything, but back then I didn't know about it. They had a lot of antique stuff in the house, really old stuff, old books. They had a really thick old book up in the attic. It was probably about maybe 8 inches thick, tall, and maybe 15, 16 inches tall. It looked like it weighed about 40, 50 pounds. And I think it was a Bible, and it was written in Russian or some language like that. Really big, dude. Huge book. I'm like, it's kind of was musty. I'm like, I don't want this thing sitting around. I probably could have got it for $150, but I'm like, what am I going to do with it?
Well, the thing is, that's interesting for sure. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think of some of these houses that are still the old world architecture.
They're still there, dude. They're still there. They're using old tech to heat the home, like this old steam. I'm like, how are they keeping this home warm, dude? It had the original bathroom, like the tile. It had the original refrigerator with this round thing on the top. It had old Edison wiring and shit. So I don't know. That might have been retrofitted. The house was probably older than it just was really cool, man. I would love to go on tours in there in some of those homes. There's not a lot of them, right? So it's to think they had an ability to heat their homes, and that was just you get the steam from the city, and the city's probably getting it from underground, some geothermal.
Well, I was just thinking, even if you had free energy, what would you use to heat? Steam still seems pretty good. Yeah, it's natural. If you just had a way to use free energy to create the steam, then use the steam for things.
It comes from the earth. It just does. There's just steam. They're tapped into it. They drill down and they hit steam.
When you said natural, Gio, what did you mean?
So you're just saying bring that to everyone instead of
they pipe it. It's all piped into the home.
Well, yeah, you just
What did you mean by
water.
natural, Gio? What did you mean by natural?
Water's a great thermal mass for storing heat, and you can pipe that through pipes.
I'm curious what he meant by natural.
What's that, Ruth?
You said it's a great natural source. Like, what do you mean by natural compared to other sources of energy?
Steam?
It comes from
Oh,
nature.
well, if you were to heat your house, like let's say you had a free energy tech that you could create electricity. Well, you still don't ideally want electrical devices in a home. It just EMFs are toxic. So the concept of having steam that would be generated, far away from the home, as it were, and then piped to it makes the most sense in terms of being the most like organic and natural of an environment. Because then you're not dealing with like electrical coils and like electrical heaters, like they change the quality of the air. It actually changes the charge of the air. Steam is much more natural and organic. It's more natural. What it is it's infrared heat. It's natural infrared that's coming from the actual heated steam. And of course, steam, water in the environment when it's heated by the sun emits a natural infrared. So you're getting this really nice balance. If you've ever been in a house that has like old radiators, it's such better heat. It's more even. It's more natural.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
In contrast to other sources of energy, how are other sources of energy unnatural? Like, I don't get it.
Crude oil is a natural element. It's not fossil fuel. So it is
Dig it up
something
out of the ground,
that
right?
it's replenishable. They don't want us to know that it's just emitted from the earth and it's not a depleting asset. It just revives
Where'd you
itself.
come up with that shit?
No, that's true. There's
Of course,
there's oil
Geo
wells
mentioned
that thought were
EMFs, very good.
depleted.
That's
They keep
Yeah, but that's that's after
Oil
the
is a
fact
fossil
of generating electricity from steam, right?
I don't know where the steam comes from, to be
well,
honest.
no, he was talking about heating, electrical heating, or something more natural, like
Oh,
steam.
okay. Right, okay. So nothing to do with electricity, nothing to do with electricity generation. All right.
Nothing that requires a fuel source is what he means. There's no fuel source that you have to keep stoking the furnace. It's just
Okay.
it's
I
just
thought it was I thought it meant steam to
have
generate
you heard of
electricity.
the Iceland? The people in Iceland, they have this geothermal where there's underground steam and they provide the steam to all the homes in Iceland. It's just pipe.
Okay.
They pipe steam into the homes.
Yeah. No, I thought he was talking about electricity generation from steam.
No,
Yes,
'cause then
yeah. No, I'm talking just pure steam.
You understand
Because
Iceland
they're
is
different. Like, to give you an example, Ruhu, if like in a sauna, for example, the different types of saunas, like let's say the hot rock saunas, where you pour the water and it creates the steam.
Yeah.
Well,
No, I get you now.
some of those are made with like electrical coils, like literally similar coils that are in your oven, and then you pour, even though there's rocks on there, you still pour it. And then other ones are actually made with like real fires, like a real fire sauna. And then other ones are made with propane, natural gas, but they all give off a different heat. And the electric is definitely a less natural heat in terms of the organic nature of it and how it changes the charge of the air. And it has the toxic EMF quality compared to like a fire is technically the most natural because the infrared that comes off of a fire is completely pure infrared.
Yeah. No, I just thought you were talking about electricity generation. And you know what?
it,
All good.
actually water doesn't give a shit how it's vaporized. It doesn't really care where the heat comes from.
No, he's saying if you're inside this containment and the coil is in there, basically you have a coil from an oven that's emitting electromagnetic field inside that room, that sauna room you're in. You're surrounded by EMFs, and the EMFs change the air, not so much the steam.
Yeah, I find the steam is a bit more like biting and toxic as well from when it's poured on the electrical.
Is it?
Yeah, but
I know what you're saying,
also
dude.
the electrical heat itself just it really does change the whole charge.
When I use an electric space heater, the air feels nasty. Like when I'm breathing it, like sometimes I use it because it gets cold in my house, and then I'll wake up and breathing that fucking air from the electric heater is like it's nasty. I need to get some fresh air and I'm like I feel sick if I leave it on like too much. I'll feel sick, like nauseous.
Exactly. Yeah, it like destroys the ionic structure of the air, and also those metals can put off metallic ions that are toxic as well. In the actual
Mine is ceramic. My heater's it's a ceramic heater, but I'm sure it gives off some kind of shit.
Oh yeah, those are generally can be better depending on what type of ceramic it is. I mean, there are some like more natural ceramic ones that are actually less like off gassing, but maybe if you have like depending on the type of, if it's like a cheaper one, then it probably has got a lot of metal and other toxins in it as well.
I don't
Those are all
know.
like petroleum
I
byproducts.
even felt I have one it's like a radiant heater. It's like got oil in it. It's electric, but electric heats this oil, and it's like an air radiator. But that one even made me feel kind of like sick. Like, man, I feel kind of bogue. This air is like, whatever it is, man. It just felt nasty to
Yep.
breathe it. I can't describe it really, but
Well, that
I
also
know what you're
even
saying.
gets into a more deeper thing of the frequency of the electricity that they're sending us, like what that actual frequency is. And is that what's actually coming through? Because in that case, you're basically using the electricity from your wall outlet to heat the air. So now it's almost like you're spreading the electricity around the air, essentially.
60 hertz. It's all 60 hertz, our electric in the US, and I think they have 50 hertz in Europe.
But maybe there's more than just the hertz in terms of the frequency of it. But
It could be.
I find those radiator ones better than other types, at least. Like
They are better, but even
Yeah.
that, I felt it. Well, it got a little bit too hot, but breathing that hot air off of it, the radiator doesn't emit it, but you still feel something. Like I can't describe the air. Breathing that air from that, even, I'm like, man, I feel kind of like sick. I don't know. I can't describe it. I don't know why it does that, but electric heat kind of sucks. And they want us all to use electric heat. Did you know that? They're trying to get us off of any gas or they don't want your house to be like forced natural gas. They want everything to be electric. So you're on their grid.
Yeah. That's crazy because all that equipment is built to actually function with those specific electrical ratings. So yeah, it's like being on the grid for real.
Get off the grid, peoples. Get off the grid. Get solar panels. Get
So Ron, do you?
turbines.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Ron, do you think that they stole? Like, do you think that we used to have free energy, and that these people, these New World Order people, stole it from us, from the old world, and then now they're using it to generate our actual electrical grid? You know, wherever they're doing it, and then they're sending it to us and telling us that, and then basically charging us for it and telling us that it's being
Yeah,
used in
they
other ways.
probably have. They're probably using free technology to generate it, and then telling us that it's a limited resource. Oh, coal. They're using coal to do it, which I
Yeah.
don't think they're using coal.
That's a
I
big
just think that's
deception. I mean, that's like in terms of like the power deception, like that's a deep one.
huge, man. And I don't know. I do think that, and this artificial scarcity. Oh, we need to burn a fuel source to create the electric. Otherwise, you have no internet. You have no electricity. So,
So do
yeah,
you think, Ron, that the what we think is the delivery system of our electricity, being the cables themselves, that you see them everywhere on the power poles?
yeah.
Do you think they are themselves the system that is capturing the
I've
power?
seen a video where somebody was claiming that the towers are actually what's collecting the ether electric, and they're just sending it. That's why they're not insulated. The wires are not
Yeah.
insulated. They're
Yeah.
bare wire. And that's why they're not underground. They could bury those cables, but they keep them above ground. They keep the wire uninsulated. Why? Why not insulate the wire? Every other wire is insulated.
You would think for safety reasons that burying the cables, car crashes, fires, all this type of thing.
Well, insulating them. To insulate it, you don't want. Yeah. Well, the danger of electrical shock. You like, hey, this wire, like every other wire we use has insulation on it, except the ground wires.
Interesting thought.
So you got a high voltage
Get a cow
wire.
and a hamster wheel.
What's that?
Cow.
Get a cow and a hamster wheel. It's all you need. It's all everyone needs.
A cow and a hamster wheel?
Yeah, you get high amps, milk, cream, butter, beef, flammable gas, fertilizer, even more.
You're gonna get a cow to walk inside there and generate electric?
Mm-hmm. That's the plan.
Well, wouldn't you do it? If you're a cow and you hopped in a hamster wheel and there was
What
some
if he
feed
doesn't want to
involved?
walk? What if she just stands there and does nothing?
You put a
Okay,
carrot in
well,
front of
I know we're live, so we won't say what we could do, but
cattle prods.
at 100 amps, fucking getting cranked out, you wouldn't need to probe it for a while.
Ow.
I don't think they
Please
could
don't.
make 100 amps from a cow, but whatever.
You got any idea how much a cow weighs?
Well, the only
How
thing
many
with that is
horsepower does a horse produce?
I think we should move in the other direction from enslaving cows any more than we already have. I mean, for the love of God.
Oh,
No, the happiest cows ever. They get exercise. They get pats. They're fucking the best cows.
I think we should start a campaign, free the cows.
Free the cows.
No, we are the cows,
Hey,
dude. We're
you can
the
hop into
cattle.
well, I welcome you to come over.
We are treated as cattle in this world.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, but
And
I can only
people-
generate 300 watts. It's not enough,
They
mate.
even I don't know if you can, but I don't think you could actually, but
At the same time, if the cow's going to already be walking on the earth, might as well throw it in a hamster wheel. Put some high definition TV screens of nature, so just give it an artificial earth to walk on.
maybe
Just
a
put
donkey
the
would
VR
walk.
goggles on the cow.
You could get a donkey to walk in there with the carrot thing, but I don't know about a cow.
Yes, I could get a cow to do almost anything.
Wouldn't that be bizarre if that was the secret they were hiding from us all along? Cows
What you
in
could
hamster
do
wheels.
is use water, your hydroelectric, if you had a little stream or something. Not everyone lives by a stream, but if you did, you could harness that water.
Of
Yeah, I was gonna
course,
say,
but
that's
that's
one
not
of
as
my
revolutionary as a cow and a hamster wheel, is it? And you don't have a stream, so you can just buy a cow. There you go, stream, boom. You got to see the bigger.
That like river power is pretty sweet though. Like if you live in a place where you just have like in Hawaii where there's just water running down, in rushing rivers like everywhere, just because it's just coming down like infinitely. It's like a spring, that's releasing it somewhere up the mountain. So you basically just have a rushing water coming down forever. So you just throw a little power system on that, and you have infinite power.
Yeah, but where there's a river, a stream, there can be a river, like floods. You can be flooded out by that. And not to mention, that river doesn't produce milk, butter, beef, flammable gas, and fertilizer.
We're just talking about a little stream, like probably 5-6 feet wide, just a small little stream.
Well, there's different size ones, yeah. I mean, but if you have one that's like 10, 15 feet with flowing water, like 15 feet wide, you can get a lot of power.
That's a lot of water, yeah.
You
got a 10 or 15 foot one.
You are flogging this cow thing to death.
Nah, look, if you know it's damn good, then if you have one of a hamster wheel, you would not be whinging about the power production. And although, yes, one could argue that it's a little bit of cow abuse, it's no more abuse than the cows have to go through now.
Hey, Slappers, are you an Aussie?
Yes, I am an Aussie.
He's an Aussie.
We are.
Okay. I didn't know if you were from New Zealand, which in case you would use a sheep instead of a cow.
God, no. No, they
We
use
realize
the cow
you've got to put energy into the cow, right? We're all aware of that, right?
Yeah, you have a paddock. It goes out and chews the grass for you. It's like a lawnmower. Have you ever had a cow?
I've had my arm up a cow's ass.
For some reason, Ruhif, that doesn't.
You know what? I
surprise
bet
me.
you have.
Why? Why would you do that, dude?
Why would you?
To palpate the baby calf through his ass.
Yeah, I'm certified for AI. I've had my arm. I've been shoulder deep myself.
There you go. Oh, I wouldn't say that I enjoyed it, but I've done it.
everyone tune in now to say they've all been shoulder deep. Quick. Ball joint deep.
That's an experience I'm going to pass on for this lifetime.
Yeah, for real. I'll buy my energy before I do that. What the fuck?
No, but that's a prime example of Ruhif just pointing out the perpetual sustainability of my idea. You know, the actual energy source produces more of its own energy source. Thanks for coming.
Let's say you had steam power like they do in Iceland, and you didn't have to do that. You could just have the cows go about their business and milk them and do whatever. You don't have to put them on a treadmill.
Definitely. But you still have to put them in the dairy, which for some reason, less abusive.
Whatever. I mean, yeah, you can milk them once a day. You can milk them, and then let them just walk around and enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
Happy cows make better milk.
Yeah, there's nothing unhappy about a cow in a treadmill.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to walk on a treadmill all day.
But what, you'd want to walk into a machine and be milked and have your babies taken away from you just after they've been weaned?
No, it's a free range cattle. Just let them free range. You build a
you've got to take the babies away. You've got to cause distress. You have to do it. The dairy. That's how it operates. If you're willing to accept that, then hamster wheel was no different.
I'm saying a free range cow would be more happy than one on a treadmill.
Yeah, but it's not living in a treadmill 2 or 3 hours a day, if that. Just to power up all your batteries. You know, shit, come on, be realistic. You can hop on there yourself if you want. You just have to be there for 6 hours. Maybe more.
Or you can use free, like sunlight or whatever. You could use steam. You can use geothermal.
I know, off you go.
Well, yes, I feel like they limit the amount of natural gas that they're actually giving us access to. Like they limit it to where it's just enough for, and then the price of it, you know, is just enough that you might use it for heating or something. But is that if natural gas is coming like that from the earth, we should be able to do everything just on that.
We have a lot of natural gas in America, and you could, like the methane, like he was saying, the manure, you can make methane from that. They have something called landfill gas. They call it green gas, and they get it from the landfill, and from all the like methane from the stuff that gets, you know, the organic stuff that goes into trash. It gives off methane, and they have pipes in the ground at the landfill, and it gets sent to a power station to burn it. I've been to the landfill when I was doing I used to haul my own shingles there. And it reeks, dude. It's the most awful smell you can imagine. Like after I go there, I'd have to go home and take a shower. Like I couldn't go back to work right away because I just had to get that smell off me from the dust and whatever. I couldn't go to work. I'm like, dude, this smell's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
Yeah, we've got a dump landfill here with gas turbines running off methane.
Oh, if you go there in the summertime, it's horrible. Like the odor is horrible. It's the smell of
these guys are just burning it. So I imagine the smell coming out the stack wouldn't be bad at all once it's burnt. It should actually clean
from the trash. All of the trash that's rotting and like baby diapers and everything horrible you can imagine goes in the trash, ends up there, and it makes this toxic cocktail of just waste. You're walking on stacks of it, and they're running it over with tractors with steel wheels on it, these giant steel wheels. And it just reeks to high heaven.
The untrapped gas, the trapped gas that gets the smell.
Well, there's plenty of gas on the surface coming off, just the trash, people's trash that gets dropped off, right? It's rotting, and then they keep the yard waste separate. They take the yard waste, which really stinks. Like if you have grass clippings, they stink. And they take that somewhere else that decomposes, and maybe they use that in topsoil or whatever, where they let it decompose. It gives off a ton of gas too, the lawn clippings, because we get a lot of lawn grass clippings in the summertime when people put their grass clippings out. You think every house takes 2 cans of grass, 2 30-gallon cans of grass every week. That's a lot of grass to dispose of when you take into account how many houses. I mean, not everybody
Well, they
bags their
should just be
grass. Some
putting it
people
back in their
mulch it.
lawns.
Some people mulch it, but not everyone. There's a lot of people that still bag it. Bagging your grass sucks. It's a pain in the ass.
That's
But
what
it
we
also
That's what we
it's
did
waste.
when I was a kid. That's what we did. We bagged it.
And bagging it is an extra step too. You got to keep emptying the bag every 2 minutes. You got, if it's long, like 2 or 3 minutes, you got to stop, empty the bag. It's a pain in the ass. That's why, you know what? I cut my grass like at a level where I don't need to bag it. Like, oh, it's getting long. It's getting a little bit long. I better hit it now, or else I'll have to bag it. It'll be too long to mulch it. If it gets too long, you're going to have big clumps all over.
So going back a little bit, like,
down.
well, we could keep talking about this, but just I was kind of still had my mind on the concept of like the old world and like what happened. If we want to go back to that, or we could go.
Yeah, that was more. Yeah, that I don't know how we got sidetracked. Oh, for the cow thing sidetracked us. The cow and the treadmill took us off on a tangent.
Never. Don't blame me.
No, that did. You diverted us from the steam power in Tartaria. We talking about cows and cows and your hand up a cow's ass and.
Our power is equal to steam power.
Anyway, go back, Gio. What were we talking about?
I guess what I was going to ask you, like, if there was some kind of big reset, like, do you think that they did something to us, like, psychologically? Because, like, I agree with you that, like, it seems like no one knows anyone that was actually alive back then at this point, because, like, our grandparents have all passed away, and, you know, we're already at that point. But, like, even if there was some huge thing, like, even, like, you know, like, resettling people, like, wouldn't people all remember that, you know, and wouldn't they all tell each other, like, why are we coming from this orphanage?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, so
they
it's
shuffled people around. They shuffled people around. They said all these immigrants came to America. They were taken from their homeland and put somewhere else. And then they put people from other countries. They switched them all around. And then people don't really know, how did you end up in America? Or like, why did you, like, I mean, why were so many people coming here? It was already an established place. There was buildings. They're just putting people here that don't speak the language, dissimilar cultures, right? They're like, oh, there was all these European immigrants came here. Oh, they came to the Statue of Liberty. If you look into the Statue of Liberty, it's actually a picture of Satan summoning his legions. It's a statue of that. There's a that's another thing, but you want to look into that. There's a painting with Jacob Rothschild and Marina Abramovic, the Satanist. They're standing in front of this large painting, and it looks like the Statue of Liberty. It looks identical, and it's called Satan summoning his legions. It's got the arm, it's got everything. The Statue of Liberty is a man, and it's Satan.
Wow.
Yes, I'll send you the video. It's when I saw that, I'm like, holy effing shit. Jacob Rothschild, right? The most evil son of a bitch in the world, and Marina Abramovic, another evil piece of garbage. And they're standing in front of that particular painting, and it looks just like the Statue of Liberty to the T. It's perfect. It looks just like it. And the Statue of Liberty is
Do we
all
trust
copper.
photos now?
Copper is a semi-precious metal, right? It's conductive of electricity.
Yeah, and then there was all of like the kind of the way that they tell the story, you know, like Americans all came and like settled in the United States or whatever. You know what I mean? Like people came from all other places and then settled here. That whole story, you know, would hide any narrative because like if a lot okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is that if they like did something like took people off the land, put them through something like orphanages, whatever they did, and then put us back, like you know, put people back in the cities, and then sold everyone the story of the settlers, you know, everybody coming, and then the whole Native Americans and like Christopher Columbus and like that whole story. I mean, there definitely were Native Americans. I'm not saying there weren't Native Americans, but just the way that they claim that the whole United States was basically populated. It's like they claim that these cities were all newly built, but it seems like there was old world cities that they destroyed and then they resettled or like rebuilt new ones on top of them, which is what we have now.
Shit.
Thank you.
Is it where you've got these old buildings that that man can't make today? Is that where you're going with this? I mean, I've just joined, so sorry.
What's up, Jen?
I believe it's
Yeah, maybe Ron had to step away, but yes, we were talking just about like the concept of, you know, a lot of this old world architecture, and was there an old world? Was there some kind of big reset in the 1800s, perhaps? And how could that have played out? And if they did that, how could they have kind of, you know, wiped everyone's lives basically, and then reset this new system with this globe Earth idea and this fake history and the fake science, and really like before World War One, you know, what was really going on before World War One, and then were we actually taken over by a group of, you know, entities, whoever they are, that's actually much more recent than we've been told, and then we've just been sold an entire fake history and a fake origin story, fake globe Earth, fake science, like all of that.
Yeah.
Yep. They said, well, the Irish came because there was a potato famine, and I don't know exactly why. My great grandparents or great great grandparents, I don't know how many. I think it's like 4 or 5 generations back. Let me see. There's me, grandma.
So that would be roughly
Okay, my
what, 400
grandmother.
years? 400
My
years
grandmother's
back.
parents were actually born here. So it was my grandmother's parents' mother who was in that photo. So my great great grandmother.
Yeah. So that's at least 300 years then, are you saying, or more?
No. That wasn't that long. It was my grandmother, she died recently, so her parents didn't live very long. That's the thing. Her my grandmother's parents outlived their son, actually. My grandma's father died before his father. His father outlived him, and they were the ones that came here. So my grandmother's parents were born here.
Okay.
And then her parents,
your
like I said,
grandmother's parents, your grandmother's parents, that's your great grandmom then, and great granddad were born
my
there.
great
Yeah.
great grandmother, my great grandmother was the first generation born here, but her mother, there's a picture of her. It looks like a license, right? And they told me it was a license so she could sell flowers in the city of Detroit. And it's like, why would you need a license 120 years ago to sell flowers? Who needs a license? You don't need, people sell them on the side of the freeway right now, and they don't have a license. Just people selling flowers. Like, why would you need that long ago? And it's a photo ID with her name, her address, and her her height and everything. I'm like, dude, this is a reset card, like these state fair things. I'm almost positive she was like a reset person. Like, why did they come here? I don't know the whole story. It's just I don't know any of it.
Yeah.
I just found it in a box of photos. I'm like, holy shit, what's this?
So you don't think Christopher Columbus came? Well, I mean, he discovered America late, supposedly.
I don't know about him. Like all these people, like even the founding fathers, they were all Freemasons. So I don't know that they founded this country or whatever. I don't know who the hell they are. I can't trust any of the history they tell us. George Washington, Pilgrims.
What about the creation of your Bill of Rights and the Constitution and all that then?
That stuff, I don't know. I don't know how old it is. I don't know. I mean, we're going with it.
1776, at least as old as that, isn't it?
I don't know if we could trace it back though. That's what I mean. I mean, there's coinage and stuff. We do have coinage, and I wonder how they made the coinage. Like even in Mexico has older coins than us, and their coins were better. I'm like, wait, wasn't Mexico some backwater? How are they producing these high quality coins? If Mexico, and guess what? The guy on one of these silver dollars from Mexico, he looks like George Washington. He doesn't look Mexican. He looks like George Washington. I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So I don't know
History.
what's going on, dude. Mexico has aqueducts, like Roman aqueducts in Mexico. So I don't know what's going on. Like all this history they're telling us, it just doesn't make sense. Why is
Yeah,
there a guy that looks like
some
George
of that,
Washington?
I would say some of that technology probably is probably flowing from South America, you know, Peru, Mount Picchu Picchu and the like. They had that similar kind of like precision kind of engineering, I would have the architecture, where, you know, you could measure it down to the thousandth of an inch. You understand? So Mexico could have benefited from that or inherited that technology somehow.
They had some
Yeah.
high tech. Mexico in the
Yeah.
they're 1700s. 1700s, they're
Right.
producing beautiful coins. Like I'm looking at them
Right.
like, wow, this is better than the shit. Here's our 1776. They're making better quality stuff in Mexico. And why is there a guy that looks like George Washington? Who is this? And there's an eagle on the back. So what does this eagle mean? Right? The eagle is supposed to represent the United States, but it also represented Mexico. And there's a guy that looks like George Washington. Maybe
Right.
George
So
Washington is not who they told us he was. He's also a Freemason. So this whole story, we don't really know what the fuck is going on.
yeah, I would have to agree with you there that history is a little bit muddled up at best. Yeah, confusing at the worst. But yeah,
Like why would Mexicans have a guy like that on their coinage? It's like, wait, that doesn't make sense. In an
So
early
yeah, it is
time, like
interesting.
really early, like 1700s, like it's predating America. And
Yeah,
like higher tech equipment to make their coinage because it was more beautifully made. I'm like, this is high quality. 1700s, what? How are they doing it? You know, when they show
yeah.
us an
I mean,
ancient Roman
it
coin,
begs a question. Unless it's been mixed up, it's a modern coin mixed up with the old stuff. You never know.
I don't know if it's modern. That's what I asked the guy. I'm like, isn't this looks fake to me? This can't be real. He's like, no, it's real. I'm like, well, wait, how are they making better coins in that era? How are they doing this? And I think I know the answer. I think they had higher tech. You know what I mean? I think they had high technology. Like their machines were not as primitive as they're telling us.
Yeah. Do you have more? Do we have more of these coins in existence?
They're not. They're somewhat rare, but not super rare. You might pay $500 for one. So they're not. They are rare, but they're not impossibly rare, where it would cost you $50,000 or something.
And then it's a shame that the machine that produced it's not in existence now, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know if it may be in a museum somewhere. I don't know.
You see, now this would be the beautiful thing: is to go to the museum and restart that machine, see if it can produce such a beautiful coin. What do you think? That'd be a good thing.
You
to do,
need the
wouldn't it?
dye.
These-
You need the dye. The dye is what stamps it, and those are probably gone.
Yes. Well, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, right. That's what I mean. So that's what I meant by can we reproduce?
But what
the
I want to
coins? Do we have
know, how are they cutting hardened steel dyes in a dye that's
Yes.
durable enough? How would they have steel of that quality? And how did they cut it? How do you cut a very hard steel? Like today, we can cut it because we have diamond tipped, you know what I mean? Things of diamond
Yeah,
and
cutting
carbide.
tools. Yeah, we got diamond tip
Carbide
cutting
is
tools.
very hard and durable. But they didn't have tungsten carbide. They didn't have or maybe they did. I don't know. They told us they didn't have it.
Good points being raised.
You're not
there.
going to make a tool. You're not going to make a die for stamping coins out of mild steel. It would wear right
No,
out.
because it's not going to last. That's just not
It
going to
needs to be
last.
right. It has to be a high
It's all
quality
sound,
tool steel.
Yeah,
high
it has to
frequency
be.
sound,
What's that?
high frequency sound.
For a
What to
die?
cut metal? Yeah, no,
Yeah, you can cut all sorts of shit with high frequency. I mean, high pressure water can do it. So can sound.
Well, the coins are
Would they have
cut.
that technology back then? I mean, it sounds simple, but again, it's still complicated to have such a setup.
They just had patience.
Yeah, they had sound back then. That's maybe not tungsten carbide, but they did have sound.
You know, when you make the die, you're making a negative. You're making a negative,
Yes.
and then you're
That's
striking
right.
the metal into the negative, which is it's difficult making a reverse image.
Yeah.
The Egyptians carved thin vases and bowls out of rocks, and they did that because they had time and patience.
Well, so the story goes, Brenda. So the story goes.
Well, look at what the Indians do now in a mud hut. They can make dyes for fucking all sorts of machinery and smelt and pour, and they fucking, if Indians can do it now in a fucking mud hut, they could have done it, you know, years and years and years ago, easy as.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the quality of these dyes they're making in this mud hut? I mean, is it really good quality dye? Does it last?
If they had more tools, they'd probably be better. So are you suggesting that the people back years ago didn't have good craftsmen to make good tools? That just comes down to tooling.
No, I'm not saying that. This is the question we're asking. How did they do it? This is the question.
Yeah, I don't know. See a need, fill a need.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, that makes sense. But the thing about it is, how did they do it back then?
Who knows, Gin? But if we're talking about things of like energy capture, right? And things like this, if they had this kind of technology, this kind of ability back then, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they can make incredible dyes, incredibly precise
machinery,
quality,
exactly.
Stuff. Exactly right. And there's plenty of evidence that would suggest tooling marks on the sides of cliffs and caves and whatnot, like augers, like big scrapers, kind of like excavator teeth, you name it, huge augers. There's plenty of these things, plenty of these marks that don't come from, say, the erosion,
natural wear and tear, of nature.
Because Mother Nature is random, right? Tooling isn't random. It's very specific. There's a very specific pattern about it. Mother Nature does not do that whatsoever.
No, I think what you're saying is that the marks you're seeing are deliberate marks made by some kind of machine. Nature deliberate, not to that degree where there's precision in that mark, in a way, like.
Exactly. Yep.
I've seen YouTube videos of a guy drilling a hole through a solid rock with simple primitive tools. It took him a long time, but that's all you need is time and
because you've seen a YouTube video of someone drilling a hole with very simple tools, Brenda, and it took time. That does not mean that that's how all of them were done. You can't equate one to the other.
Some of these construction buildings that we're talking about would have taken, if you're going to use that kind of technology, primitive as it is, that would take hundreds of years.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
So I don't know. First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. I still have in mind, making vases and bowls out of stonework, right? Is that what you mean?
No, buildings. Cathedral-like buildings. Cathedral-like buildings you can't make today. Architecture, you can't make them today. The intricate curves and intonation.
Very ornate.
One stone on top of another stone. That's how you make a building, right?
Yeah, but it's.
I put a picture of the coin. 1781.
Patterns.
So the America was here at 1776, right? This is 1781.
Here long before 1776.
They have earlier ones with the same face on it. I'm saying this guy doesn't look Mexican.
Earlier ones of what?
Coins.
The coin. This is not as old as they come. There's older ones than this, but I'm saying this particular one that I saw, it was a Mexican coin from 1781. I'm like, why does the guy look like George Washington? And how are they producing better coins in Mexico in 1781 than they were in America?
I don't know.
I mean, look at that coin.
Humans have been making coins for thousands of years. There's coins that
Okay,
go back.
Yeah, but
these
I mean,
are
look at
high
this coin now.
quality. These are high
Yeah, look
relief.
at this coin. Yeah, this is of the quality of today. This coinage, isn't it? This is today's coin we're looking at here. The lettering. Look at the ripple on the uniform. Look at the ripple on the uniform.
You got a photo? Where's the photo?
You know, it's got this kind of scarf around his neck, like a giant napkin or a bib. But look at the ripples that's been captured, and the folding and that. Look, I mean, that's just amazing.
None of that is hard. That's not hard. What are you talking about? It doesn't look anything like George Washington.
He
No,
looks
it doesn't.
Roman.
I agree.
It's a
Doesn't look like George
profile
Washington
view.
to me. He
It's
looks
a
like a
profile
Mexican
view.
to me.
I don't
He looks
know.
like a
To me,
Mexican
he
to
looks.
me.
I don't know if he looks Mexican.
Or if anything, he might
He-
even look
he
like
looks-
Julius Caesar.
He looks like
Caesar,
Roman
more
or
of.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
that's-
you're just talking yourself. I think you're just talking yourselves into thinking that it's wonderful or something. There's nothing.
Well, no,
Oh.
it is wonderful. I mean, it depends. This one was 1781. Yeah,
Yes.
1781.
Yeah, people could do sculptures far better than that 1,000 years before that.
This
Yeah,
coin
yeah,
is
it'd be-
worn. It's got wear on it. This is not a brand
Yeah.
new coin. It's got wear.
No.
Of
Yeah,
course.
it's
Look at the
definitely a worn
details
coin. You can
of-
see it's worn. You can see
The
it's worn because you can
details
see
of the uniform.
lettering.
The
It's- yeah,
his hair. You could see the hair. You could see like the detail.
Yeah.
yeah. It's not.
In
When it was
70s,
originally struck, it was a much higher detail. This coin is
Yeah.
it's got a lot of wear on it.
so
Exactly.
What
You
I'm
can see
saying
it's
in
an
an
old
early
coin.
time
It's got
period.
wear. Definitely
How
got
did
wear
they-
and tear on it. No doubt
Yeah,
about
how
it.
were they producing these fine quality coins in an early time period?
what are you talking about? The 1700s, they were pretty sophisticated. What are you talking about?
Hmm.
Obviously, they were because they made that.
Yeah. What's so surprising about
This is
Alright.
pre-electricity.
Look at this sort of stuff. Look at this sort of stuff.
Well, I'm
Alright.
looking, but I can't see anything.
Hold on, no, it's loading. It's coming, Jin. It's coming.
Oh yeah, you have the same problem I have. Yeah, right. I'm with you.
Dude,
Look
I
at this.
just
Look at
I
this sort of
just
stuff. It's not
uploaded that.
coming.
This sort of
I
stuff. Look
uploaded
at
the
the
same pic.
detail. Oh, did you? There you go, Ron. Yeah.
That's out of solid marble. They carved that out of solid marble.
They
We're
tell us
thinking
they
on the
only
same
carved this.
brainwaves, bro.
Exactly right, Ron. And this was done by hand. This apparently was done by hand.
No,
Brenda.
This is
that's
what I was
impossible,
telling
man.
you.
That's
Uh,
impossible.
How do
We
they
are
mold it in the
exactly
negative?
right.
Look at the negative behind the net. How are they making that cavity?
You cut into it with a tool. What are you talking about?
We are well aware of the mainstream narrative.
There
We
should
don't
be
have
pictures of them doing it halfway through and stuff.
I mean, that's a real foot. That is a real foot. I'm telling you,
No, it's
isn't
not.
it?
It's sculpture.
It looks like it. It looks like a real foot, though, doesn't it?
It's called artistry. It's called talent.
Now, there's something wrong now.
No,
this apparently has
very
been carved out of a solid piece of marble. A solid
Yeah,
piece
right.
of marble. This has been carved out of. Look at the detail in the rope and all that sort of stuff. No.
Called
Show me something like that today, Brenda, that has been done like that today. Show me one example in modern times when this sort of stuff has been done. Just
Okay, China is your country.
You've
China.
seen those fucking
China.
Pakistanis with a chainsaw and an ice cube, haven't you? They can do that in half an hour, mate.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Seriously, if you look up China and bone carvings, they are the expert at that. Taking a solid bone and doing the intricate work. China is the country that can do that for sure.
China
Okay.
does
Yeah, but
cut
bone's
ivory.
soft.
There you go,
They do cut ivory and such, but I've seen
Yeah,
those in
ivory.
stock.
Thank you. Yeah, high quality stuff as well. Really high quality. As intricate as what you're looking at now.
Yeah.
Well,
But
this
Yeah,
is
that's soft.
stone. This is
But
stone. Like
Gene, I,
ivory is more carvable.
yeah, exactly right, Gene. That sort of stuff I can understand. It's ivory. I can see that being done with
Yeah.
a carving knife. No problems whatsoever. I am not going to dispute that whatsoever. This is done in a solid marble.
I
Gene.
know.
That's the
I
difference.
know.
That's the
Yeah.
difference.
I mean,
How
that's
did
a
they
real
cut
foot
it?
there. Look,
Is what
that's
I
a
want
real
to
leg.
know. How
You're
does
just
one cut
that's a
marble?
work of talented artists and convincing
No, no,
yourself.
no. The tooling. We're not disputing the talent. We're saying the tooling involved. There's
Yeah.
tooling. How does one cut this material back then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're just an argument from incredulity.
Oh, Brendo,
No,
seriously.
we're asking a positive question. It looks like it's laser technology. Couldn't even do it that good, I don't think.
Okay, Brenda, could you propose the tools that we used to do this back in that time period? What tools would they have access to?
Yes, I can. A hammer and a chisel.
Oh my goodness gracious.
A chisel.
Brutal.
You know,
Can you provide any evidence of any other hammer and chisel work like this?
Absolutely. The museums are filled with them.
Oh my!
Not marble. Not marble.
You know how many hammer strikes it would have taken to produce this, Alan? Do you know how
And
many
what if you got it wrong?
strikes?
What if you got it wrong? What if you got it wrong? You have to start again.
And not once did part of this intricacy break or
fracture,
off or
Called
fracture.
It's
Nah,
called
impossible.
talent. It's called talent.
Oh my
No,
God.
you obviously haven't used a hammer and chisel. You obviously haven't. You haven't done a mortise and tenon joint. You haven't made a hinge. You haven't done anything with wood. You haven't done any carpentry. So you just
They
haven't
obviously
done that.
had dribble in the day.
Let alone work with stone.
What was that, Howard? What did you say, Howard?
They use Dremels, obviously.
Well, they used something. They definitely used something, and it doesn't look like it was done with hammer and chisel.
If they had a Dremel, a Dremel is a squirrely ass tool, man. It grabs and bites and it jumps all over the place. I've used them, even if they did have them. Good luck making that.
It still requires skill and finesse to get it. Look at the toes. Look at the toes.
I'm saying the bit.
Work of the
What
toes.
kind of bit? You would need carbide. You would need carbide, tungsten carbide bits.
Oh, the artistry is just incredible. It's just
it's incredible.
It reminds me. It reminds me of that tech they've got now, where they can just like use lasers inside of a gel, and it sets, and then it comes just up, and it's just all.
Yeah, because your cutting bit, your tool bit, would need to be harder than the material. You can't use mild steel. You would need a very durable, sharp cutting bit to even
all the
to
time.
cut through the material.
And the finish of it as well. Look at the finish. I mean, this is
polish,
true to life, wouldn't you say? Would you not say this is true to life? Would you say that about what we're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like people have been fucking frozen solid, literally.
Yeah.
See, I look at works like this, and I just appreciate the amount of time that it took and the talent of the individual that did this work. And I don't question whether or not. I mean,
no, you got to question if you're into
question
engineering or art work.
I don't know.
Constructing things. You got to question this because
Who's
you know
to
what?
say
It's
it
all
was
the curves. Look at all the ripple. Look at the cloth.
I don't know that it was
looks-
made by human hands. I don't know that a human
There
could
you
make
go.
that.
There you go.
I agree.
It's too precise. It's too precise. Right, I'm gonna post for you a documentary by it's very short. It's like 30 minutes, but it's in like 3 parts. Okay. I think his name is Hockney, Britain's living legend of an artist. Okay, and he discovered the secrets that were being used in the Renaissance period because he said when he was in his studio and he put up paintings from like the 1200s, then the Renaissance period, and then after the Renaissance period, there was a distinct pattern, and the pattern was in the 1200s and after the Genesis Renaissance period, the paintings were alike. It was by the human eye, but in the middle with the Renaissance, he used the words as I used just now, true to life, correct. And he says, how is it that the humans, artists got it right in the Renaissance, and then after the Renaissance, they didn't get it right, and before that, what happened? And it was a tool that they used, 2 tools. One was called the camera lucinda and the camera obscura. These 2 tools were employed to get the lifelike, realistic, true-to-life images. I'm going to post it. It's fascinating. Now, did they use such a skill when they made this? Because it's too precise. A human eye cannot do that. Sorry, it's too precise.
Like you, Howard, I look at these carvings, or whatever we're looking at. I look at these things and marvel at the amount of talent that it took to make one of these things. Now, as you know, Howard, I work with wood, and I know like how fiddly that can be, like, and how much time it takes. So I look at these and I am in awe, right? With the tooling that I've got, right, available to me in today's age, it blows my mind that this could even be done today. Like, and I've never seen anything like this, right, reproduced today with the tooling that we have today, Howard. And
I
have you?
Yeah, it's the 3D printing tech where there's like a gel solution.
No. I'm talking about something that's carved from something solid, not printed.
No, but you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. No, you wouldn't be able to tell, Bandy. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't tell.
Yeah, okay. I can't tell the difference, but okay. But I'm looking at things that I know that have been carved from something solid, right? And I have never seen the intricacy that you do in some of these things. You don't see it today at all, right?
Well, I'm suggesting that we don't know they were carved from something solid.
Yeah,
that's all.
I know that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, I get where you're coming from, but to me, like when you look at it, to even suggest that this was actually done with a hammer and chisel, to me, almost borders on the ludicrous. It really does. Have.
Yeah, well, it's the same as curved is straight.
Arrogance.
It's the same
Arrogance. Yep. It's arrogance, isn't it?
Yeah.
Curved is clearly not straight.
Give Howard a chance.
And the reason
jump in.
Yeah. Go ahead, mate.
No, yeah. As you were speaking, Bandy, I knew that you would sort of concur with my opinion, and I know that we differ in some things, but you recognize that by being a craftsman yourself and working with wood and shaping it and what it takes to do something like that.
I will add this though, that what was being said about using wood for carving. I mean, wood is forgiving because you can actually move it. Stone. Can you imagine the amount of sweat on your hands from holding the tool and the hammer and being very careful because it's light touches. The finesse required. Nah, you can't. There's something's not making sense. Something's not making sense.
Do you think they had some? So, Jin, do you think they had some ancient tech that they've stolen from us and are hiding from us to do this stuff?
Yeah, I reckon so. I mean, look at that leg. Look at that. That's a real leg. That leg is correct. There's nothing wrong. There's not a blemish. That is a real leg I'm looking at there. The dimensions are perfect.
We're being shown this technology again now. It's being re-revealed to us now, but in a new form, like it's revolutionary.
Like you said, 3D printer, like you said. Okay? I mean, look at the rope work on that. What is that I'm looking at there? I mean, that's real.
It looks real. It looks real, doesn't it, Jin?
Yeah.
And you can see each thread that's kind of that's been wound to actually make
the rope.
Make the rope that has made the net that is draping over, the person. It is absolutely, spectacular.
Amazing.
And it's hollow. It's hollow behind the strings, right? So they've hollowed it out. That they couldn't have poured it in a mold. Like, you're going to get those air pockets, and there's no bubbles. It's I don't know how they did it.
Yeah, and then that finish, that smooth finish is amazing, isn't it? Because it is slick.
Well, the smooth finish, I can understand. All that is polishing. That's just polishing, and that can be done by hand. You know,
Yeah,
the
but not
polishing,
in the
right?
alcoves. The
Yes,
alcoves
exactly
and
right. Exactly right. Like,
the
well,
That can be
yeah,
done by water, though. You
yeah.
can water polish with fine grit.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that's gonna take hundreds of hours. Sorry,
Centuries,
Yeah.
yeah,
centuries.
no. I mean, look at that kneecap and look at the way the calf. You know that limb is it's like mine. It's
Yeah.
just perfect. There isn't a mistake. It doesn't look odd.
It's like
Do you
You're funny.
understand? It doesn't look odd. You understand? You
Well,
know, like it does. Yeah, I mean, it's perfect.
what is the history of that sculpture? We, we have any history of
Yeah,
that? Supposed to have
wow.
done it how long it took him.
yeah. How old is this thing we're looking at? Because it's
It
amazing, isn't it?
it dates back a very long time. I'll see if I can actually find the
Yeah, you'd be great. You'd be a king if you could do that. Because that is just. I mean, I'm still at awe of what I'm looking at. Still at awe. Still at awe. It's just fantastic. I posted
And you know
two.
what, though? In these days, if you produce something like that in a 3D printer and it was like faux marble, you know, like some sort of stone, no one would even be amazed by it. It'd be like, oh yeah, printer, cool. It wouldn't even be something that people would marvel in.
No,
Well, wait a minute. Someone still
not
has to make a
only to
program.
the. Yeah.
If you were to make a program, it takes an artist. Even if you had the benefit of a computer-aided design, it still
I
takes
appreciate that.
skill.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
that's just not appreciated.
I don't suspect it. Well, I would appreciate it, but I mean, I'm looking at the hollow spots behind the string in the hands, and
Yeah.
that cannot be reproduced like that. I don't know how they could have done it. And like you say, in the polished surface, that's definitely not the work of a chisel. You go strike that little thread with a chisel, and it's ruined. It's destroyed. One mistake,
It's
and you've
destroyed.
ruined
You got
it.
to start again. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not.
there's not one flaw.
Have you seen
No flaws.
they're saying
have you seen those?
Sorry.
Just quickly, have you seen those amazing images they can make in glass or in the plastic cubes, and the lasers do what they do, and next thing you know, you've got like an amazing image like set in the resin. Have you seen those?
Yes. Yeah, I've seen
I
those.
actually
Yeah,
have one. It's a little paperweight with an American flag inside this cube.
Well,
It's
there
a
you
little
go.
cube,
yeah.
like
So
2
picture,
inches by 2 inches, and there's like a 3D hologram of an American flag in the middle of this clear plastic.
right? So picture the, instead of glass or plastic or whatever that medium is, picture that everything that isn't the design can be like etched away by something or taken away, and you're left with the thing. And like you could do anything you want. Those
Yeah,
things are
this is
so
true.
intricate. It's amazing.
Yeah, but look at how intricate this is. I mean, come on, this is more than that. I mean, look,
17.
it's almost like a 3D printer's done this. Those limbs are perfect. Perfect for that foot.
1753, Gin.
Yes,
1753.
1753. Wow.
That's what they're saying. 1753.
Yeah, no, that's impossible. Back then, it was all brutal, wasn't it? The Industrial Revolution was just about to begin. So it was very primitive back then. Did they have that kind of finesse? Look at the ships that were being built back then. They didn't have cars, right? There weren't any cars, right? So that technology hadn't arrived yet. Were there any trains running at the time? Steam
Well,
engines,
you have to
trains?
say no electricity either. No
There you go.
electricity.
Very primitive technology we
Right.
had back then. How could you produce
Allegedly.
something of this? Right. This is something, again, look, the evidence is in plain sight. We're onto something here, guys. Need to look at it. Maybe if you watch the documentary that I posted, because David Hockney, who is Britain's living legend, I think he lives in California now, okay? You know, he's an artist, but he exposed the secrets behind the techniques that were being used to get these lifelike pictures. Because I remember back in the 70s going to the Arts Museum, okay, with my teachers, because you know when you go on these school excursions and school outings, okay, to the museums, elementary school, okay. So I would have been about 9, 10, and I went with my teachers, and they took us to the Arts Museum, the Arts Gallery, and I remember seeing Queen Elizabeth and that. the first, and it looked so real. I said, and you know what I said to my teacher, right, as a kid? I said, wow, sir. And those artists had great eyesight, didn't they? Because I thought that because I've been seeing modern art didn't look the same. Modern artists didn't capture what I was looking at. I said, they didn't have cameras back then. He goes, no cameras. And I asked my teacher that because it was like I was looking like a photograph. It was like a photograph. Turns out that's what they used. It was called either the camera lucinda or the camera obscura would be the one they used, where the subject is in the room and the image is being projected upside down. And all you have in color, by the way, off a mirror. And all you'd have to do is just paint in what you see. So the art is in mixing the colors correct. And then you're basically tracing the image, what you see. Okay? And watch that documentary. It's fascinating. And it tells you how they cheated. Certainly drops the value of the painting because it wasn't the human eye. It was an instrument of precision. And that was the camera that was being used. Now, these kind of carving could be the same thing. We've got to find out how they managed to do that because that leg is real as far as I'm concerned. Just that alone, that's perfect. There's no mistake there. It doesn't look odd, does it? It's on a horseback or something. Yeah, it's not even in the wrong position, is it? It's perfectly correct. How could you do that? How did you get that? That action, all that action. Look, all that action, the arms up, the action. Look at the action. I mean, that's action, man. That's not just sit down and keep still. That's action going on there.
Could you imagine? Come on, Jim. Could you imagine being the man that did that and people questioning you in this manner?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, I would. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to ask him how he did it, of course, because you don't see people doing this stuff today. You just don't. What happened to that art? Where's it gone? You don't see people making this stuff, do you?
I actually done a quick search on modern sculpting, and there's nothing that in the search I've looked through. I don't know, maybe a couple of hundred images. Nothing in modern compares to it.
Well done. I'm going to have to do a little research. This is another one we need to research into. Thank you for that. Thank you for looking because that's pretty good already. Because that's it. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Howard, do you find it disrespectful that we question how we are being told that these things were done?
Well, not disrespectful. I would just, I mean, if it's a matter of being, I'm Mr. Considerate, I guess. That yeah, if I were the man that had put in the thousands of hours to do something like that, and then I could just imagine people questioning whether or not I did it.
No, well, no, I'm not questioning that that he did it at all, Howard. I'm just questioning, was it with hammer and chisel? Was it with some of the technology?
We don't know who built it, neither.
It doesn't matter how it was done, Howard. It is a spectacular piece of artwork, and all praise to the guy that actually did it and constructed it. However, that may have been done. So I don't find any disrespect in actually questioning how we have been told it was done, but we're still paying homage to the fact that it was done. And it's actually still spectacular. We're just questioning the history on how we've been told it was done with very basic tools. That's all.
No electricity, right? Yeah. No electricity, no carbide drill bits. How is someone cutting stone with soft metals? Like, how do you physically cut stone and we get that result? How is it done? We're saying there was higher technology. There must have been higher technology to produce that.
Well, there was tempering processes in hardening steel. I mean, they knew how to heat steel up and harden it and make a hard bit. But
it's still a lot of work. It still involves a lot of work, and this is the precision and accuracy of that leg and that foot. It's a human leg. There is not one blemish out of place. It is correct.
Yeah,
How
you
did you
just
get
take
that?
a square foot, just a square foot of that sculpture, and how much time is involved in just a square foot of it, if indeed it was hammer and chisel. You know,
Right.
God,
Yeah. And
holy
they're
crap.
brutal tools.
I've used
We're
thousands of
talking
hours.
years, Howard,
Yeah. Yeah.
to
And if
make
you're
that.
going to be using chisel, you're talking about fine, intricate chiseling. None of this big, monstrous bang, bang, because that's at the beginning. But then when you get down to this detail, it has to be with such finesse and light touches, because one wrong tap, too hard a pat, and it's cracked, it's gone. That's the end of that work. You've got to start all over again. Wood is forgiving. Wood is more forgiving because it's softer. You can work with wood, but stone like this is, it looks like a one-time, one-cast kind of thing.
Wood
laser
can be
technology of
repaired.
some
You
kind.
can glue the wood back together with some sawdust, and you can repair it and sand it.
Yeah.
This you
Yeah.
can't repair. Once you've ruined it, once the stone fractures or chips,
Yeah.
you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together. Once it's
No, you got to
once
start
it's
all over
broken.
again.
Yeah.
That's the end. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, and it looks like it's when you look at it, cast your eye over the lot. It looks like it was done one time, once only. There wasn't any mistake. Because you don't see it, and I can't see the different pieces. That net is just one whole net. It's not in sections, is it? Unless it is, I don't see the joins.
It actually ain't that easy to repair wood without the repair being seen. To be quite honest with you, it ain't that easy.
That's true. It's true. Yeah. Again, that would take you can. It's possible to do it. Staining and color. Or maybe you paint over it. Then that's it. You're never going to see it. So yeah, if you're painting, if it's something with clothing on, then you can get away with it. You see. Because you can paint over the joints, you won't notice the joint as much, especially if you're using the correct fillers and that, and you put it in and then you sand, you're not going to notice that. But if it's going to be just a pure wood, then you will notice the marks. Clearly you will. Most certainly will. But after you've varnished it as well. But if it's going to be made of wood, but it's going to have clothing, yeah, then you can easily hide that. No problem. Wood is more forgiving than this material. And I mean, it's that leg that gets me. That is just, it's perfect. You know, the curve is right. The foot look at the spread of the toes. Look at the spread of the toes. Look.
The net gets me, actually, when I look at the net.
And the armpit. And the armpit. Look at this armpit. Look at the arm and the armpit. I mean, that's perfect again. That's correct. So what was used? And then the woman's face. Little boy there. This is amazing. It is really well done, man. But I've often thought that when I was a kid going to school, looking at such artwork, statues, and I used to think, wow, they don't make them like that anymore because you don't see them.
No, you don't.
And I'm talking about 1970s walking to school as an elementary school boy, thinking that. Can you imagine that? I was actually thinking that going to school.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
I've seen, over the years, plenty of these sort of sculptures and whatnot, and you told the story of how this stuff was done. Like the story that Brenda came in and sprued. A lot of patience, a lot of man hours, blah blah blah. Anyway, I never thought anything of it. To be quite honest with you, you just kind of, okay, well, that's the story. Happy days,
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, you kind of really have a look at it, like with a critical eye.
Close scrutiny. Now you're scrutinizing it.
Yep.
With the foundation that we've been lied to about where we lived, all the war, everything's been a lie, right down to the jab, and how that's never worked. So now you're scrutinizing this thing, but not even because of that. You're a man who uses tools like I use tools, so you know what's required. In this case, this is finesse of the highest degree.
Yeah.
I would lose weight having to make this. My weight would go down through sweat. Just through sweat alone to make this thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
I know exactly what
look,
you mean.
I had to change the battery in my iPhone 6 a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. Okay. Now, in the video on YouTube, it took the guy 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It took me 2.5 hours to do it. Okay, just to change the battery, because everything that was supposed to go right went wrong. All the tools broke. I had to find new tools to do it. Right, my hands sweated. I lost weight on my face and my hands. You understand? And that was just to replace a battery, only a battery. Taking off all these tiny little screws that you needed a magnifying glass to, and put them on the towel. Yeah, I'm wiping my brow, wiping my fingers. You know what I mean? And going back to it. Just a battery, man. And when I put it back together, when I switched on, only half the screen came on. The north part, the south part was missing. So I had to take it all apart again. That's when I started losing time. Okay? Then reconnect everything again. And then this time it was horizontal. So left side was working, right side wasn't working. Oh my word. Have I fucked my phone up? And then on the third attempt, it's working. I was so glad. Man, the towel was damp. I lost weight. My hands were trembling. Yeah. And that's me changing the fucking Apple battery.
That's why people just buy a new phone. They say, fuck it, I'm not doing all this.
Yeah, that's true. True to that.
Yeah.
You know what? Apple did that on purpose. They, not just Apple, but Samsung, they made the battery sealed, so you can't just take the cover off and change it. And they build in planned obsolescence. In other words, they only let the battery cycle so many times. It may be good, but what they do is they run like bloatware in the background to drain the battery prematurely. Even the battery still may be good, because my phone was getting hot. Like after it was an older phone. Yeah, because that tells me that they're running the processor. It's not because the battery is weak. They're draining it purposely, running bloatware or whatever to deplete the battery faster. So you think, I need a new battery. Oh, screw it. I'll just buy a new phone.
Guess what Apple did? Apple were in trouble and they had to apologize to the customers. What they did was, with the iPhone 6 and that, when the batteries are only going to last 2 years, apparently. Okay. Well, I got like 4 years out of mine anyway. 4 years and a bit. I really squeezed it. But at the 4-year mark, it started to swell inside the phone like a balloon. It actually popped the seal and I could see inside the phone. That's when I knew I had to get a new one, because it was going to explode. Talk about getting hot, yeah. And you know why they did that? Because they wanted to own the whole product. Even though you bought it, they own it. So you have to go back to them to have it repaired. They stuck the bloody battery down to the body of the inside body of the iPhone with 3 seals. And these seals are like impregnable. You know, you're breaking tools to try and lift the battery off the bloody thing. That's where I lost time as well. Because they said you have to heat it up. But because it got hot already, it baked the seal to the battery, baked hard like cement. You know, you need a pneumatic drill to get the damn thing off. It was
they're not really even repairable anymore.
Yeah, so now I've still got that battery, by the way, but I put the new one in. I didn't put 3 seals in this time. I only put 2, so in case I had to go in and do it again. Yeah. So
you know what happened? Like even with mine, I changed the phone in it. It was a Samsung, and I changed the battery in the phone, and it was still getting hot and depleting the brand new battery. So that tells me that there's a self-destruct mode after so many years. They build a self-destruct to where it constantly drains your battery and the phone becomes unusable, and you just got to buy a new one.
What Apple did is when you update your iOS, because they knew that the battery was going to run out soon, 2 years, when you update your iOS, it automatically slows down the performance of the phone in order to aid battery life. And the customers never knew that, but they noticed that when they updated on the latest iOS, the phone's speed had dropped.
Yeah,
about
my
10,
phone has
20%.
been slower. Yeah, I don't have an Apple, but I just did a big update on my phone, and it's slower now.
Oh, see, they fucked
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, and that's what they were caught doing that. They had to apologise
You
to the
know,
customers. This is going
Like
back
noticeable.
4 years ago.
Yeah. This
they want your phone obsolete. So you do the update, you think you're making it better, but you're making it worse.
Yeah, I never did update my phone once. I'm still running the original iOS 9, right? And we're on
I
iOS
never
12.
updated my
Oh
phone once.
no.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, I don't care that much because I kind of like to get a new phone every year usually. So
No, I can't
I don't
afford
mind.
that. £1,000 to go. It's now £1,000, £1,200 a pop. No, stupid money. That's
Sometimes I
ridiculous.
wait.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wait 2 years, but sometimes I'll do one if there's a
Damn,
phone.
Geo's made of money buying $1,000
Yeah, you
phones
must
every
be made
year.
of money because I can't afford that. £1,000 a pop. I don't want to pay £1,000 for a phone.
They are,
Steve
dude.
Jobs.
That's
You
what
know,
the
Steve.
S21 is too. It's
Yeah,
$1,000.
yeah. There you go. Right,
Damn.
a lot of fucking money. Look, Steve
You ain't
Jobs'
kidding, man.
the thing about Steve Jobs, yeah, his main concern, right, was battery life. And whenever he introduced a new model, right, he obviously extended the battery life, but he capped the price at like 300 bucks for your phone. And he never wanted it to go any higher than that. Okay? As soon as
Oh, that would be
he
nice.
died,
Oh,
yeah, and they're nice, yeah. He was always concerned about that. And then the older models would be cheaper. When he passed on, the phones just kept going up and going up and going up. My son's got one of those, the iPhone 10. When it first came out, that was $1,000. $1,000,
oh,
the iPhone
shit.
10. Yeah.
They all are
Fucking hell.
now. Every new phone, if it's a Samsung or Apple, they're 1,000 plus.
Yeah. I'm
And
not
you
going
know
to waste
what?
my
You
money.
used to
That's
get
a waste of
a
money.
nice PC for that amount of money. You get a really
That's
nice
right.
computer.
That's right. And you know what? When you actually open up the inside of the phone, I was shocked. I dropped the tools because there was almost nothing in there. The biggest thing in there is the battery. The rest of the components are tiny, all in an L shape in that phone. If you can imagine the top half of your phone, and then it runs down to the left. All the components, small, tiny components. And I was thinking, how can they justify £500 for this phone that I paid? And this is all. I
You
was
want to
expecting to
see?
see lots of boards and things, but no, nothing.
There was a guy, he cut a cell phone, he cut it into sections with a water jet, and you could see all the layers. He cut right through the camera, the
Right.
lenses, and there's multiple lenses in the camera. Lens on top of lens. He cut it with a water jet through the glass and everything, through the circuitry, all that shit. And it was like, that's amazing. It looked really cool because you could see a side view through the phone, like what's inside of it. Cut through the battery and everything.
Well, the other
So I
thing
guess
is that I'm not sure we really even know what's in these silicon tech chips. I mean, they're making these chips. They're all very proprietary, and who knows what they really even are, like what these chips really do, beyond what
they're
they
so
claim.
miniaturized, dude. You can't repair them. Everything is. When I repair circuit boards, they're like through hole components. That means they go through a hole in the circuit board, and then they're soldered on. They're bigger, like for machines like welders and stuff.
Well,
Sometimes
that's
I
what
got
I
to change
expected to
out
see.
parts.
Yeah.
These are all surface mounted, meaning they're mounted flat. They don't go through a hole, and they're so micro that it's almost impossible to repair them. If you burn out a little component on there, fuck it. You got
Right.
they're
That's what I'm
human
saying. It's
hands
very
can't repair
proprietary.
it.
Like I don't doubt that they're doing what they claim they're doing in the phone, but like, are they doing some additional things as well that are proprietary that's built into it that we can't even detect? Like, even if you broke it open, you're not going to be able to.
There's spyware, dude, on the chips on a chip level. There's backdoors in the chips, not just the software.
Yeah,
I
that's
remember.
kind of what I'm hinting at. Yeah, and could there also be other tech that runs off of some of what's in there?
For sure, dude. You do even your microwave oven, your appliances, any appliance with a circuit board is a potential spy device from a television. It could be, what General Petraeus said? He goes, we'll be able to spy on you through your dishwasher. They probably already do. It's probably got Wi-Fi. It's probably got a sound device to pick up sound. So they got multiple devices to spy on anyone, any given person they want. like anything with the newer circuit boards, all these devices you bring in, I wouldn't doubt it. But the easiest one is your cell phone because you never leave home without it. It's got a
reminding me of the
microphone.
Decepticons, you know? A Decepticon is in your dishwasher.
We're virtually
Transforms
chipped
into
already, dude.
and
You
kill
remember
off
we
the
were
bad
afraid
ones.
of getting the chip? We were like, oh, they want to put a chip in us. Dude, we already have a chip and we pay $1,000 a year to get a new one. It's like it's got the
Yeah,
That's
microphone,
right.
it's got the
yeah.
camera,
It's
it's
the
got GPS, it's
it's
fucking
the
That's
always
right.
there.
perfect tracking device, ain't it? That we all
And we
Yeah.
sign up
pay
for.
for it. We pay
Yeah,
the service, we pay the service fee, we pay for
yeah,
the new
yeah.
hardware. Oh
Uh-huh.
man.
Yes. So that's why currently I've got my location and everything's all switched off. I'm not with any provider. I only have Wi-Fi. So that's the best I
Doesn't
That
can
may
do.
be
It doesn't
may
matter.
be
They can
on.
still track you. They can still track you even with your location off gin. It's
Right.
incredible. Yeah,
Unbeknownst to you, that's something you can't turn it off.
yeah,
You know, it may
yeah.
Yeah.
it may show you that it's turned off, but if say they wanted to find you, they can. Like say you pissed off the FBI or someone, they can find you.
Well, they won't be able to find me if I don't have it on me. That's the thing. If I leave it
It's
behind,
the only way you've got anonymity. The only
yeah,
way.
and that's what I do from
Well,
time to
and
time.
if you didn't get the jab, if
Yeah.
you got that, I'm sorry, but you now are 100% trackable at all times.
Too bad, so sad. Your
Yeah,
history.
sorry.
History.
But
It's
the only good news is perhaps you can get that thing out of you. But for now, you are tracked and traced.
Oh yeah. I mean, you'd be lucky if you can get it out of you wherever it is. Bloody hell, this thing is in your blood, isn't it? How are you going to get it out?
That's
How
the
you going to get
question.
that out?
Well, I think one thing I think that can do it would be ayahuasca, but others are still being. We still have to discover if other methods can get it out.
Yeah. I'm glad I never got the jab anyway. Well glad. I was just watching Guam News, the island, because I like that island, but unfortunately, like 99% of them have had the jab, haven't they? Idiots. Thinking they're doing well and they're still wearing masks now. Crazy. Crazy, man. It's fucked up over there. Just bought into everything and they've gone and they're on the boosters now.
Yeah,
Africa, on the other hand,
it's pretty wild. Like just that, those of us that didn't get it, and then people that did get it, and let's say if both people didn't get sick, it's like, okay, well, we both didn't get sick, and then you got something that I didn't. You got this.
That's correct. What did you go and get? What souvenir have you got? I got a souvenir from the event. Yeah, it's. I'm just so glad that I've kept my original DNA
Jabba the
from my
Hutt's
mum
gift shop.
and my parents. I'm just so glad.
But Jen, haven't people in Japan been wearing masks for years in public?
Well, yeah, it's more so the Chinese more than the Japanese. The Japanese people who wear the mask, one, they wear it so that if they sneeze, they don't sneeze on people because that's their self-awareness. But also they have the allergy of hay fever, the pollen in the air. That's why. It's nothing to do with the air pollution as such from cars. It's more to do with natural pollution, the pollen in the air. And right from now, so from March to May, so at the end of April, this hay fever season, they're wearing masks, those who have allergies. That's the reason why. But the Chinese wear it more so because of the air pollution. Their air quality is terrible. Okay? But the Japanese have it's part of their culture, yes, I agree. I asked my wife back in 1999, because I did notice people wearing masks. I said, why are they wearing masks? Is it because the air quality is bad? And she says, no, it's because they've got a cold and they don't want to sneeze and maybe they're suffering from hay fever. I said, oh, good, very good. The Japanese are very well mannered, you see. But today, I wouldn't be worried if they wore a mask or not and they sneezed, because I'm not worried about catching anything from anyone. It doesn't happen that way. So this pandemic that they've gone and done has just made me more aware of what's really going on in nature now and how it's impossible to get it. Otherwise, I would have gone and got the jab if I was that concerned. I'd have the jab now. I feel confident that I could be in a room of 100 people who supposedly had the COVID, and I'm not worried. I can get on with my work. I'm not going to bat an eyelid, and they could be coughing and spluttering all day long. I'm not going to be worried. And if I do get it, I can cope. You see? I'm not going to be bogged down. I'm an outgoing person, so I'm out there. Tomorrow we'll be cycling tomorrow again, you know. Yeah. A couple of hours. Weather's going to be warm, so I'm going to raise the body temperature, sweat out the toxins, sweat out the salts and that, and then replenish. That's a plan, tomorrow's plan. First off, do some rock climbing, simulated rock climbing first, for about half an hour, and then go off cycling. More like 45 minutes. Yeah.
Sounds good, man.
Tomorrow.
Keep the body moving.
Plan. Yeah, keep the body moving, man. Yeah, definitely. And then today will be later on. I'll be just sitting down and getting up off the floor, sitting on the floor and then standing up, sitting on the floor and then standing up. Do that like 40 times, take a rest, do it again. And it's just to fine tune your muscles that you don't use because you're sitting on the chair all the time.
Okay, Jen. Yep. I feel like this is kind of inner dialogue that you probably would normally have rather than a discussion at this point.
Sorry, yeah, my mistake, guys.
You're so tactful, Gio.
But go ahead anyway. But it is interesting, the picture of this casting or this sculpture. It's just amazing, isn't it? Yeah. How did they do that?
Sight to behold, that's for
yeah. But guess what? I was winding them up in Gem Pandas the other day. Behold, the best straight line you'll ever see, the flat earth. Behold the horizon. No curvature. The best straight line you'll ever set your eyes on.
I've got a question for you, Jin. It's kind of an intense one, but it's connected to like the idea of like the old world and were we like usurped in some way. But do you think like do you think that humanity was, usurped essentially, like taken over? And if so, do you think that these entities that did it, do you think they're human or non-human?
Yeah, that is intense. Were we taken over? No, I just think it's just a bunch of greedy scumbag elites that have done it. I don't think we were taken over by any kind of alien race. I just think it's the elite who have bullied their ways to the top, and they're just taking the bloody piss, literally, laughing all the way to the bank. That's what I think. But questions do arise when we look at sculptures like this. Lost technology. That's very interesting to me. Lost technology, yeah. Because we've been set back, right? We've been set back 100 or 2 years, I do feel. And now we're in the midst of another kind of like a mini reset, I'm calling this one. It's not full-fledged because they're not killing everyone off. What do you think, though, Gio? What's your kind of like synopsis on all this then?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to think about. Because there's also like the idea that the technology that we have today was not even actually invented by people the way that but it was actually sort of given, like that they already had it basically, and then they're kind of rolled it out slowly over time.
Wow. Given? Who gave us it? Who gave us that technology? But then again, it would mean that this elite have been in power for such a long time then. Controlling it. I mean, when you go back to the days of the gold mining, they were using pretty, primitive technology back then when they were mining and panning for gold. There's some things that don't make sense, They moved the Indians off the land, put them on reservations so they could get the gold. Yeah? The new settlers. And then they struck oil. And then it was now, they were dowsing for oil now, back then. So there's some things that don't fit. Because if they had that such advanced technology, why didn't they employ it to find the golden? Because I would have done that if I was an elite leader. I would have done that.
My sense of it with the gold thing is that, and this is just through my own sort of consciousness journeys in terms of trying to uncover some of this within myself. So I certainly don't have any like physical proof of this, but it resonates with me that whoever these people are, these, you know, controllers, as it were, that they, whatever other land they have access to, they have gold on that land. And so they have like all of the gold from that land, or who knows, maybe it's even multiple different lands. And that them having access to that land and restricting others from it, and then doing what they've done here, like they use the gold from that land to essentially take over the gold standard in, you know, here, because they had so much more of it that they were able to essentially buy out everyone else's gold and then turn it into paper money that they control.
Yeah, it's a possibility. It is feasible, because that idea did cross my mind about, well, when Michael Jackson died. Okay, when Michael Jackson died, I thought, hang on a minute, he's died too quick. What's happened here? Is it because Michael Jackson died and a few other stars started dying after him? I started to think, are they living on another island? Prince is gone. Whitney Houston's gone. David Bowie's now gone. I'm thinking, oh, what's happening here? So I'm thinking, are they living on another island somewhere?
I mean,
You know?
they're old. Well, Whitney Houston isn't that old, but the rest are old.
Yeah. But they were still performing at the best they could. They were just still kicking it. They were still giving the best. They had a lot to give. They were living it, man.
There are a lot of strange like musicians. You know how many that have, what is that whole thing of they all die at 27?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was.
Then they don't make it to 30, and
that was odd.
Like in a very odd way, yeah.
Yeah, Illuminati control, maybe. Who knows? I don't know.
You don't want to be part of the 27 club.
That's right, the 27 club. Yeah, I don't want to be part of that. But I just thought, can they be living on another island and performing for the rich? Because how can they be dying that quickly? So close. They're very close. You know, that was just too close. These people are dying. And there's no sign of illness. They're, you know, at the peak. They were still peaking as far as I was concerned. They had a lot to give. They weren't showing any signs.
Elvis is doing his thing in Antarctica. He's entertaining the elites in the underclass. They know anyone good. They've got them down there doing little shows like Celine Dion in Vegas.
Yeah. They're somewhere. I mean, they could be on an uninhabited island somewhere. Or, like you said, beyond Antarctica, possibly. I don't know. It just seems very odd that these people have died so soon. You see them one day, they're looking good, perfect, planning to do the concerts. This is it, concerts, 50 around the world, and then he's gone. Boom, gone.
Yeah, but everyone that's dead, I would have taken. Like, if I was out there looking for talent, pretty much everyone that's died early here, I would have scouted for. I would have gone, you, grab you, grab you, done.
You know that story of Leonard Skinner? That's a wild one.
Skinner, I loved him.
Plane crash? Yeah. They were getting very popular, and then boom, plane crash.
Yeah, nice group.
And I mean, that seems like that probably was a real plane crash. Like, what if they actually kill the people that they can't control, and then the rest of them are just like crisis actors that go off to Crisis Actor Island?
There you go. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, well, that's individual.
Yeah, something's definitely odd.
See, the one thing, Jin, about the idea of them not being human is that it seems to me like a level of evil that is beyond what humans do. You know, what humans are even capable of. You know, I understand humans can be evil, but this level of evil seems beyond human to me. It does seem. Now, I'm not saying it's alien, like some kind of from outer space in that way, but it doesn't seem like a level of like death and destruction that any human would be capable of. But if they were a different species, then who knows? You know, all bets are off the table.
Yeah, because
if you don't have empathy or apathy, you're capable of these things.
Well, there you go. The thing is, it's just, I know what you mean because it's crossed my mind as well. Again, before I was a flat earther, years and years ago in London, I used to think, well, how could people kill like this? What's going on here? This is madness. And then these human beings with their rifles, marching to death. You fools, what's possessed you? What's happened? And then you stop at Christmas. You exchange cigarettes and chocolates Christmas Day, right? You have a break, and then you get back to it after that. Oh, that's mad. It's absolutely mad, man. Crazy.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt that they do kind of get into like people in war do get into a possession state, and I don't doubt people can be evil in a certain sense, but it just seems like the like diabolical level of this on this larger scale too.
Yeah.
Like orchestrating an entire war, for example, where that thousands and thousands of people are being killed.
Yeah. Do you remember the photograph that I think was in either the Time magazine or Newsweek magazine, or there's another magazine I can't quite remember the name of, American outlet, right? And it's the guy being shot in the head in Vietnam. And you see the pistol in the head, get shot in the head. Pow. In the head. Have you seen that?
Yes, very, very good propaganda. Very powerful.
Oh, you think it was propaganda? You don't think he really got shot in the head then?
Well, no, it could be real, but it was used, given that people saw it, it was used for propaganda.
Yeah, right, because, wow.
Otherwise, they hide that shit.
Yeah, that was amazing. The guy just dropped to the floor. Shot him, bang, he just dropped to the floor. Well, how could you shoot somebody like that? Just, like
no empathy. No apathy. Like if you've got an actual mental defect where you don't have these things, like that part of your brain isn't functioning, or your fucking genetics didn't select for it, or whatever, I don't know. You're a whole different type of human. You look the same, but you act very differently.
Yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, the Americans did it. The Germans did it as well. The British did it as well. Just mad. I mean, the British have done it recently. They raped some woman in Africa, British regiment, raped her and then killed her. And buried her, The guy was married. Terrible.
Well, I would think.
Yes, but see,
I would think there'd be an overlap too. Like if there is some other sort of species, as it were, that are doing a lot of this, then that species would then be trying, like that entity that kind of runs those species would be trying to possess humans, to make the humans do the dirty work for them and all that. So I certainly would think if it was going on like this, there's going to be a lot of overlap because they have all their secret societies, all their people that they've convinced to do this stuff.
Yes. I would have to agree with that. There would have to be, that means some of us humans are working together with this entity to undermine us. They have to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're being coerced. I wouldn't say convinced, coerced.
How would they go undetected? How would they go without us knowing that they exist?
Well, they know we know.
Yeah, great question. I mean, I don't know. You've asked an impossible there.
What I didn't quite hear it.
Well, no, I just wonder how could they exist without us having knowledge of their existence? I mean, we talk about things, but how would they exist without us knowing they exist?
Okay, I see what you mean. Well, if they live on other lands, then they just wouldn't be in the places we are. They're not walking down, the streets of New York City.
Yeah.
At the North Pole, perhaps, Antarctica.
Maybe they are walking amongst us, dressed up in human clothing and form. You never know.
Yeah, and then there's the shapeshifting ideal that they use our adrenochrome to shapeshift into human form.
Yeah, they could be doing that, or they could just be wearing, material, because it's so possible to wear masks. You can't tell. Yeah, you've got to start looking around, when you're on the train and on the buses now. Is everyone a human on the bus? Let's have a look. Start looking.
Well, like the question would be like let's just say at some point humanity gets fed up with all this and we realize on a larger scale the lies that are going on. And if we started to, sort of dissect this whole thing, this whole structure, whatever that means, I just mean like, unpacking it, like getting to the root of it. Like, okay, who is at the ownership of this? Who is at the ownership of that? Like really start to get to the root of it. And then also like what really is at the North Pole? What really is in Antarctica? If we start really getting to those roots, who or what are we really going to find? Are we just going to find some CIA offices, some documentation, like that? Or are we going to find something even more surprising?
Yeah, surprising. Well, I'm going to go with the CIA thing first because they're they're the powers that be that are restricting us anyway. So that's something there for sure that they're there. Yeah, because like you said, we need to do this. Humanity is so docile at the moment and sleepwalking, and they're not ready for that yet, man. Shame, because that's where we need to be going. This revolution needs to kick in, and then first moves Antarctica and the North Pole immediately. And if we can't do it ourselves, get the military to do it, unless they already know. But that's what I would like to see happen. Journeys to the outer regions of the Antarctica. It's got to happen. We've got the technology, right? Stop wasting money going to space when we know we can't go there. And we should have been doing this Antarctica thing, but they're keeping us invested in space so that we don't look around on Earth. You see? That's what they've been doing. Cheaper to be doing it on Earth than going to space because it's there. Earth is here. You just got to get your trucks, and we've got the technology that you can buy trucks to go out and have a look right now. These 6-wheeled Sherpa vehicles, they're brilliant now. Very fuel, very economical. They don't go at breakneck speeds because you don't want to be going at breakneck speeds on that kind of terrain anyway. Take your time. You can cook all your food and everything there in the vehicle, and it's just perfect. I'd love to do that. That is a dream of mine. If I had that money, billionaire.
You'd want a 6-wheeled blimp.
Well, that's an interesting one as well. No, that would be part of the equipment. We'd have a blimp with us.
Yeah, we get airships. Yeah, it seems like going in the air is so much easier than the ground. Might as well just get in airships and then have everything you need in the airship, and then have cars and 4x4s and things that you can just land the airship, and boom, you go around the land with boats that go in the water, and then get back on the airship and keep going.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the weather that you could have. You'd be at the mercy there. Could be a bit rough with the storms in an airship.
What if you can go high enough to avoid all that?
Exactly.
Are you sure? You can go high enough. Okay, yeah, I suppose you could, but then again, there's still the danger. There's still a lot of danger in being that high up in an airship and a balloon. They're not the safest of transportations, to be honest. We'll rather keep it on the ground.
You're just not never sure where you're going to end up, though, Jim.
That's right. You just don't know where you're going to end up unless you've got propellers.
It's an adventure.
It is an adventure craft.
They really convinced people that airships are dangerous from that whole Hindenburg hoax. What was that all about?
Well, yeah, that was designed because they were going to corner the market. You see, the Hindenburg thing and the Blitz were going to corner the market, and they didn't want that, so they wanted the aeroplanes to corner it. So that's why they did that. That was all about business. But I do feel that, I think they're a great way to travel. Don't get me wrong. I think they're beautiful, to go on an airship and take in all you survey, nice, slow pace in first class.
There was talk of using them for water karting. Now, could you imagine the amount of water you could probably put into something like that, like a big blimp, and then go and deliver that to an area where it doesn't fucking get rain or anything, and you could have 3 of these ships fucking going every week or something. Like, instead of building pipes out to whoop that cost billions of dollars or whatever, these things would have been able to cart water anywhere and everywhere at all times, and that would have fucking really changed some shit.
Yeah, you see.
So this
is what I mean by we're being set back because the governments that shouldn't be are just in the way of progress. They're just arresting our progress, stifling our our performance. They're just in the way. They're just in the way, yeah. But yeah, I guess the blimp idea would be good at Antarctica as well. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely feasible, no doubt about it. And you can control it because you've got propellers and a rudder, so you can control where you want to go. It's just if a storm
Nice
kicks
dense air.
in, you can control your path through that. Yeah, and then take it. See all you can survey. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, the airship.
And you could probably have a shape design that if you pointed it, like if you landed it and pointed it into the wind, if there was wind coming, that it would actually like pull down to the ground.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Just a design that has lift underneath to pull it down into the ground.
Exactly, just like the what do they call it, the spoiler on a racing car, Formula One, for downforce and that.
Exactly, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deploy the spoilers.
Mm.
And an anchor, probably.
Well, an anchor would definitely be necessary. An anchor or two, probably.
I love it. An anchor for an airship. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that would be great, though, I think, to go out on the ice like that. And then go see
How majestic,
what there is.
though. How majestic. Drift around stealth like that.
Yeah, it would be brilliant, wouldn't it? I mean, it'd be beautiful. I mean, it's the best of all, isn't it? Because you can cover the ground. It's not going at breakneck speeds, but you're covering ground quicker than you're walking and driving. So it's good enough, isn't it? And then you just bring it down to land. You don't need to build tents. You're living within the ship. So that's cool in itself. Yeah, man.
Yeah, you don't need to go high. I mean, unless you're trying to escape weather, you can literally just lift off a little bit and just float above the surface. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Great.
Fuck it. Yeah, I reckon that's got to be one of the best ways to go.
Hover over the big hole that's in the middle, apparently, that goes to the middle of to the underneath of the plane.
Have a look around. Yeah.
Apparently aeroplanes can't fly, but maybe planes can hover.
Yeah, then it's just the logistics of food and fuel.
Those bloody penguins look tasty, mate. Anything with a face on it, you can eat and get everything.
Well, yeah, I suppose so, yeah. But you can bring enough food anyway, at the end of the day. You can bring food, carry that in there.
I'm having a fucking penguin. I don't care. I'm going to open one of them up and flame grill it. I reckon they'd be tasty.
6 months supply of food. Yeah, I probably won't be killing a penguin. Not necessary if I can bring food that can last.
I will watch you salivate next to me, mate. I'll be
don't worry, I'll eat some of that.
and you'll be
if
like,
it's cooked and killed, I'll help you prepare seasoning. Don't you worry, mate.
Come on.
Barbecued
penguin? Oh my God, that sounds delicious.
That's going to be a delicacy, mate.
Oh, could you imagine the rendering of that blubber?
Oh, yeah, you're making me. I'm salivating.
Probably better than guinea pig, Bandy.
Oh yeah.
Tastes like a old herring or fish or something like
that.
It's the best pork you've ever had.
Yeah, we go duck hunting up here in Tennessee, and there's one bird called a merganser, and he's fish eating. Ducks eat duckweed and different things, and I like duck, but that merganser is the nastiest bird you'll ever eat. Tastes like fish.
Oh, never had it.
Well, fish is nice. You mustn't like fish, eh?
No, I like fish. The merganser, the meat tastes like nasty fish. I mean, it's not good. Yeah.
Or maybe it's when you have a bad, nasty fish, it actually tastes like Picanza.
Well, it might do it.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, the penguin eating fish. I don't know. It might be good. I've never heard of anyone eating a penguin.
No one's allowed down there to even bloody nab one.
Yeah.
Catch one first, eat one, don't you? Good luck looking on YouTube for a video of how to prepare fucking Antarctic penguin. Then again, maybe someone in one of those bases has done it. Maybe someone should Google that.
Yeah. Has anyone ever eaten penguin?
There's got to be some carnivore out there stationed at bases who's just eyeing one off and waiting for his chance.
I wonder what that image tastes like.
Exactly. You look fully nourished. Give me some.
Bandsaw, where's that? Is that where you're at?
That's about about 250 meters from my back door.
Wow, nice.
Yeah,
that looks beautiful.
It is, mate.
Looks flat to me.
Flat AF. It reminds me a bit of a mixture of like Hawaii and the Caribbean.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Yes, it does. Yeah. There's that Diamond Head bit. You know, the bit to the left. That could be Diamond Head.
Yeah. It's a private little beach.
Right. Very nice.
That makes me want to get back to the ocean.
Treasure Island. Man
yeah.
Friday. It's like it's where they filmed Gulliver's Travels.
That was actually at about, I don't know, about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That one.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that straight line horizon. Look how straight that line is. It's straight, isn't it? Behold the flat earth.
Nah, I'm sorry. You've put two pictures together. I can see where the ocean fucking I can see where you fucked with it, Bandy. That's
exactly
curved.
Right. Exactly. That beach that you see right there, right?
Yeah.
About, I would say about 5 months ago, 6 months ago, it's all rock. It's all rock. These beautiful round rocks, like the size of your fist.
5 months ago?
Yeah. And each year it's the same. It comes out and washes all the sand away during the winter time, and it's like this big rock beach. Okay, and then at summertime, all the sand comes back, and that's what it looks like. It's incredible. It's incredible.
That is incredible. So there you go. It's like the earth is breathing.
Yeah.
What's going on? All the sand.
High pressure to low pressure, people.
Yeah, and it's swelling. High pressure to low pressure. Yeah. Beautiful horizon, though, that is. Are you having a lot of floods in Australia recently? Floodings, I heard yesterday.
Oh, not where I am. That's up Queensland, South Australia, I mean,
Okay, Queensland.
New South Wales, not South Australia. New South Wales.
Right now, New South Wales. So when I look at New South Wales, is that to the east of Australia?
East.
Yeah,
Yep.
east. Yeah, southeast, isn't it? Southeast. Yeah, right. New South Wales. Yeah. Wonder why they called it New South Wales. You know, I mean, is there any resemblance? None.
No.
Yes.
None. No resemblance, is there?
No resemblance to Wales. That's for sure.
At all. Yeah, that's right. I've got it New South Wales. I could never work that one out. When I was at school, I was thinking, why do they call it New South Wales when it doesn't even look like New South Wales?
Yeah, all of that shit does have some. Might not look like it, but might have been fucking colonized by them.
Yeah, it might have been the prisoners. You know, they came from New South Wales, perhaps. Who knows? Because it was a mixture of people living on Australia back in the day, and some of them were criminals, weren't they? I mean, the prisons were supposedly full up, but then the Queen had this new land that Captain Cook found for them, and they wanted to develop it. That's why they sent the Australians out there. Well, the British out there who became Australians.
Well, so the story goes, Jin.
Yeah.
So the story goes.
We actually all arrived in blimps.
It is a beautiful shot, though.
Ships are a conspiracy.
Tell that to the Vikings.
Oh no, those ones were.
Yeah, the longboats. They were good, they were. Very good to handle. Giant canoes with sails, basically. And they were well built.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they travelled from, it's easy, when you look at the flat earth now, it's quite easy how they were able to travel those distances. All straight lines, near enough.
Well, they got to Australia and New Zealand. There's evidence of that.
Wow, they got that far, really?
And the ship that was discovered here, like the remains of a Viking ship, is fucking like quite high up, like, you know, away from the ocean. So either the continent was lower and the water was over the top of it, or there has been substantial flooding or tsunamis or something to bring the shipwreck high and dry, you know.
Right, it was high sea levels. I see. Wow. Yeah. I think
And
someone's trying
like
to
the
say
New Zealand
something.
one, in the debris there was like ancient like Chinese like porcelain plates and things like that, like crated up. So like they'd done trading or something with the Chinese, or pillaged them.
That makes sense. That would make sense. Yeah.
Very beautiful porcelain and dinnerware.
Yeah, it would be
Goes
nice
to show
see.
how advanced they fucking were, you know.
Yeah, the Chinese, they reckon that the Chinese back in the 1400s, they had ships bigger than the biggest aircraft carriers of today. Bigger than that. Maybe dwarfing it. Chinese.
Really, Jim? Really?
That's what it said, yeah. They discovered America before Columbus, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. They discovered America before Columbus. They traveled the world already, and then they said to themselves that the world doesn't have anything to offer us. Then they started building the wall to keep us lot out. Yes, they saw us as inferior, especially if
That
we
was
had
to keep rabbits out. Fucking hell, Jen. I've heard so many stories, but we grew up being taught that was a rabbit fence.
Right, across the mountains, nice. And their ships, right? Their ships literally had land on it. You know, they had cows. The cows were eating grass, so they were growing grass on these ships that were that big. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was like a land on a boat, basically.
Oh, Jim, they've got rice paddies in apartment blocks here, mate. They can grow anything anywhere.
Yeah, that was amazing when I read that. I thought, yeah, wow, this is interesting. The Chinese had some interesting boats. A city afloat, literally. One day they could travel the world and have food and sustenance. And then when you imagine that back then, and you see something that big, it doesn't matter what kind of tribe you are, you're going to be shitting yourself to see such a massive ship pulling in to your harbour.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they don't even build them that big today. So you can imagine what it was like back then. Wow.
Yeah, it is very impressive to see a cargo ship or even a cruise ship, like physically at the dock. They are very, very big machines. If you were a simple tribe and you saw something of even half those sizes coming towards your coast, you'd be like, fuck, what's on board there? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but in the case of the Chinese,
the spears and shields, quick.
In the case of the Chinese, it was double. It would be double today's cargo ships, double, maybe triple the size. These things were monsters. Massive things.
You don't get the appreciation of the size of a ship until you go to a dock and you're standing right next to it. Like when you see them out on the sea, like some of them, like, you know, where I am at the moment, we have some monster ships sail past, right? Some monster ones, right? But seeing those close up on the dock is something again.
Amazing, breathtaking, massive, big propellers. Everything's just giant. And you think, how can this thing float? You know, doesn't
gravity. Gin, gravity.
Gravity. Yeah. Amazing ships are. Yeah, I do like boats. I like boats. I like ships. Love sailing. Love it. Love canoeing. And jet skis. Yeah, like the old jet skiing, but I prefer canoeing.
He's in Antarctica, new perspective.
What do you mean?
Oh, he's posted a thing of Bob Joyce is Elvis.
Oh, right.
Really?
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just like, no, he's in Antarctica performing for the elite.
He's always doing that, new perspective.
Wonder how many hip replacements he's had, thrusting his hips for like 60 years now. Still hard to fathom that not that long ago, you know, the TV didn't want to film Elvis below the waist because it was too provocative. How far we've come.
Yeah. Now they've got fucking tits all out in your face.
Oh, dude, and grinding.
Yeah. Imagine if you showed that lot back, what we got now, but go back in time and show them that. People would faint in their seats. They'd be fainting in their seats.
Yeah, the blokes would all just be fucking uncontrollable.
Yeah. And then the women would be saying, don't think you're getting any of that tonight. All right.
Oh, no.
What the fuck are you looking at? Yeah.
With the glasses and everything. You know what I mean?
I'm only human, sweetheart. Fuck.
How dare you bring me to such a place? Oh, can you bring me to such a place, killer?
It is instinctual, isn't it? To pretty much have a look and borderline have a fucking sniff. Like if it was a different world that we lived in, there'd be a sniff followed up by the look.
It's normal, isn't it? That would be normal,
without a doubt.
Yeah, that
fucking
would be
oath.
normal. Yeah, that'd be normal. But you mustn't be primitive. You've got to be civilized. Civilized. You don't do the sniffing or the touching. Smack on the hand, slap on the face.
No, and if you do the sniffing, all you get is fucking fake artificial fucking perfume.
Oh, don't tell Joe
Right.
Biden
You
that.
fucking wouldn't know
Don't
what
tell
you're
Joe
sniffing in there.
Biden. You're going to take away his full-time job.
Joe Biden, yeah. Joe Biden sniffing everyone's hair. Yeah, he's a creepy cunt, isn't he? He's a creepy cunt. Gordon
He's a
Bennett.
sniffing connoisseur, that one.
Those compilations, like, really gross my eyes out.
Yeah.
She can't fucking even get through one. She just feels for all those poor little girls that have been fucking put up on stage with him for a groping, sniffing.
Yeah, that's terrible. I don't care, man. Yeah, that's wrong. Biden.
Has anyone here seen that footage of, and obviously I don't know how real it is, but George Clooney and Barack Obama boat heading somewhere, it looks like from a dock to somewhere or from something to a dock, and Clooney's got fucking, he's smiling he looks like he's looking at the camera, but he might not be looking at the camera. But there's a fucking little girl, like basically he's holding her head down in his lap.
Oh, I remember that meme kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, was it a
I
meme?
remember that one.
It appeared real to me, but I mean, I don't trust anything.
I saw that as a meme. I think someone was making fun of it in the 24/7 when we were talking about that Biden and the like. Yeah, I remember that one. Yes.
Right.
Yes. He's like he was getting some head or something, and he was smiling.
It very much looked like they had fucking someone trapped down there. I wouldn't say actively getting head, but certainly not wanting to be seen.
That's the impression you get. That's the impression you're left with, though, isn't it? You know what I mean? You know, I think someone was
to a certain extent, or at least smuggling. You know, they're taking this little girl out to wherever they're going. And the intent was for her not to be seen. Like, get down, not suck my dick.
But yeah, but that's what.
You'd be
That's how far they
You'd be a
went.
fool to be doing that.
24/7 went that far.
No doubt, Jim. 24/7 disgrace. So
24/7, and then the hangouts as well. The hangouts that they used to hang out on as well. They did it as well. They went that far. Ah, yeah. Nothing's sacred. Or no one's sacred, can I say? Yeah, that beach is really nice. If that's where you live, man, that's beautiful.
That is 100% where I live, Jin.
Yeah, see, so you could be taking a nice walk, good for your feet and your toes. You're sinking it into the sand. Go for a jog, dive in for a swim, come back out, do a jog, sweat, dive in for a swim, do the jog. That's a good exercise routine there for me already. Look at that. So I'd be jogging all the way around, and then I'd swim back round.
Jin, hold on. Back up your truck. I walk. All right? I walk.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Lift the beer.
Yeah, I'd
put the beer back down.
I'd be jogging it, building up a sweat, and then you just swim your way through, swim back round in circles. That'd be nice for me. Yeah.
No.
I tell you what, Jen, there's some good mountain bike areas around there if you're keen on that stuff. Lots of steep cliffs and trails.
Yeah, mountain bike and off-road bike trails as well. They got over in Australia. It's a beautiful. The outback, leave me there. Give me my equipment and my stuff, and I'll be happy as Larry in the outback. Yeah.
A lot of people would join you.
Yeah, exactly. Set up our tents and that, barbecue up the place, nice food, beer under the stars. Yeah, there you go.
Happy days.
Happy days, my friend. And then just go out for a ride during the day. You know, have a good look around.
Yeah, then you come back and find out some jealous cunt's fucking pissed off that you've got a better camp than his, so he's stolen shit and trashed it. It's a problem.
Does that really happen? Does that really happen? I didn't think that happened.
Bloody oath. It even happens out in those places in Alaska where they've got cabins and shit. They go away for the time they can't be. They come back and someone's gone in there. And I mean, sometimes they go in there because they needed to for survival. But sometimes they can go in there and trash to steal shit.
Yeah,
crap.
that doesn't happen in Japan. That wouldn't happen in Japan. You know, you can leave your stuff and go off and days and come back, it'll still be there.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, yeah, no, they don't nick your stuff. None of that happens. They don't do that, you know.
Not even in the big city. There's no theft, Jim.
I tell you what, look, it's there, but it's minimal. You know, it's not. It's rare.
It's
And
all
the people who are
organized.
doing it, are not the Japanese. It's the Chinese, the Koreans that
Right.
are the ones that are doing all the burglaries and that. The Japanese people
Yeah, fair
don't do
enough.
it. Yeah, so it's there. Yeah, but it's minimal. I mean, you can be rest assured that if you left your camera in a restaurant, it'll be there a week later. It'll still be there, waiting for you to collect it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I left my camera at a ski resort. I was reunited after 6 weeks. Right, and that's only because I actually bothered to go to that ski resort after I'd been to the one further up top. On the way home, I thought I'd step in and check it. After checking 3-4 times prior to going there on the phone, and they kept saying, no, it's not here, because they kept looking in the drawer. They couldn't find it. So I went skiing up there, we're snowboarding with my kids, to a resort further up the mountain. And then on the way back, I stopped off, introduced myself and that. I'm the guy that was ringing up about the camera. And then the guy looked in the drawer, it's not here. Then he went to the cabinet, and I could see it as soon as he opened the door. That's my camera. And I showed him my camera. It still had battery energy in it. So I switched it on, and then he could see my children. And I go, yeah, thank you. When I took it outside to the
Awesome.
kids now, their face dropped. What? That's the yeah. Wow. I said, I told you. 2 things you must learn here, boys. One, your stuff is always safe. People don't steal your property. 2, never give up. Yeah, because most people would have bought a new camera by now. 6 weeks, they're on a new one.
Full of lessons, mate.
Yeah, and I just said, I had a funny feeling it was there. That camera was calling me. You know, you're talking years of photographs and all my SD cards, all in there. You know, all the kids when they're children and that. You know, I didn't want to lose all that, and I've still got the camera today here with me. So yeah, well over them, and they don't nick your stuff. So if you went camping and that and you left it, it'll be as you left it. They don't do that kind of thing here. You know, you know, you're a family. Once you meet these campers, you're just one big family. That's what's really
Mate,
good.
you can't even have you can't even have a paid for claim here. Like, you know, like a claim for a prospecting site. Like the minute you leave, there'll be people on it, you know, searching.
Wow,
Like, you know,
terrible that is, isn't it? Fucking hell.
no one gives a shit.
Yeah, well then that's not good, is it? Yeah, that's not good, is it? Fucking hell. Come on, people, where's your integrity? Got to have something.
Everyone's like, oh, why do you think you've got the right to have that piece? And, you know, I know there are people that don't think like that, but there's plenty of examples where people can't leave their shit without expecting something.
That's a bit naughty, that is. That's a bit naughty. You know, that's a bit Wild West there, as far as I'm concerned. You know, you've got to carry your gun then. You know, have a gun set up on a tripod. All right, we're armed to the teeth here. Come in naked. Come in and come strip down to your pants and come in. Leave your clothes out there. Come into my campsite. Strip down. Right, now you can come in. Yes, enjoy the hospitality. Yes. Have a beer. Have that. Yeah, no, leave your clothes over there. But yeah, that's something that I enjoy doing, you know, camping and biking. Yeah, that would be nice. In the outback. Yeah, I've always had dreams of doing that. Because it's just perfect setup. You know?
Bandy could set up a tent down on the beach and no one would touch it for a year because it's probably only Bandy that goes down there. So he'd be all right.
Yeah. I'm surprised they don't have World Rally Championships in the outback, you know, off-roading things like they do with the Dakar Rally. I think that's an opportunity missed. because it would be nice to
They
see
do.
that race held in Australia, don't you think? All that outback
They
not
do.
being used. Oh, do they?
Yeah, we have plenty of
Oh,
rallying here.
oh yeah. What's it called? Is it televised?
Yeah. There are some. Well, I suppose the Targa, the Tassie Targa probably isn't
Targa,
what
T-A-G-A.
yeah, which is
Okay.
more around Tasmania, not like
Oh,
the
yeah, oh
Dakar.
yeah. Tasmania, I've heard of. Tasmania. I'm talking about outback. I'm talking about the outback, not Tasmania.
Don't we have this thing? Some sort of fucking desert race in the outback there?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it. You see, I've heard of Tasmania. They do the downhilling mountain bike trekking and all that. I've seen that in Tasmania, and I've seen off-road riding and rallying there. But I'm talking about the outback is so spacious. I mean, that would be perfect for having a nice course set up. You know.
It's not as popular as a rally car as what it is, say, in Europe. It's very popular in Europe, the rally car racing. But here we're more into into the V8 racing. Yeah.
You're very very American orientated. That's what that is. Copying the Americans. Yeah.
No, we have circuits, not like the oval tracks. They just go round and round in circles.
That's boring. That is, yeah.
Oh, I can't stand. Look,
you know, obviously 100 circles, 100, 200. Fuck off, man.
It's a different sort of racing, I suppose. But
yeah, but no thanks.
Yeah, look up the Fink Desert Race, Ben. Finke. Fink Desert Race.
Where's that? Northern Territory or Western?
I'm not sure, but I know it's fucking remote, and it's like an endurance thing.
Yeah, it's endurance. It would have to be, because that's what it's best suited. That would make more
Yeah,
sense.
all sorts of vehicles, different categories, whatever makes it wins, sort of thing, and best time.
Yeah, what's it called again? Finke. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, Finke. Okay.
Ah, so it's in the Northern Territory. To a small Apatula Fink community. Here we go.
Is it a rally or an enduro? Is it enduro or rally?
It's rally. Like enduro to me, because you've got to. It's rough, man. It's not just nice roads. You've got to make it as well. Rally, the cars are pretty much all expected to make it, and it's about times. Your car will more likely not make it as well as needs to do a good time.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm going to watch it.
Buggies. They use buggies.
Yeah, they got buggies.
Yeah, buggies.
And they got bikes as well. And I'm looking at bikes as well.
Yeah, you can use whatever you want, as long as you think it's going to make it.
And what's the distance involved in?
It's like a bull run.
Don't know.
It's multi-day.
Oh, multi-day. Okay, so it's a 2-day event. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds right down my alley.
Yeah, it is very popular.
Yeah, thank you. See, yeah. That's what I'm into. So I'm into these kind of things all around the world. Very interesting.
I think an electric vehicle won it last, if I'm not mistaken. Something from Audi or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, no. You know why Audi won it? You know why? Because they're promoting the Audi electric car. Audi has just decided to get into the electric car industry, money.
Yeah, I imagine it would have fucking hauled us, though. No corruption involved.
Oh, listen,
would have just won.
They joined this year's Dakar Rally, right? And I think they came in first. I think they came in 1, 2, and 3, I do believe. Right?
Yeah, fair enough.
A lot of things went wrong, though. They had to replace parts and everything else. Okay, let me check that out. Yeah.
So are they having battery changes in that, Gin?
In that Dakar Rally? You know what I had? They had a battery engine, combustion engine, and some other hydrogen fuel. So it was 3 types of drive for that car. Okay, so there was no way it was going to break down. Really nice looking vehicle. Yeah. I think they came in. I think they might have won it. I'm going to check it. But they did have about 3 or 4 of them in there.
Mm.
You know, they blitzed, inundated with so many. And Carlos Sainz was there. So
Yeah. Because I used to follow the E Formula One, Gin. You know, the electric Formula One. You know, the ones I'm talking about.
Yeah.
They go for about I think it's about 50 laps, but halfway through they've got to change cars. They don't change batteries; they actually change.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's interesting, though.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The only thing is the noise. The noise of the car. It's not like a proper engine, you know.
No, but they are. But those E Formula Ones are equaling the speed of the Formula Ones. They're incredible.
Of course.
They are absolutely incredible.
They're quick, very quick.
Oh, the get up and go those things have got. Whew.
Yeah, instant power, right from the start.
Remember Scale Extrix?
Yes, I do. Yeah. I've still got one.
Mate, those things had the acceleration of what these cars are going to have, like these electric vehicles. Like they used to just around the track.
I was thinking that yesterday. That I was out on my walk here, and I was thinking about that, how the electric car is slowly creeping into this world of ours, and the scale electric cars and those Formula Ones are very similar. And someone was talking about Tesla making the best engine ever, you know, and from that, look at where we are today. So you're right. Yeah, I love it, man. Love scale electric. I mean, I don't really like electric cars, to be honest. No character there. It doesn't seem to be, you know, there's something about the internal combustion engine that I like. You know, the oils, the petrols, fuel injection, the carburation, if you like, if you want air aspirated, you know, oil pump.
Oh, look, to me, it's the equivalent of having a beautiful, like I've got a really nice wristwatch, you know, where you can see all the gears doing their thing inside and whatever. Versus a digital watch. You know, mine self-winds, so as I walk, it winds up. You can see all those mechanisms too. It's fucking a beautiful piece of work. You can appreciate the machinery with a digital watch.
Right. I'm with you all the way there. That's exactly it.
Yeah, but just like what was that movie with Sylvester Stallone and Wesley Snipes in the future, where they're like having a fight scene and it's through a museum where there's like, you know, the petrol cars and the guns with bullets, you know, and they're in a museum like a long time ago.
I haven't seen that movie. I haven't seen that one, unfortunately. I didn't know.
Demolition Man, I think it is actually.
Oh, Demolition Man. There you go. Nice movie, I hear.
Or Judge Dredd. I can't.
No, it wasn't Judge Dredd with Wesley
Stallone.
Snipes.
That was Stallone, wasn't it? Judge Dredd.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, this one's got Stallone as well.
Yeah.
He's a cop, and it's got that chick from Speed. You know, where the bus is going too fast with Keanu Reeves. Whoever that chick is in that.
Oh, Sandra Bullock. Sandra Bullock.
That's it. Yeah, she's in it as well.
Oh,
but anyway, yeah.
Did you know that Sandra Bullock, seeing you brought her up, she gets baby penises rubbed into her face as a beauty treatment?
How do you know this? Come on.
Baby penises or the blood from umbilical cords?
No, the foreskin.
Oh.
No, come on.
Well, you'd have to know a couple of Jewish people for that, wouldn't you? Surely.
No, that's how it is, and it is micro-needled into her face.
No,
wow.
Maybe
it's Sandra Bullock.
Okay, then hold on. You don't believe me? Fine. I've got a.
She's got a medical citation.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
That is just too much. Come on.
Okay, go. Sandra Bullock, baby penis. Baby.
How would you do that? How could anyone convince you that that's what you should do for your face?
Here we go. Now that's all you have to do is type it into Google, into YouTube, exactly.
Oh, no
what
one
you told.
denies you there's a story, but how can you verify it? Like, if you asked her to your face, would she just laugh and go, "Oh my god, stop watching"?
Well, I think she admitted it. Is the point?
She admitted it on Alex. She went on to, like, I don't know, 22 million different talk shows and talked about it.
And was there any controversy around it? It sounds like that would have
No.
been very controversial.
No, I think Percent's looking at it right now.
No, I'm not. I thought you were the one Googling it. It's your burden of proof, bro. I'm just backing you up.
Here we go. You don't believe me? Check it out. There you go.
No rumple foreskin.
Sandra Bullock got a penis facial. Don't believe me? Boom. Cop that.
No, I believe you. I believe
Yeah.
it.
My boys pointed this out to me. I go, what the hell? What sort of rubbish are you guys watching?
That is.
It's bizarre. It is bizarre. But it's all in the name of beauty. So there's got to be something to it.
Bloody hell,
Yeah,
really?
but how could you let someone convince you of that? Like, I just don't understand that part of it. How anyone could come up with a story that goes along with penis injected into your face, where you would go, "Oh yeah, that sounds like it might work. Let's do that."
No,
I just don't get that.
I think it says more about her ego. She's trying to be young and stuff like that because of, you know, her celebrity status and what have you. So she was
it's
kind of
Cleopatra
desperate.
gone extreme.
That was like a coping mechanism. She was willing to try anything, probably.
It's Cleopatra gone awry, that is, because Cleopatra was famous for barping, was it sheep's milk or cow's milk or whatever?
The fountain of youth.
Elastin.
That's what she's looking for.
Yeah, silly cow.
Elastin, people, autophagy and elastin. Looking good. Not fucking penis. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my missus swears by a good facial every now. She swears that does something for her, but fucking force shit. Sorry, boys.
You know exactly where I went there.
Oh, shit. Nixon and Elvis.
I don't know. Who thinks that people like Elvis and Michael Jackson and Jeffrey Epstein and these kinds of people are living the life on some little island?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I reckon they're on some island. Yeah, because Richard Branson's got his own island, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, and I've heard rumours about that island too, Jin.
Yeah, so have I. So have I. Excuse me. Yeah, so have I.
I'm so glad you can't confirm those rumors, Bandy.
Well, not through YouTube. I can't. No.
No, look, I don't. I think they were just all useful idiots, mate. They thought they were special and above it all, and then their little usefulness ran out, and they were dealt with. And I believe that conspiracy can come anywhere, really.
Oh, of course.
That's what I think as well.
Pawns in a game, mate.
Oh.
Pieces moved around the board, and they ran there. Got exposed to a certain point. Could have exposed way too much. Nip it in the bud.
Even before the internet, the whole Elvis still being alive was a thing.
If I was Elvis and I was actually still alive, I would definitely be going to all those Elvis lookalike fucking shows. without a fucking doubt. Every single one of them, hoping that I would win, and then knowing that I actually lose, and then thinking, come on, how can I not fucking look like Elvis? Oh, shit. I would live just for that.
You'd probably lose just because you look too old to be Elvis.
Too old to be Elvis, yeah. No one would believe
they
your
they
story. No,
remember
it's
him in his
actually
prime and
me.
stuff.
Yeah, sure, mate. Fucking hell. We're all Elvis, buddy. Play all the songs perfectly, with the guitar, even do all the moves from the stage shows and shit. People would just think you're really good at acting. It's a good example of how sometimes you can have the right in your face and just not appreciate it. Like, what's with that whole Nelson Mandela thing? Like, can we all discuss that for? Like, I'm sure there's several of us here that remember him dying in prison or whatever the situation was. Somehow, he was alive again and become president.
Yeah, I don't remember him being dead.
No.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't.
No. I remember him being in prison, that's all, but not being dead. I didn't get that bit of the news. But it may have been out there, but I didn't hear it.
And wasn't he in prison because he too was a terrorist?
Whoa, wasn't it? He was fighting against apartheid, wasn't he?
He was a freedom fighter.
Well, he was setting up bombs and this sort of stuff, wasn't he?
No, I think that was winning.
In the name of freedom, Andy, come on.
White.
Freedom bombs.
Freedom bombs. Okay, they're all right then. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Obama style bombs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're okay.
If they're anything like Palestine style bombs.
Possibly.
Hey, let's not start with that.
To fight against apartheid.
Anything, they were Russian bombs then. They were good bombs to fight against the Nazis.
Yeah.
Good.
You're looking for some pushback? You're not getting it.
Excellent. Back to Kevin.
I saw the story and
Did you cast a line out, Andy, when you went down there for a walk before to that beautiful little beach of yours?
Nope. No.
I had to look at that water. You could probably just see if there were fish in there.
From the top, you can most definitely. You can see the school of salmon.
That's cheating.
That's when you know to go down there with your line when you can see them.
Yeah, that's cheating. That's cheating, Vince. That's like going into the lake and just chucking an explosive in.
Wow, come on.
I mean, it's smart. Don't get me wrong. It's very smart.
Cunning.
Yeah.
Look, they already have the advantage of 722 quadrillion square kilometers of ocean to hide in, right?
Do you think they know that, though? Because they tend to do a lot of circle work, these schools. They don't just go, gone.
Look, I cannot be held responsible for their ignorance.
I like it. Fucking ignorant fish.
Yeah. Like their parents should have taught them better. When you see this little thing dangling in front of you, be a little bit wary. Be a little bit wary.
Yeah, don't just circle around and look again. Just pew, go.
Yeah.
One direction. We've got 45 million square kilometres of ocean. Just go one line straight away from it. But no, they do circle work around it. Silly.
When you see a little bit of dinner just bobbing around by itself and not in a school of other dinner, you probably should leave it alone.
Yeah, see, it just backs up that, you know, when God created everything, if that was the case, and he created everything for us, then of course the fish are they're gonna do circle work and fucking bites, because that's just what they were told to do by their fucking design, is feed us.
He definitely did not create all things equal. That is for sure.
Oh, God, no. God, no. Everything would have opposable thumbs if that was. We'd be fucked. If everything had opposable thumbs, we'd have some. I can tell you that.
Well, I don't know. Apparently there's evidence of this so-called evolution.
Really?
Well, Sean did try and present it to me in the form of lizards.
Oh, no, come on.
Oh,
yeah. They can't prove anything. I think to go down that path, you'd have to define exactly what evolution is before you could even talk about it.
Well, I wanted an example of a butterfly turning into an elephant, right, to prove his evolution. And what he supplied me with was two different sorts of lizards, one a bug-eating lizard and one a grass-eating lizard. And they put these lizards on a little island and they bred to form a new lizard. But it was still a lizard.
Interesting story. Thanks, Sean. Anyone else care to have a go?
I gave him an opportunity, right? And all he could provide was a lizard from a lizard. That was it.
Wow. Did he detail like the cross section, you know, like the insemination, just to draw it out at all, or did he just say two lizards, boom?
Yep, I was impressed actually. I was impressed by it. I went, wow, I'm convinced now. We have another lizard.
Wow. It's close to a butterfly, isn't it?
It was close to an elephant. What are you talking about?
Fucking hell. Unbelievable. Sean's lost it.
I know. That's what I told him. He thought I wasn't taking him seriously because I was laughing. He was right.
No, I think you were laughing because you were taking him seriously. And that was the funny part. He was fucking serious.
I know.
Oh.
Anyways, I'm sure he'll come back again with something.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. There's clear evidence for adaptation, without a doubt. But evolution, as they define it, no way.
Yep, I told him exactly that. That's all that is adaptation.
Primordial soup, my ass.
Yeah, because he kind of took umbrage with me describing the Big Bang, because I said dust, bang, slime on rocks, and now we're standing upright. He kind of took umbrage with that. But that's basically the story, right? He goes, you missed out a few steps in your story. I went, oh, go figure. I gave you the shortened version, not to bore you, Sean, with it all.
Well, it's just a story. I mean, they can't fucking back any of it up. I mean, some of it they claim they found, you know, this and that, but good luck proving.
Exactly right. Exactly. But anyways, not to worry. I'm sure he'll come again. He's gone home. He'll do a bit of research and come back with something, I don't know, probably that resembles a butterfly.
No, we are so unique. There is just no way we could have just fluked through, stumbled through time, you know, at a cellular level and got to where we are. There's just fucking no way at all. Look at our actions. And if they do argue for that case, then the fact that we are so unique and so like a miracle, if you will, that we did stumble through time to get where we are, then the likelihood of that happening any fucking where else in all of the universe and the solar system is very, very remote. Because it was already remote for it to happen for us.
Well,
we had to be in a Goldilocks zone, you know, with the right fucking from the sun and all this sort of shit, you know. So it's just it's not even possible.
Well, look, if you want to invoke God into it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, anything's possible.
Exactly right. So if he has the ability to create us and to create and to create this, right? This thing that we call God, right? Also, too, in a roundabout way, well, not in a roundabout way, in the exact way, could get a bit of dust and say, bang, go in every single direction, slime onto rocks and standing upright. He could actually do that, right? If he wanted to, he could will that to happen. I just don't see it as a probability, to be quite honest with you. But, you know, if
Yeah,
you
well,
do
see,
want
but my understanding. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, doesn't matter. Go on.
I with the whole evolution thing, I just can't see how if we went from the primordial soup, how we've ended up with everything we've got. Because the way genetics and all that's supposed to work, evolution, it's like supposed to select for the best thing. And that's survival. And so somehow the best thing like advanced in terms of evolution, but then the thing that it left behind somehow was still able to live, even though it wasn't the best. And so what? So evolution's not actually correct. It actually didn't select for the best. What did it select for? Just something else? Like it's not accurate. Survival of the species is based on survival of the fittest, and survival of the fittest, who can adapt the best to the environment, not change form. Like that's just fucking.
You know, it does appear that things were very carefully created for a very particular reason. Everything has a reason to be here, right? And there is nothing here that does not have a purpose. Even the bloody mosquito, right? But everything has a purpose.
No, without a doubt, mate. Without a doubt. It's a code, it's a program. Every species, whatever, has its own program. Good luck plugging one into another and expecting something good to happen. It's funny when they say shit like, you know, we're 99% or 95% DNA match for some other animal, whatever, chimpanzee, whatever the case may be, and we've got that 5% represents fucking so much information still. Like, you know, it's fucking amazing to think they say that's close.
Well, I don't know if it's an old wives' tale, but when you're talking about DNA match, don't similar sorts of results apply to things like bananas. I've heard, like we have similar sort of stuff with bananas.
Well, I don't know, like whether it's full length or anything like that. You know what I mean? It can't be not the same, but close. You know, shit. They put fucking pig hearts and shit into people, man. So obviously pigs have to be fucking close, otherwise the rejection rate would be 100%. But some people manage to fucking get away with it.
Well, don't they grow stuff now, like on the backs of rats and stuff, like ears and these sorts of things?
Well, I know they've genetically modified pigs so that the organs they harvest from them are actually closer to us. But obviously that's trying to play God in some way. They shouldn't. Should just be encouraging people to look that they have.
What do you think about stuff like stem cell research and whatnot?
Well, I'm actually right into that side of things. That's a brilliant thing. I take a product all the time that stimulates the release of the adult stem cells from my bone marrow, and that's been phenomenal for a lot of people. And doing things that were considered only available to those that had 30 grand a month to fucking, go and get injected fucking stem cells. And even then, quite often it wasn't their own. Whereas at least if you release your own, it's your own stem cells. And normally we release these when we're young at a good healthy rate, and they go around and replace damaged cells like completely. And when they replace them with full length telomere. So it's actually like a brand new cell for you. But as we get older, we release less and less of them. There's still the same amount sitting there, but we just release less and less. And so what I take is it's a substance that releases them abundant early. And the beautiful part about that is, as soon as they're released more, and you don't run out. And so it's pretty good. That's the only supplement I actually take, and I wouldn't even say it's a supplement. Yes, very good. People have literally reverse damage to their pancreas, their kidneys. Obviously, the liver isn't so special, even though there's been faster regeneration of people with liver damage on it. Heart, any cell in your body can be replaced except like eggs, a woman's egg, and sperm for a man. They're the only things that your adult stem cells can. Injectables are good, but it's not your own necessarily, unless you spend even more and have your own pulled out and sort of grown or whatever. But there's all sorts of fucking talk about whether that's even legitimate. Because how are they growing them? Like your body does it. How are they? What are they actually doing? Just charging money for something you can't offer. What have you found out about it?
Not much, really. I don't know what I feel about all that sort of stuff. It's a bit like playing God. Like, yeah, I don't. I'm not too sure, to be quite honest with what I feel about, say, the ethical side of it.
The ethical side of what I'm doing, or the ethical side of pinching someone else's babies? What are you referring to?
Yeah, well, that kind of stuff, and playing with DNA and all this sort of stuff, and then you start getting into areas like cloning and stuff like, which it's us now playing God, trying to recreate something. Like, I see these things as, I don't know, a Pandora's box, really. Now I can't stop it. and I wish people were good, right? Then I would have no issue with probably some of these things if all these things were just used for good. But unfortunately, they're not.
Are you referring to cloning more so than stem cell therapy, or?
Yeah, well, it kind of I've got a bit of an echo here. I don't know who that is.
That might be me. Sorry, let me mute myself. If you're getting it.
Yeah, too easy, Tim. Too easy. Yeah, like I said, I really haven't done a great deal of research into it. And I suppose the research I have done is maybe I probably should have done a little bit more to make myself a little bit more educated in it. But mucking around with DNA and all that sort of stuff, yeah, which, I don't know per se if that's really coming from stem cell research, but maybe in a roundabout way it is. I'm not too sure.
I reckon you've raised a good myth, Mansour. Last night you were talking about women choosing the best genetics. Now, if that was really true, men could just do a genetic test, right? Just show their genetics at their date. Go, look, my genetics are really good. Let's get married. You know what I mean?
Comes down to a smell. Comes down to a smell, mate. That's what pheromones are all about. That's what chemistry is all about.
I couldn't hold that in any longer. I've been thinking about it all day.
Jump in, Will. Feel free, buddy. Yeah.
That'll be right along with the vaccine passport on a blind date, right? Show us your papers. Show us your genetics.
Well, there's no first date anymore. It's to show you a bit of paper and straight to the altar. Getting married. Let's start breeding.
There's a program in the UK. It's called Naked Attraction, and it's like a TV show, and the people get to see the bodies of the people they would prefer, and then they can choose. Oh, I like those tits. I like that. I like that fanny and stuff like that. So yeah, they do it that way. You can still get guaranteed to get the perfect match, can't you?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe just on looks alone, but
yeah.
I don't want a floppy tit,
There's so much to it.
There is definitely 100% the pheromone thing is huge. It is absolutely huge. You've got
biology 101.
You have to love every part of another person's scent.
You've got to want to just eat their box out, basically. If that's what you just want to do, then you're done.
24/7 munching, I reckon.
Yeah. You want to smell the back end, you want to slap it, you want to fucking give it a good munch. Yeah. All good.
Oof.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
You gotta be stuck with it for a long time. So you want to make sure everything is spot on. But those pheromones are important. Like you want to, you want to smell the armpits. You want to do everything, man. You want to get right in there and make sure everything's all good.
Oh,
and that is instinctive. That's right.
Exactly. A first date should be like no deodorant. Okay, lift up your arms, sniff test.
What do you get Frenchie? Hey, what do you get Frenchie?
The waking up in the morning face.
Exactly.
The Dolmio grin. That's the test, mate. Dolmio grin.
Yeah.
Well, you got French birds as well. They got hairy armpits. What happens then?
That's all right, mate.
Shave them
That's how she wants to be.
A la naturelle, as they say. A la naturelle.
Each to their own.
Then you can go carve off a bit of slate from down the quarry and say, go fix that up. There you go, love. A nice sharp bit of slate.
Love it.
Chiral. I was
used to. No, you go.
sorry,
You
Mel.
go.
No. You haven't talked, Mel. Jump in, bro.
I was just going to say, we used to say "Welcome to the jungle" when someone like a girl had.
Yes.
Exactly.
I was actually watching
Welcome to the
Vikings,
flat Earth jungle. Flat
the
Earth
series,
jungle.
the series Vikings. Again, I've watched it twice now, and I didn't really notice it the first time, but the second time around, you know, there's plenty of naked scenes in Vikings, and I noticed how well groomed the women were. Like, it was surprising for back in the day how
There
well
you
groomed they
go.
were.
Because they took pride in
Spent half
themselves,
their
didn't
day
they?
fucking shaving their beavers
Oh,
down at the creek.
oh God.
Just a spot I can't reach. Can you shave that for me? Yeah, no worries. All the chicks down there shaving each other.
Damn.
Yes, competitions and keeping it trim and tidy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that where we're headed though? Like mansplaining and like
God no.
you know, like you're sculpting your whole body and fucking
No.
shaving.
No,
You know,
girls
your
don't want
chest.
that shit, dude.
Aren't you into sculpting, Merle? You don't like a bit of sculpting?
If she's gonna, but when we start sort of doing that too, like basically taking as much hair off as possible, I wonder where that's sort of leading. Because something a tiny bit creepy about that for me, like 'cause, you know, it's
Yeah.
like going back to pre-pubescent almost. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Not trying to
Don't
make
let
it
them take
weird.
it all off.
Yeah,
No, I'm with you.
yeah. If you were to expect, right, because I've got a mate that's like this, and he expects everything to be
Neat and
very well maintained, right?
Yeah.
Let's just put it
Right.
that way. Very well maintained, right? Whereas he doesn't. He refuses to, right? And she's asked him, and they were around for dinner. It must have been about 3 months ago, and it came up around the dinner table. And I went to him. I went. That is so unfair for you to expect it of your partner, but you won't do it in return. Okay, that is so hypocritical. Oh no, guys don't do that. Oh, but women should. Okay, that's so sexist. You should just accept the way that she wants to be. You should expect her to do something, right? But you expect it. You ask her to do it, and she's asked you in return to maybe neaten yourself up just a little bit, and you refuse point blank. Okay, man, that's not fair. That's not fair at all.
I'd be saying, as I'm spitting out hair out of my mouth, middle of dinner. Yeah.
But what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
For the gander, yeah.
Most definitely.
Norman Wisdom. That's a famous film, actually, by Norman Wisdom. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Very
Great
much
comedian
so.
he was. Great comedian, and he was into motorbikes, Isle of Man TT. Norman Wisdom. He was at the Isle of Man TT every year, that guy. I did like him. Great
That
comedian.
race is fucking lethal. That is. Every time I watch that, I just fucking cringe.
Yeah, I find him really hilariously funny.
You find the motorbike race funny?
No, I like the motorbike racing, but also, what's his name? Oh, I forgot his bloody name now. He always went over there to the Isle of Man TT. Yeah, the comedian. Yeah, he was always there.
Yeah, it's a crazy race, that Isle of Man.
Oh, it's the best race on earth. It's the best race on the planet when you're racing on ordinary streets going at 200 miles an hour. Yeah.
Oh, it's fucking just crazy. They're like on fucking rockets, just blasting, and they're just hoping nothing fucking falls to bits, and no
Not only
animal
that,
runs
nothing
across the
gets in the way.
road. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
One little thing goes wrong, and you're into someone's garden. You're in a hedge. You're smacking into the wall. You're dead.
Yeah, it's one thing to not have kids and a missus and do that shit, but to do that shit when you've got kids and stuff. Like, I appreciate it's a passion or it could be a profession, but it's just fuck. I don't know. It's like crazy. I could.
But that's how they are. Some of them have died and they've left their wives and kids behind. Yeah, it is. And they're not making that much money now. It's not.
Heaps
really,
of people have died.
Yeah.
And that race is so well televised that when someone dies in that race, it's live.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You should know something up because he hasn't turned up. Oh, where is he?
Yeah.
He hasn't come over.
I must say, I'm always surprised in some of those flat-out motorbike accidents how good the integrity is of some of those motorbike suits. Like, the body must just be broken inside, but they hold together.
They hold together neatly. The Dainese are the best ones. Dainese suits are really good because I think they take the body contour and everything into consideration. If you're going to buy a motorcycle suit, you buy a Dainese, Italian brand. Really good.
Mm.
But yeah, man. But don't get me wrong. You've got to take your hats off to the mechanics because they're the ones that are getting that bike ready to do those sort of speeds. Okay, the brakes, everything has to be bang on, right? And
hats off to the engineers, Jim. The engineers that make the bearings and fucking all that shit.
That's what I'm talking
actually
about.
holds together.
Yeah. But don't get me wrong. But then that bike is then given to the mechanics, and then they've got to redo it all and undo this, check everything, put it back together, and do the brakes and everything else that needs to be done. Lock tight, lock thread everything, wire up everything so nothing vibrates off. Because the things at the top revving at the top end, so vibration comes in, things can vibrate loose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They lock down every nut and bolt. Telling you, man. Yeah, no, hats off to the mechanics. They're the ones that the riders have to trust. The riders. That's why the riders doing good to be standing there watching it going on. So he knows what's being done, and that builds your confidence up. You're not getting on there blind. You're actually in there helping out, so you know it's getting done.
Fancy being the engineer of the Le Mans car that fucking come over that crest and fucking launched and then flipped. All the other engineers managed to fucking do the right thing and kept their car on the ground, but you can't fucking turn into a plane.
That was a freak. That really was a freak thing, wasn't it? Because there was a bunch up of cars, and then the turbulence just come off of that. There was nowhere for that car to go back up. Luckily,
was that the one Mark Webber was driving?
I think it might have been.
Yeah,
I'm not sure who was driving.
Had he not have done that, he would have ended up piled up into some other cars. By the way,
yeah.
That was a mad race. I love the Le Mans. It's my favourite circuit, actually. The
one I'm remembering, I'm sure the car just comes over the crest and then just literally the front picks up and flips.
Yeah,
it didn't hit another car.
It's happened a few times.
Mark Webber. That's the one.
Yeah, so that's a failure in the engineering. That's my point. The engineer failed.
You think the streamlining. Yeah. That's all the bodywork.
Or a component failed, like maybe one of the adjustable fins or something failed and was at the wrong angle. Yeah. Maybe an actuator or hydraulic ram fucking didn't do what it was meant to.
They just said it. No, you know what they put it down? That was a freak thing with the wind and that. Really,
it happened about halfway through the race. Halfway, three-quarters of the way through the race.
Yeah. So
well, no, it can't be wind because more wind should create more downforce. It should never get lift with more wind.
It went underneath the car, didn't it? Got underneath those somehow.
But that should create more suction. to the ground. That's how they operate.
Yeah, I know they're designed to be pulled down, but somehow, because remember, right?
I think something went wrong.
It
Something
took off
definitely
slightly,
went
and then the
wrong.
wind got underneath it. Suspension
Yeah,
give
because
away.
all the other cars that come over the crest didn't do it. Yeah, that one did.
Yeah.
So I think, there was a fin that wasn't where it was meant to be. Maybe they were adjustables.
Or the suspension was too soft, gave way. Maybe the suspension bounced a little bit. Then
Yeah,
you
it
got
could have been a
more
suspension.
wind underneath under that. Yeah, so it could have been meant a number of things. You're right. But it was interesting. End over end. That was brilliant.
And the engineer would have got fucking daggers from everybody. They would have looked straight at him and going,
I
what
think
did you fuck up
disappeared
there?
instantly. He disappeared instantly after he saw that. He was gone.
Yeah, no severance pay for him.
Yeah. You know when the Japanese
Either
were
that or the
they were
engineer.
the first, I think it was in 1995, it could have been, where the first Japanese brand won it, and it was the Mazda. Every single one of them they were crying. They were crying. They finished 3 cars in the top 10. So I think
They got banned.
Oh, I don't know about them getting banned. Why? Because the car was so good.
They removed the rotary from the class.
Yeah,
because otherwise they were going to win every race from then on to all history. So they removed it.
That was a great car, that Mazda. I love it.
787B, fucking nothing sounds better, right?
Yeah, that's a great car, that Mazda. In the Gran Turismo, right, if you're playing the game Gran Turismo and you're using that car on the Le Mans circuit, it's a handful to handle. Really. Nice car, nice sound, but you've really got to be on your game to drive that car, especially when you're braking from high speeds, braking down to do your cornering and that, It's hard to keep it on the track. Animal. It really was, yeah. I mean, I use it all the time, and because I like the look of it and that, and the sound and the rotor engine, but it's a handful to handle, I have to admit. That's just in the game. It's amazing, all the quirks and that, the intricacy that they get, and it's all in the game. It's real. You're fighting with the steering. If you go too fast, you've got to hit the brakes earlier than you should. Then the other cars are catching up now. Now you've lost ground. Now you've got to get tuck in behind and bide your time. And then as soon as you chance, where you can overtake it, you overtake it. And you gain, and then you're hanging on. But then you've got to slow down again. They're coming up, and you think, all right, let me take a wider line. And you do it. No. You've gone back 10 places. You think, oh, shit, got to start again. Great, man.
Oh, you're perfect for the metaverse, Jen. You're going to fit right in.
Yeah, I love all the racing games and that. And the best game they ever made was Colin McRae Rally. Now, that game is definitely real rally. If you've got the wrong tyres on the car's not going to handle. If you set the suspension
That's
wrong,
going back.
It's not going to work good on the course, right? If the suspension is wrong. Everything is important how you set up. And when you finish the first stage and your car's all fucking secondhand, smashed to smithereens that you made it through, you got first, but you look in a state. You get like an hour to fix everything in time. And each part you choose to fix, you minus the time from the hour. So most of the time you're cosmetically looking bad, but mechanically you're sound, That's how it was for me. But I became champion in it several times. Then I had to do it for my kids as well so they could get all the cars. Because they weren't able to get the cars. Yeah, I had all the cars on my one. So I had to redo it again for them. And 3 boys, I was doing that for. So that we could all play and have good competition. I used to love Colin McRae Rally when I was playing with my kids and that. You can see where they are on the course, right? You can see where they are on the course. Oh, here they come. So I used to give myself a handicap and go down like 2 or 3 laps to give them a chance to win, right? So I let them go 3 laps and I try and catch them up.
God, you let your kids win?
You got to. I had to. I had no choice.
No, I never let my kids win at anything.
No, I had to let them win. I was cleaning up all the time. It's not fair, is it? I'm an adult.
Jen, are you handing out participation awards in your house?
It sounds like it, doesn't it? It sounds like it.
Yeah. Here's a trophy for trying.
Yeah, you got to give it to them. You got to let them have a win or two.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
they got to earn the win.
Otherwise,
I'm surprised,
they get discouraged. They get discouraged. Now, I don't want to play with Dad. You know what I mean? Don't want to play with Dad's too good. But it made it more exciting that I was behind catching him up. You know what I mean?
You told him to never give up.
Yeah.
Well, no, they don't give up now, but at the beginning, I had to do that. There came a time when I stopped doing that, but at the beginning, I had to let them win, of course. I had to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no.
Okay,
In the end, they can hold their own now. But when they were kids and that, I had to let them win. Otherwise, it was just not fair, really. But it made it more exciting, you see, because when they knew that I was coming up from behind, they had to work hard to keep the lead. Keep it. You've got it now. And they keep it now because I'm coming. Yeah, and they've lapped him once. They thought, you still got two to go. Okay, I'm coming still. Don't worry. You know, and most of the time I'd never win. But yeah, got them to be really competitive rather than being competitive from behind. It's boring for them. I always try to give them an advantage. Yeah, it was really good though. Colin McRae rally. We had Australia, Germany, France. Hang on a minute. Wait a minute. Australia, Italy, Finland, Germany, Britain, Spain. Let's see now. Is there anyone? I'm not missing someone. Oh yeah, the ice track. Now where would that be? Ice.
Iceland.
Iceland, maybe. Yeah, no. Come on, ice. Come on. Where was the cold winter circuit? Where was it? Fuck. Can't think. Winter circuit. Oh yeah, it would have been Finland.
Finland.
Isn't it? Finland. Yeah, Finland.
Yeah.
Right. And then there was Denmark or something like that, somewhere. Lots of trees, I remember. Great. Everything was real, though. You know, you get it wrong, you smack into a tree, right? Start again. First gap. Yeah, really good. Absolute marvellous fun. When you hit the tree, leaves would fall off the trees. It was that real. Some of the kids were saying this game is too real because it wasn't made in Japan. It was made by Codemasters in Britain. And they got every detail down to the last leaf on the track, stones flying up. Yeah, smashing the windscreen. It was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Oh, America. That was it. Yeah, the American circuit as well. USA circuit was in there as well. Quite nice one, that. Long sweeping bends, I remember. And you're hanging on the edge of the cliff and making sure you don't go too far. You're off the cliff. Yeah. You know, and each stage you win, you're getting more points, of course, and then by the time you finish the stage, new class of cars would come up that you'd have access to. Yeah, you start off with a Volkswagen Polo, slow as a mouse. Sorry, slow as a caterpillar, really slow. You know, and you know, the first year I got it, I couldn't clear that stage level 1, so I put it away in the drawer. I gave up on it after playing Ridge Racers, which is all high speed, and you get to this thing, and it was like I was going backwards, and I couldn't complete the circuit. I was always last. I was. I thought, bloody hell. So I put it down for about a year, and then one of my youngest sons, saying, "Daddy, can we play the Gran Turismo?" He pulled it out of the drawer. Sorry, Colin McRae. I goes, "Okay, let's have a look at it. Go on and put it on." And he couldn't work it himself, so give me it here. And funny enough, I cleared the first stage. And I went, "Oh, this is interesting." And then I got into it. I had to go and buy another one the next day so he could play. And then the other one became interested. So in a week, I bought 4 games. Oh. Yeah, I like the driving games myself. And then we got Grand Theft Auto. The amount of laughs we've had with that. Carjackings and all that. Brilliant. Beating someone up and just taking the car and run. That was really funny. Yeah. Grand Theft Auto has a lot of music from the 80s. So when we used to travel around, like the American islands and that, you'd hear the music from the Gran Turismo. I said, "Daddy, that's from..." "Yes, I told you, only the best music. Only the best music you listen to, boys."
I love it.
Yeah. Only the best music, boys. I told you.
Only the best.
That's right.
Speaking of, going to see the Stone Temple Pilots this weekend.
Ooh, lucky you.
It's going to be a little bit different to the last concert I was at. You know, box that we have to sit in, and we can take chairs, so we get to sit down on our own, you know, outdoor chairs or whatever, and have a little spot.
Yeah, no, I don't like sitting down at concerts. I like dancing, standing up. I do not like a concert where I've got to sit down. That's a joke. No. I don't go to concerts where I sit down. I don't dance anymore. But whenever I went, I was always dancing.
Oh, of course. Yeah, until COVID, that's how it was everywhere here as well.
You just got to dance, man. You can't be sitting down. That's joking. I mean, when I went to the Odeon in the Hammersmith Odeon to watch, what's the name of the group now? I've got to get this group right now. Come on. Shit. Not Inner City. One before that. Change, I think they were called. Change from America. Great group. Went to see them, and in Hammersmith Odeon was all seating, but everyone got up and danced because you can't sit down. You can't sit down listening to that music. Yeah, brilliant.
I'm sure the same thing's going to happen. I mean, I'm not sure how they're going to really police it, unless they're going to tell all the artists on stage that if people fucking stand up too much, just stop and tell them to sit down. I'm not sure how anal. Not sure how anal they're going to be about it all, mate.
No, you can't. You got to let that fly. Everyone's got to dance because that's the whole point. You'd be dancing normally, so you've got to dance. I'm sorry, you can't stop that. That'd be boring. You know.
Yeah, but COVID knows when you're dancing, when you're standing up and having a drink, and then it spreads.
Yes, it spreads its wings.
That's what the TV tells us. They're telling us now. Get this: the latest rhetoric on television. There's a new stealth variant, right? And this variant is so stealth that it gets into you without you even knowing. And that's what they're saying on the television. And I'm thinking to myself, hang on. Didn't the last one get into people and cause them to be asymptomatic? And the only way they knew that they were actually infected was via a test? How much more stealth can this one be? When the other one got into you apparently without you knowing about it. And this one also does it, but it does it more stealthily.
Well, I heard yesterday that the new variant is Omicron and Delta mix. That's what I heard.
Delta-cron.
Yeah, that's it. Delta-cron. Yeah,
Delta-con.
Delta-con, yeah. You've been Delta-con, yeah. Literally.
So pissed off with it. So over it. Ukraine was a nice fucking little break, to be honest. Fucking COVID bullshit. But it looks like they're going back into it.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. You know, they're just ratcheting it up there. They're carrying on with the stupidity, honestly. Fuck. You would have thought by now they would have secured their billions, if that's what the manufacturers are worried about. The amount of people that they've now got vaccinated, and now they're on their bloody boosters.
Just be careful of the C and V words, guys.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to be a party pooper, but
No. You're right. I said you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
I think the Ukraine war has been a convenient distraction, given the release of all the Pfizer documents with all of the known adverse effects that was tried to be hidden for 75 years, and now the Supreme Court has made them release. I think this war has been a wonderful way for them to turn the spotlight away from the crimes that have been committed on humanity.
Yeah. What was the name?
To a different sort of alleged crimes on humanity.
Yeah, absolutely. See, they hide everything.
This thing can have enormous blowback for these people, and I really hope it does. Like the amount of people who have ended up injured and hurt from blackmail and coercion, who now hopefully, given this obvious and solid evidence that all of this was known well in advance, would have been known by the FDA, the TGA, the NIH, everybody else, and yet it was still foisted upon everybody. I just think
they
this
went
has
ahead with
the
it.
potential to explode.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping.
Apparently,
let's hope so.
fucking apparently Hunter bloody Biden's it's a rumor, obviously I can't verify, but apparently he's in court, squealing like a little fucking pig.
Oh, let's
So
hope
there's
so.
a bit of a distraction for that going on as well, I'd imagine.
What's he in court? What's he in court for? I didn't hear that.
Oh, just all the bullshit that's going on in Ukraine, like all the corruption. You know, there was some sort of court case against him, and that's been going on for quite some time now, to do with some oil company.
Oh yes,
$10 a
Yeah,
year
he
or
was
some
on
shit.
the board. He was on the board of some energy company over there, and ended up getting paid like $3.5 million over 5 years. He basically never.
Yeah. Well, anyway, he's fucking apparently
never
squealing
set
like a
foot in
pig,
the country.
not good for the Biden family.
I do remember that.
And they don't want that obviously going mainstream, do they? Distract from that shit.
What a world.
Meanwhile, Australia's getting flooded out. New Zealand's about to be fucking absolutely bombarded with fucking biblical rain. The poor buggers over there. Christchurch is fucking smashed, man.
Well, have
Between
you
now and the
seen
next 10
have you
days.
seen like that? They've got big protests going on over there as well. Isn't it funny how two countries that have got all this enormous public uprising against the governments are now getting this biblical rainstorms?
Yeah, and that's coincidental too, because all these areas are already like planned out to be basically drive the people out, make it so they can't afford to rebuild. I can flip these areas for all the, the tech cities and fucking safe cities and fucking smart cities and all of this bullshit where they build units to rent to everyone and crap like that. Look at the plan for Lismore in Australia. Go to the Lismore Council and look at the plan they've got for Lismore and have had for fucking ages. It just makes so much sense with what they've done.
Andy, you know how you were telling us about that Telstra electronic passport thing being developed a few months ago?
Oh yeah, about 6 months ago now. Yep.
6 months ago, yeah. I saw a thing on a Russell Brand video where he was taking the piss out of it. It was like a TV advert. I haven't seen it. I don't think it's been broadcast here yet. But it's like an animation of this girl, and she's going through life, and it's her with her Telstra electronic ID, and it's going through how it makes life so easy and wonderful. How it just transfers all her data when she wants to open a bank account, or sign up for a new electricity deal or whatever. I don't know. Have you seen that, or is that?
I've seen it on YouTube.
Japanese version of that. Yeah.
I haven't seen the ad per se, FE, but I definitely remember when I brought it up, there were definitely people in the chat calling me absolutely crazy.
Mate, I'll dig this Russell Brand thing out, bro, and I'll send it to you, and you can just throw it back in everyone's face, all right?
Yeah, and I had, like I said, I had worded this 6 or 8 months ago, and I was telling everyone that this is going to be linked to absolutely everything. It was going to be
everything.
Your V passport. It was going to have social credit scores on it. It was going to be absolutely all your personal details were going to be on this, and it was going to follow you around forever. And people will volunteer for it. They will sign up for it because it's going to save the world. Yep. Yeah.
Right, well, I'll dig it out. Russell Brand just absolutely.
Hey, presto, adigazoo. Here we are.
Yeah. I got a lot of blowback that particular day when I was bringing that up. I remember.
Not from me, mate.
You get blowback now, even though it's fucking evident. You get blowback.
You're going to be called a shill now after this.
Crazy conspiracy theorist I was.
Mad bastard.
The World Economic Forum have written about it for a very long time. It's not news to anyone. It's just the stupidity of people who deny any of it, with the arrogance that it's so stupid and true when it's fucking actually happened. That's the most fucked up part.
Yeah.
they say it with such confidence, such arrogance that you're just a conspiracy, theorist fucking talking shit, when what you're saying is actually fucking happening and they're the retarded ones.
Yeah, it's happening all around you every day, in plain sight, and yet you still want to sit there and tell me I'm a crazy.
It's like the facial recognition technology that's being used in our country at the moment, which they imported from China. And this facial recognition technology can detect up to, it's over 1 billion faces a second, FE. It has over a 98% accuracy rate. Right, we use this technology in Australia today, right, and it's been commonplace, right, for about 18 months, right, and people have been volunteering their facial profiles, right, for a few years now, right, and this is what it's being used for, and no one knows no one is any the wiser. But we're the crazy conspiracy theorists, Fe. We know nothing.
You know what, though, Bendy? The CSIRO is where that tech was developed.
Yeah.
How's that? The CSIRO is responsible for so much shit, and then they export it out to the world for the manufacture and development and like all the money, and then we buy the tech back, obviously, to use nefariously. But I think entering any private/public shopping center, I think there's a notice on the wall, and if you were to read that notice, it says by coming in your face and fucking all sorts of shit through Bluetooth, for them to fucking peruse.
Mm-hmm.
Just by entering. No one stops and read those fucking things. No one.
And how beautiful, for 2 or 3 years, I had all that facial recognition to unlock your phone, plus Facebook. Everyone wanted to be automatically tagged in Facebook. And so the data bank they would have of everybody's face would be, probably 90% of people in the Western world now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely tell it's moving towards a dictatorship, autocratic style there, because they know troublemakers are coming, and that's why they put this technology in, so they can pick out all of us flat earthers. They're going to take us out quick.
There's a couple of really good channels devoted to how to paint your face in order to completely fuck with these algorithms, and they work very, very well.
And not only do they have the facial recognition technology, which we've all signed up for, well, I haven't personally, but a lot of us have, right? We also have the voice recognition technology, which many people also are signing up for voluntarily.
Hey, Google. Hey, fucking Amazon, or whatever you call it. What is it? Siri.
No, not like that. Not like that. Now, these different government departments get you to say a few words. This is my voice. It is my Australian passport, and you have to say that like 6 or 7 times.
Honestly, this is the flat earth truth, mate.
You have to volunteer for it, right? I haven't volunteered for that either, but you've got to volunteer for it. But many people are volunteering for it because apparently it speeds up the processing rate for when you call into these government departments.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it's a way of recognising you. So you repeat that sentence, and bang, it's like a password, a PIN number, because everyone's voice.
Even though a bank would never do that, because someone could have a gun to you. So a bank would never do that, but it's okay for the government. That's secure enough for the government, but not a bank. That's pretty funny, isn't it? Meanwhile, the government's going to have all your medical fucking details. It's going to have all your tax. It's going to have, oh God, look at it.
Yeah, it's just like I said, they're ushering in a technological prison. That's what it's all about now. We're in a prison that are using technology to imprison humanity.
I've got plans to put a cow in a fucking hamster wheel, and you guys can't do shit.
Yeah, I'm not buying into your technology, guys and dolls. Goodbye. Thank you very much. Good luck. Yes.
If you move to the city
all your gas and use public transport, all your prices will go down.
Yes. I will be cycling.
Yeah, it's like the
It's
Mozzie
weird.
towards the
Weird.
bright light.
Just like the super cities that were predicted decades ago.
Yeah.
Well, look what happened with China. China was very agricultural. It was very family based, and then there was a draw, you know, for the kids to go into the become educated and whatever like that, and that fucking just raped all the labour from the farmers, and so shit, you know, become overpopulated, reverse traditional roles, and it just changes the whole dynamic. Lure of something bigger and better somewhere far away. It turns out that it's not bigger at all. It's a fancier prison, really. Come to the shiny fancy prison.
Mm-hmm. The lucky country.
Nothing better than a life.
The lucky country.
It's funny how the cunts that fucking sold this country down the drain years and years ago have like repeated that phrase and drilled it into us, and dog, knowing well and truly that the fate of this country is just gone.
Did you know, White, that China have bought 50% of our artesian water rights?
Well,
you know?
I didn't know it was to that extent, but I knew as soon as they'd separated water rights, then it was fucking over.
Yeah.
Yep. Nestle and Coca-Cola, you know, I thought would have bought it all up, but China.
Yep. The driest continent on Earth, and we're selling our water, 50% of it.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah, the fact that we're the driest continent on Earth is a bit of a deceptive sort of title, because although we are the driest continent in terms of square, like kilometer, like area, right? It's dry for most of it. We actually have a phenomenal amount of fucking rainfall in the parts where it does rain, and that could be fucking, you know, piped around much better. And if we had, for example, the labour China has over in China, probably done that over the last 100 years with just pure labour. But, you know, it's fucking, there's plenty of water, man. Plenty.
Yeah, like it's how they twist the statistics. I heard an advert on the radio the other day. It said Australia has less than 1% of the world's usable water. I thought, shit, we've only got 20 million people. We've got an awful lot less than 1% of the world's population too. There's plenty of water for the number of people we've got here.
Well, not when we sell 50% of it.
Well, there is that about it, Andy, yeah.
Yeah. It's more like, organised and sold off to fucking companies, shell companies by fucking our own corrupt fucking politicians. Yeah. Like, you look at fucking Greg Hunt, our chief health fucking, his brothers are both fucking involved in, one, a vaccine fucking manufacture company, and the other one's involved in graphene oxide fucking technology. How you can inject graphene oxide into mice and control their heart rate via EMF. Like, I kid you not. Our health minister, who has forced us to be injected with this shit, has a brother who has been awarded grants from the fucking health minister and our government to fucking actually research using graphene oxide to speed up and slow down the heart rate of a. And to think that that's not fucking somehow applicable with humans, I don't fucking know. You can't write a book about this shit. Crazy. Minister, like, you know, what happened to insider trading and shit like that? You know, conflict of interest. You shouldn't be able to, as a minister, be able to give your brother a fucking grant, even if he is in the right industry. It should just be ruled out. Conflict of interest.
Why? Come on. It's about who you know, not what you know. Come on. What's the point of having a brother in high places if he won't scratch your back?
Well, look, very true. When it comes to government, it probably should be one business that you're not allowed to scratch your family's back just to keep some integrity in it, you know?
It is just
I know. Having
it's just but don't worry, they've got our best interest at heart.
I know. I've actually been going and lining up, and getting all three at once because I'm behind. I think you're up to the fourth one now, so I just get 4 all in one go. Because
it's much easier to get it done in bulk. Why? Right, so much
fuck
easier.
yeah. One in each arm, one in each cheek.
Mm-hmm.
Today, apparently, you know, if I end up fucking with a heart problem and Japanese encephalitis and some other fucking random nerve issue, apparently that's just how you know it's working. You know it's working.
My son told me an hour ago that his next door neighbour, beautiful bloke, Indian fellow, his mother and father had a holiday booked to come and visit him and his wife and their new grandchild. The dad's 52 years old and had a heart attack yesterday and died.
Oh.
Now, given that you had a holiday booked in a few weeks' time to another country, I mean, the dots might not be there to be connected, but they also might be, you know?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
There's
it's a fucking hard one.
A prerequisite to international travel at the moment, and a 52-year-old healthy bloke just had a heart attack and dropped dead, so...
Yeah, that was the what about the Australian spinner who died recently? He had his
warning.
August 2nd. August 2nd last year he had it.
People dying every day.
Yeah, and he's
You don't hear
went.
about every fucking day. There's kids fucking going.
I know, but we can't link absolutely every single death to it. That's
but the significant increase we can. There's a significant increase in lots of these things, like just above and beyond any other that's ever occurred, and therefore you can directly to that.
Yeah, but it gets out of control when we start linking, you know, every person that we read
Every
about.
artist.
Exactly.
Yeah, of course, mate. Yeah.
Especially, I mean, someone like Warnie. Warnie played pretty hard in his social life, so you know, his could have well have been caused by some other factors.
And I would probably suggest that other factors probably had a contributing factor, regardless of other things. Yeah.
Exactly, mate. Yeah. Apparently, he was also on a juice fast, which is the fucking worst thing for yourself, especially if you have been jabbed. You know, that'll stick in your blood even. Poor bastard. Poor bastard. But anyway, yeah, you can't link every one of them to it. That's, you know, without a doubt. People certainly died of heart attacks before fucking COVID. You know, men statistically more than women, and plenty of young men did. You know, random. I know a couple of people that died playing cricket, fucking of heart issues, and that's just fucking country cricket on the cricket field style shit. That was way before COVID. That was put down to heat stroke for both of them, which is a sad fucking thought as well.
Yeah.
Out partying and drinking and fucking not sleeping and then trying to play cricket in a fucking 30-degree day and cooks your fucking...
Yeah.
Apparently with that shit, once you've got to a certain point, you can't get back from it without real urgent hospital treatment.
Well, my son's another colleague of his at work, 41-year-old competitive cyclist, father of 2, perfectly healthy, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, you know, healthy lifestyle, gets the the minestrone, and like 2 weeks later gets diagnosed with pericarditis, and now 3 months down the track, the specialist has said, you're not really responding terribly well to the treatment we've got you on. You may need a pacemaker. At worst, you may need a heart transplant.
Damn.
41 years old. Right here in Adelaide, folks. You got it straight off the press.
Oh, yeah. One of many. My son's swimming instructor had a fantastic business for years, you know, spent all the money, had a beautiful pool built in their backyard, all covered in, and she instructed fucking all sorts of people, disabled and everything, and, you know, to do the right thing and be close to disabled people. She went and fucking got this thing against all of her best fucking inclinations. And now she's just riddled with all these fucking nerve issues, man, and she can't control her body. So she's had to pack everything up, close it all down, and she's looking at selling the whole fucking, like,
There's been a fair bit of that
fucking,
nervous reaction.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. How can that not?
Yeah.
But you look at the Pfizer documents that have come out. 50% was saline. 50% are saline. So it's a fucking it's a Russian roulette from the get go. And then the ones that you do fucking have shit in them, you've got all these side effects. So no wonder there's people out there that have been lucky enough to get 2 or 3 jabs and had no effect, because it's just lucky that they might have got saline every time. Just possibly.
Yeah. You know, 5 out of 6 doctors tell you that Russian roulette is harmless. Sorry, man.
You remember FE 12 months ago? We were involved in vigorous debates, and we were voicing our objections to getting stuff down, and we were labelled as potential murderers and all this sort of stuff.
All of that. Yep.
Yeah.
How dare we not? You know, it's the responsibility of us in society to take the minestrone, because, you know, that's part of living in a modern society. You have to look after all this shit we had to wear for months, man.
Yeah.
God.
Damn.
It's funny because if you put it to them in simple terms and said, okay, so what part of living in a modern society is what? Just being a sheep and just like doing as you're told. And then they'll go, oh no, you've got to be a free thinker and blah blah blah, because otherwise we'd all be the same and nothing will progress. But on the same hand, you've got to just do as you're fucking told and be a sheep. Like
that's right.
The hypocrisy that these people display, and they don't even fucking see it.
And they remember, Vandy, they throw idiotic arguments like, oh, well, what, you think you should be able to just drive down the road at 100 miles an hour just because you want to, and you should have the freedom. Like, just absolutely inane arguments to try and, you know, make us look like idiots, like our attitude or our approach to life was irresponsible. And, you know, all you're doing is talking over an internet phone call, and I just wanted to reach through my phone and choke. I won't name the individuals, but I still remember who the individuals are. But what do you do?
Yeah, clearly.
What do you do?
Clearly, I remember. Definitely.
Another 20 years, man, I reckon you will be able to reach through whatever device and choke people out.
But I'm glad
there you go. Well, boys, I've just returned home with some mozzarella meatballs for my wife for dinner, so I'll love and leave you all. Have a great night. See you soon.
Enjoy, mate. Enjoy.
Catch you later.
See ya.
Mozzarella meatballs. Octane Weasel. Fucking, there's a name for you.
Actually, I must say, thinking back on it now and seeing it as he is here, I want to give a shout out to Howard, because Howard was actually one of the people that actually kind of stood up for our freedom of choice.
As a baller.
Yeah, even though Howard did agree to it, right? Like, you know, but he actually did stand up for our freedom of choice.
Yes, sir, buddy.
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, there's lots of people like that. You got some common sense. There are people left. I mean, just the Nuremberg Code alone, the thing that was agreed upon after fucking the whole Nazi bullshit, that says nothing experimental can be forced upon anyone. So all other arguments should just go out the window based on that agreement alone, because this is still emphatically a trial, and it's only being used because of the emergency use authorization. So no one should be breaking that code. Therefore, everyone should have the choice. Simple. That's why there'll be a Nuremberg 2.0 if it's allowed to happen, if logic and common sense prevail. God willing.
Like, I really don't know enough about all these so-called side effects and stuff that have been coming out. Why? You know, I've read some of the reports, and I indicated to Howard yesterday that, you know, I really don't really understand what I'm reading, to be honest with you. You know, the language and all. It's very easy to read. You know, the potential side effects. You know, where you see, you know, things like blood clots, heart attack, infertility, those sort of things. I do understand.
Yep.
But how it causes it, like when they go into the details of how it causes it and all this sort of stuff, I'm really not too sure. To be honest with you.
Yeah, there's different mechanisms within our biology that can cause clots, for etc.
Yeah,
for example,
yeah.
I mean, and you know, depends individually what has been stimulated to cause a clot.
And look,
Basically.
you know, like I get that. You know, I get, you know, different things and different people and whatnot. But you know, I still, you know, am glad, you know, because I'm fairly confident in my own health, right, to be able to withstand, you know, certain things. I wasn't really buying into, you know, a lot of stuff that I was going to drop dead, blah blah blah, and whatnot. So yeah, I am fairly glad that I, for one, did resist. But I do know plenty.
Yeah.
I do know plenty of people, unfortunately, that the only reason that they got it was because they were forced is the wrong
Coerced.
word. Well, you coerced through fear, coerced through restriction of travel, restriction of seeing loved ones in hospitals and stuff like
Yeah, that is
that. I know.
coercion. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right.
Basically
I know.
threatened.
Yeah. You know, with the birth of my last grandson, you know, and you know, the family, we weren't allowed to go into the hospital, right? Because you know, we weren't, you know, because of, you know, all the lockdowns and all that sort of stuff. The enchilada wasn't quite out then, so they were just having, you know, a no-go zone for everyone, really. But yeah, you know, when you hear, you know, a lot of the stuff that has, you know, been spoken about and what's happening, it does, you know, raise concerns. And you know, I do feel for those now that you know, if they do read, you know, the same articles and whatnot, the fear that must be going through them at the moment, thinking about this must be terrifying, really.
Without a doubt. I mean, there's a lot of people that I've heard on these forums on the baller side that obviously were not just scared and being coerced, they were actively promoting as something everyone had to do. They themselves will admit that they haven't the document. They've heard about it, you know, but they haven't looked at it. And it's like, that's the cog diss right there. They won't even allow themselves to fucking, because they damn well know they're not going to like what they see. It's going to represent them being fucking wrong and having been tricked, and their brain will just not allow them to do that. It's preserving itself by just not even letting them.
Yeah.
And that's fucking, because that will break them. I mean, if you're so dogmatic about something and then it's proven to be the opposite, that can fucking break people.
Yeah.
Like, I personally know fucking doctors that have had breakdowns well and truly before these documents come out, but upon finding out that there is definitely a link between certain vaccines, certain injuries to people, not even these current ones, right? And for these people to discover that just through their own lack of due diligence and being ignorant, that they've potentially caused harm to thousands and thousands of fucking people throughout their career. Those with a conscience and empathy, when they come to those realizations, they actually have a hard time dealing. You know, especially if they've got, you know, these things on the back of it. It's hard to reconcile. If you thought you were doing the right thing the whole time, honestly, find out that you weren't and you were harming. That's fucking hard.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I don't doubt for 1 minute almost all of the GPs out there are doing what they believe is the right thing. I just feel they lack the due diligence to research stuff and be up to date. That's all.
Well, I suppose it comes down to, you know, also to time factor. You know, trying to research it maybe too. You know, you go to the GP these days, White, and you know, you've got a waiting room full of 30 people, and they're, you know, pumping through people every 3 minutes type of thing. You know, they're under the pump, and you know, they're working. You know, the local, you know, the GP that we go to, you know, he works extremely long hours.
Oh yeah.
And the
All of
last
them
thing,
do, man.
the last thing he wants to do, I suppose, is go home and, you know, do another 3 or 4 hours reading to keep up on stuff. And you know, they're in a profession where they think that they can trust the information that they're given.
Yeah, and that's just where it breaks down.
Yeah,
Right there.
Yeah.
The lack. I appreciate the time issue, but to me, that's not really an excuse to at least check that this new product you've been told to inject into people is actually safe. You know, and I appreciate that they've just got to a point where they don't have the time to check, but they should make the time. They should insist that they're given the time, or that, you know, call out to have more doctors go through uni or fucking some shit. You know what I mean? Like, but I just don't.
Well, you know, I suppose, you know, it's one thing to call out for more doctors to go through uni, but if that hasn't happened, right, it's not as though you can all of a sudden click your fingers and overnight and produce another, you know, 20,000 doctors to take up the slack, so the doctors now have time to do due diligence
Well, they
and
did
keep
it for COVID.
themselves up to date.
They whipped it up. It's funding, mate.
They didn't whip out 20,000 doctors, White, in 2 seconds. They didn't do that.
No, not in 2 seconds, Bandy. No,
Exactly
but they
right.
whipped out shit that they didn't have before.
Yeah.
Like, just because it was, you know, the funding all of a sudden come from somewhere, and boom, oh, we can do all this stuff now. What, beforehand you didn't need to do it? You
That's
did.
right. And what do? They got extra people on these testing stations, or whatever the case may be. You know, these sorts of things.
Yeah.
Is
What
what
does a
they did.
GP do, Bandy? You could be a GP, Bandy. Someone comes in, you use Dr. Google, you ask fucking what's their symptom, you type it in, it spits up a pre-pharmaceutical protocol based on a symptom, you give them a tablet, see you later.
Look, it ain't quite that easy to be a GP. I wouldn't have thought, right? If it were that easy, hey, look, sign me up. But you know, to get the letters after my name, GP, what's it take of uni? Is it 5 or 6 years to get those letters?
There's a lot of drugs you've got to learn, man. There's a lot of protocols based on that. You know, they're methods that you do have to learn. You're basically a drug pusher for the pharmaceutical mafia, so you've got to know the product.
There
You,
you
you
go.
take a good number of years to learn the product, definitely.
Okay.
But I do have
And
a
then,
book. It is all
and,
online now, so you could just reference.
yeah. And so you learn all these, and new drugs are coming out all the time that you're given. But, I suppose you're not doing the same sort of research into these things as what you may have done in uni. You're not studying these things. You're just giving you, a new drug that's on your list that you've been taught. Right, you're being taught that the people in the appropriate positions have done the appropriate research and give you the appropriate information so you can dish it out in the appropriate doses with the
Yeah,
least
but
amount of side
ignorance is no
effects.
excuse. That's all I'm saying.
Look, like I know, but
Because there are doctors that go out of their way. They work very hard, just like all the other doctors, and they go out of their way when they get home to do research. It might mean that they've sacrificed time with kids or they've broken up with their missus because they're too dedicated to their work. But they then actually keep up to date and are able to help people. And then they
maybe
try and
so.
speak to other doctors about it, and then they get flack themselves because the other doctors are ignorant, which is where it really shits me, to what another doctor has taken the time to do. All because
Well,
Big Pharma or the other powers that be haven't actually said it.
well, how many of these doctors that do due diligence, right, were out in public forums waving a flag of warning?
In what way?
In that way, you say that these doctors that do their due diligence, and I've seen them online,
Okay, Professor
doctors
Tim
that
Noakes.
that 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 have
Google
spoken.
Professor Tim Noakes.
Okay, then, but does every single GP know Professor Tim Noakes?
No,
Right?
no. But he was vilified by the medical board. He lost his
Mm,
license. He fought
maybe
like
so.
fuck for 10 years and he's finally got it back and been vindicated. So the whole
Mate,
time, all the other GPs were calling him a quack for saying what he said. Now,
maybe
it's
so.
actually been proven that what he said would have benefited everybody's fucking patients, but no, everyone had to suffer because of medical mafia. Thankfully, he
Maybe
got vindicated though. He
maybe
spent a
so.
lot of fucking money to do it.
Yeah, maybe so. And that's one example out of the 2 billion doctors worldwide.
Yeah, but he had the nous and the stamina and the fucking tenacity to fight it. A lot give up, man. You've got to know
Yeah,
that. A lot choose not to.
of course,
You know.
of course. I'm not arguing with
Yeah.
that, but that's one example. Why? That's one example, and all these doctors that have split up with their wives or don't spend time with their kids and do their due diligence, and they may have seen things of concern. Right? I never heard any anonymous doctors ring up the ABC and spruik their wares or speak to a reporter or
Well,
anything
how
like
are you
this,
going to know if a doctor's rung up anonymous, Bandy?
or
The
have a
phone
little
telling you they're a doctor.
have a little sign outside their clinic or anything like this. I never saw
Okay, so you don't know about
anything
the
like this.
thousands of doctors that have been protesting fucking, vaccines, for example, for the last 30 years. Like
I
thousands and thousands of doctors.
I have
It's not one,
seen
thousands.
plenty of doctors, right? Apparent doctors, and
Yeah.
I don't know if they're doctors, say on YouTube, right, that have spoken out about the V's.
You
Right?
sound conspiratorial.
Right, I've seen plenty of them, right? But how many of these doctors, right, are on YouTube watching this sort of stuff, right? How many memos, right, were sent around from other doctors to other doctors anonymously, saying, "Hey, you better look out for this. You better look out for that. You better look out for the other thing."
Well, if you talk to or listen to any of the doctors that have spoken and actually gained traction over time, they actually recount all the efforts they went to actually communicate with other peers, and but to no luck. And a lot of them give them the benefit of the doubt that the peers were just too busy and they just couldn't respond to emails, and like they're being very fair and they're giving them the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time they're saying fuck, if only a few of them could have like collaborated. It's yeah.
Maybe they should have tried a bit harder.
Oh, look, possibly, but I lean
There
towards
you
the
go.
fact that there's a very big organization that's running the medical industry, and that is just more powerful than looking at an email from a colleague that suggests you might have been doing wrong.
Undoubtedly, and perhaps they didn't
Yeah.
have more time to send out more emails because they needed to spend time with their family, or needed to spend time with their wife so they wouldn't get a divorce. Maybe that was the case. I don't know, but it's not as
Sounds to
though.
me, Bandy, like you're trying to blame the people that speak out for not speaking out enough for why the medical mafia are in charge of everything.
Yep,
That's interesting.
100%,
Yeah, no, fair enough.
right?
Fair enough.
100%,
I wonder if
right?
mainstream media is controlled at all. I wonder
Of
if there's an
course,
issue with that, given that. Okay,
of course,
is that the same industry that controls the medical board? You think?
control everything. Why? You know this, and I know
Mm.
this as well,
I know
right?
you
But
know this. That's why I'm confused.
you want to make a difference, make a difference, right? If you want to make a difference,
Right.
make a
Well,
difference.
Tim Noakes has. Tim Noakes has.
Yes,
Now,
maybe he
a calorie is not a calorie, right? And carbohydrates are not a dietary requirement. And cholesterol is actually not a nutrient of concern. And sodium is now not a nutrient of concern. So he has made a
Very
huge fucking difference. But you know what? None of that filters down to any doctor because they
Very
don't
good.
even look at the latest information about what's going on in their field. They don't know this. They still tell people salt is dangerous.
Well, maybe he needs to try a bit harder. He's only been trying for 10 years.
Yeah,
What's holding him back? Come
he
on.
should spend more money. Do you want to donate to his fund, Bandy?
Not a chance. I've got my own funds. I've got 7 funds that I'm donating to. I don't need to be donating to any
Oh,
more.
come on. You could make a
Thank
big
you very
difference.
much.
People
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you that just don't speak up. You're just not
100%.
doing enough, Bandy.
Yeah, there's no
Pretend,
A-ball
pretend he's your 8th kid.
right? I don't send out
Pretend you've got 8 kids now. Little
100% I
Timmy.
do
Little
that. Yeah.
Timmy. You've got to look after Timmy as well, Bandy. Come on.
Yeah, bugger little Timmy. Who's little Timmy to me?
Oh,
At the end of the day.
he needs a little airplane made. You better go out and make a little airplane for fucking Timmy.
I made one.
He missed
Actually,
out.
I actually made one on the weekend with Connor. It was so cool. It was so cool. You know what was even
I bet he
cooler?
doesn't have Timmy written on it.
No, it had Connor painted on it actually. But I told you about the yo-yo that I bought him, right? And
Yo-yo?
Yeah, I told you about the yo-yo I bought him.
Did you? Yo-yo?
Oh, about a month and a half ago, Connor wanted me to buy him a PlayStation 5. And I said to him, look, I'll look into it for you, but I reckon I can come up with something even better than a PlayStation 5, right? And his eyes, they were so excited. Oh, really, Grandpa? Really, really? I'll look into it for you, mate. I reckon I can find something better than a PlayStation 5. Right. Anyway, I went and quickly wrote a note because it popped into my head straight away, yo-yo, right? And I thought, if I don't write it down, I'm going to forget. So I wrote it down. The following day, I jumped on eBay and whatnot, and I found a couple of yo-yos and bought them. A few weeks later, he came back and he said, Grandpa, you got my PlayStation 5? And I said, I've got something better than a PlayStation 5, Connor. And so I went to the drawer and it was in a little brown paper bag, and I gave it to him. And he kind of looked at me at first, but he was still excited. And he opens it up and he goes, "What's this, Grandpa?" I go, "It's a yo-yo." And his poor little sad little face. Oh, it was so funny. Anyway, I've opened it up and I've showed him how it works. And we're outside. I've done the old walk the dog and round the world and the Leaning Tower of Pisa. These sorts of tricks that I remembered from a kid, right? Anyway, so I've got his little finger and I've looped it around his finger, and I had to cut the string a bit shorter, so it wouldn't just flop on the ground for him. And so he's got this, and anyway, the first thing he's tried to do was around the world, right? But he's swinging this thing like a bloody catapult, and I didn't see at the time, but his younger brother happens to walk out at exactly the same time as Connor is swinging this thing around his head, and it slams so hard into the side of his head, right? Ollie falls to the ground. He is absolutely roaring. He's crying tears. Right? On his temple, he has got a mouse on his temple at this stage. My daughter looks at me in horror. Right, what the hell has just gone? I just shrugged my arms, going, I don't know what happened there, kind of thing. Oh, it was disastrous. But anyway,
Oh
he
man.
he came again on the weekend, and he brought his yo-yo, and he'd been practicing his yo-yo, and he can get it to go up and down now. So he's pretty chuffed with himself doing his little yo-yo trick. So he's pretty happy.
That's funny. I can only picture the fucking sad face when the yo-yo.
He was so disappointed. He's got the biggest eyes, like these huge bug eyes, like a starving child from Africa type of thing. These things bulge out of his head, and they were just like dinner plates. Say, where it's like, Grandpa, this is not a PlayStation 5.
It's not even a voucher for one.
Oh, I know. Did I
Because I
feel
bet you
mean?
when he saw the brown paper
Not at
bag,
all.
he was probably thinking, "Oh, that's all right. It could be a voucher for one. It could be a gift card." And then out in the fucking yo-yo. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. They get enough fucking screen time, no doubt.
Exactly. Anything I get them, it's got to do with just either A, getting outside, or just B, just using your imagination and your
Coordination.
and coordination, and your dexterity, or your motor skills, these sorts of things, which are vitally important with kids at that age.
Oh, mate, the dexterity of some of these kids is limited to the controllers.
Oh God, they don't have any. That's a problem.
And meanwhile, the ankles, the ligament fucking tendons can't support their ankles. So when they actually get forced out of sight to go and play some sport, they fucking end up rolling in hospital. Or doing knees and shit like that. That's a common thing I see at basketball at the moment.
Yeah.
All the lockdowns and everything, the kids fucking, it's too much time inside. Not all kids, obviously, but a lot of kids a bit chubbier and whatever, and lots of them are doing injuries.
You do. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems that there are way more obese people these days than when I was growing up. Way more.
Of course, mate. Yeah, fuck it, without a doubt. Yep. They've snuck even more seed oils and more fucking sugar into everything that gets eaten by people. And they've reduced the size of the meals. Like, look at a fucking Big Mac and shit now. So it's got more calories, but it's fucking half the size. Like, you know. I laugh at the ads, man, because it used to be years ago, the Big Mac, you had two hands around it in the ad, and it was a big fucking thing. Now you see them like, they got their two hands around it, and it's like one little thing, but fingers of each hand. It's like not even going to the palms. It's fucking this tiny.
Soon they're going to have to employ, I don't know if it's politically correct, but like little midget hands to do the adverts now to make their food look bigger.
Yeah. Yep. Or just put it into one hand, so now you can just hold it with one hand.
Yeah,
that way.
Yeah, that too.
Like even a block of chocolate, man. Like, it's been a long time. I see them in the city, and I think it looks like they're down to about four blocks wide now. Like they are a shell of the block they used to be. That is for sure.
You're just a shell of a man.
You're just a shell of a block. How dare you? Shut up, Greta. Fuck off. Ah! I love all those Greta Thunberg memes.
Oh, aren't they funny? God, they are funny.
She is one manipulated little girl. She seems to enjoy it though. There's lots of.
I don't hear her talking about sand piracy ever.
No, probably wouldn't.
That is a
Doesn't occur.
it's a huge problem, sand piracy. Huge.
Oh, even just displacement. Though.
Yeah. Well, I watched a talk on TEDx in regards to sand piracy, and it is phenomenal. And the amount of damage that this does is it's insane. Really, it is insane.
Yeah, nature moves shit around by itself, but it does usually happen in a long enough time. You can sort of adjust. But when people do crazy shit like that, yeah, it can fucking destroy nature.
They almost described sand as one huge living organism. It's kind of all connected. And
Similar to the weather.
Yeah, but you move sand from one particular area, the sand is going to come from another particular area to fill that hole.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said before, the high and low pressure. It's a dynamic play of things all the time. You can only go from high to low, then back to high again, and back to low. So yeah, the ebb and flow, just like rivers and creeks, way the silt deposits in those
and
stuff like that. Very similar fucking dynamic. Given that all the oceans are connected, it fucking.
Not surprising, is it? Really?
It is amazing though how there are some parts of the ocean where the ocean, like because of salinity and things like this, and there's like a distinct line where there's like a color difference. It's just out in the middle of fucking two massive oceans. You think they just fucking eventually just mix into like a third middle ground ocean, but they don't. It's fucking amazing, and no doubt that same thing's happening at different levels too. So on top versus below, there's different don't mix as well, and one's moving one way, one's moving another way. And
yeah.
Fucking hell. Like the dynamics that must be at play in the ocean.
Banswell, were you saying that people are stealing sand?
Yeah, most definitely sand piracy, and it's both
Sure.
done by big corporations as well as sand pirates.
Fucking hell! So you all those Arabs that thought that their land is useless because they're covered in sand dunes, they just made it rich all of a sudden. Just need to figure out how to export it, right?
It's the wrong sort of sand. The sand from the ocean is different to the sand in the deserts. The sand in the deserts is like a marble, and it's no good for construction. Whereas the sand in the sea, it's like kind of volcanic rock. It's like crushed up, and it's all jagged, and it has structural integrity. Whereas the sand from the desert has no structural integrity. It doesn't hold
Is that
together.
right?
Yeah.
So it's
That's
all
why.
sort of the sand in the desert's all sort of uniform and sort of like made up of only like 2 or 3 components, whereas in the ocean it's got coral, it's got scoria, it's got everything, mixed minerals, iron.
No,
silica.
it's the sand. It's the sand itself because it's crushed, right? It's kind of crushed, right? So it's all jagged. It's all. If you look at it, it's just like like volcanic rock type of things, or jiggity jaggedy, right? So you get two pieces of those connected together. They kind of interlock a little bit. You won't get any movement. Whereas the sand from the desert, because it's blown around, right, it becomes smooth like a marble. So when you put those two marbles together, they won't kind of lock together and they move around. So that's why it's no good for construction in cement roads, these sorts of things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. But it all originally came from the same source, didn't it? Originally.
Oh, look, that I
Not
couldn't tell
necessarily.
you. But apart from food and water, sand is the most valuable resource that we have.
There's a mine in my town, Sam, that has some very, very unique sand that is very, very valuable. And the person that happens to own it has been selling it for a long time, like multi-generation, basically. And it goes to like very specific things like fiber optic glass and what they call float glass for extremely flat fucking precision flat glass, which is, and that just happens to be, a little deposit of sand along the coast where sand just happens to be a little bit better or a little bit different, probably not better, but different, and has a unique purpose, even though it's still just sand. And it's got sand next to it that's not like that. So you've got to wonder fucking what process went on,
Yeah.
When I was a kid, just talking about what you were talking about before, that was the best thing that my granddad ever did for me was to make me some stilts. So and a set my brother. Basically, he just used the handrails. He went to the hardware store and bought some handrails, so they're not all round like big fat dowel, and just all he had to do was put pegs on. And we used to spend all day, every day for weeks playing with those things in the holiday. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I've written a little note right now, Carlos, to
Yeah, it's a really
build
cheap
some
way to
stilts.
get outside, And we used to even get the soccer ball out. You could play soccer with them on, playing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure in a month's time he'll ask for a Xbox or something, so I'll go, I've got something even better. And he'll come around and I'll have some stilts for him.
He'll like that, Bandy.
Oh, he'll love you for that.
Yeah.
And
you could even do some branding on them. Just get hot iron and like put his name on them or something.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandy, were you this evil to your own children, or you just play these games with the grandkids?
Oh no, I was equally as evil type of thing.
Okay, fair enough.
Like when Jin said before he let his kids win at the video games. I never let my kids win anything. Like my youngest son loves chess, absolutely loves chess, right? And we used to play chess all the time. And I never let him win. And people would say, "Oh, you got to let him win at least once." Let's go, nah, not going to let him win at all. Like he'll win when he wins. And I was called a meanie and blah blah blah, all this other sort of stuff. I said, no, I am not going to let him win. Anyway, would be about 18 months ago now. We sat down. Daddy, do you want to play some chess? Yep, no problem. So he pulled out the board and set them up, and we sat down, and blow me down, right? The little shit beat me in like 5 moves, right? Had me checkmate, and the look on his face, you could not have bought look on his face, and he is up doing a happy dance, shaking his hips, running around the dining room table. Woo-hoo-hoo, I'm the best. I'm the best. It was gold. It was absolutely gold to experience that first victory of his that he got fair and square off his own bat.
Yeah, that's the best kind, mate.
Yeah. And it was a real victory. Nothing false about it. I didn't let him win. He won fair and square off his own bat. I can put down many excuses, whatever, but he won fair and square off his own bat, and good on him. And I actually got more enjoyment out of him winning and seeing his reaction on his face than probably what he did.
Yeah, it's probably mutually beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys hear about the new variant? It's called Delta Crom.
Whoa, here it's called something different. It's called B2, Omicron subvariant 2. Oh, hang on, add stealth. Omicron subvariant B2 stealth. There you go.
Yeah, so there was COVID-19, then there was Delta, then there was Omicron, then there was IHU, which I don't know how that's going anywhere, but in France now there's a cross between Delta and Omicron, and there's 30 people infected.
We've also got Japanese encephalitis here, which apparently is sent around by mozzies. But it also happens to be the third most prevalent side effect, thanks to documents from Pfizer.
Wow.
So, yeah. Apparently, everyone needs to worry about mozzies now, and don't be exposed to mozzies, because you might get this new fucking encephalitis. So they're expecting the numbers to go up, and now they've just got the perfect vector to blame. Oh, you must have got bitten by a mozzie. Oh, you. What, it couldn't have been that needle? No. But the side effects say I could have. No, I'm sorry. It was a fucking mozzie. Get over it.
Fuck. There's no way to get. There's no way to really get rid of mozzies in the countryside, eh? But in the cities, they could do like everyone stay inside and they could do big sprays and stuff, But
we don't need to get rid of the mozzie. There's nothing wrong with the mozzie. They're just covering the side effect of the Jabaroo, mate. The enchilada.
What if it can be spread by mosquitoes though?
If what can be spread by mosquitoes?
Like anything, you name it. I mean, we all know that it's all bullshit, but like any type of an illness can be spread by mozzies, can't it? Yeah.
Well, we can spread a parasite. Definitely.
Yeah.
Parasites are interesting, but that's before they inject any COVID. Like mozzies have always been a vector, get shit around.
Mm-hmm.
But viruses are a whole different thing, right?
What's Ross River fever? White.
Parasites.
It's a parasite, is it? Okay.
Yeah, there's different types that they carry from whatever they've been biting. Like they've got things, and basically they get their blood parasites. They get in the blood cells. Their shit and their piss fucking cause all sorts of issues. And antibiotics doesn't do anything to them. You've got to flush them out with things like ivermectin, which gets on top of them, or artemisinin and things like that. Quercetin. All these things work for parasitic infections really well. And that's my personal opinion as to why it's working a lot for what some people suffer symptoms from. And that explains why, those symptoms are actually due to a parasitic, and therefore ivermectin things work. But ivermectin doesn't work for everyone who's sick, because not everyone who's sick is sick with a parasitic infection. They might just be detoxing or have a bacterial infection kind. Right? So that's why it's not a blanket, take ivermectin and you're going to be cured from what you think is a flu or something. Take care of certain things.
I found out a little while ago when I had a restaurant. I had a girl, she was a worker in the kitchen, and her dad had an accident, broke his fingers in his hand, and then I thought it was so outdated. Like, he went to a special unit here in Auckland for leech therapy, and he was getting 14 to 30 leeches a day on his hand. That was the only way that they could really heal, allow his hand to heal, and they were 50 cents a leech. That's how much I was thinking. Yeah, I had no idea that leech therapy was still a thing, and I found out there's actually a unit here in the hospital that specializes in leech therapy, and it's just fully booked all the time. And whoever's growing these leeches making a killing.
Yeah, well, they've got to be clean and purged and stuff like that. You can't have them be infected. But yeah, I mean, shit, it's a great. I mean, some people have got too much iron, and they've got to let blood, and they don't like donating it. That is a way to do it. But it certainly is a good way to draw blood to a wound, without a doubt. Maggots are also another therapy that people have used for a long time because they'll only eat like stuff that's breaking down. They tend to stay away from the very fresh flesh. So you can put them into a wound, they'll clean the wound up. That's not looked at as a common protocol these days.
Nah, if my wife saw that, fucking hell.
Yeah.
The curtains would be
I
all
know,
pulled
it
up.
sounds terrible. Yeah, it
Yeah.
sounds terrible. Lift up some sheets and see someone's festering maggots in it. And a lot of people would straight away go, oh, look at those maggots. They've eaten away at his leg. But they're actually there to help. You know, I know it's a gross thing, but they're there to actually clean up that situation for you. It's a crazy thought, but
Well, I had a foot. My wife gave me a foot bath tonight for the first time in I don't know how many years, and I just feel like I've just been walking on air. I tell you, it's the most amazing. Like I've had foot massages. You go into a place and you soak your feet for a little while, and they put a hot towel on your feet, and then they give you a massage and you walk out. But like this was a proper one where there was some stuff that she put in the water in it, and then finished off with a pumice scrub. And I tell you what, I can feel my feet. Yes, yeah, they were pretty crackly and dry. Now they're just like baby skin. So amazing.
fucking hell, man, she is keen. She's obviously, expecting some fucking return favors at some point. Shit.
I should just sick of looking at my feet, I think. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They weren't bad. They weren't bad. But like you don't know how bad they are until you know how good it feels afterwards. Like it only took about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Is she due the 100,000K service, mate? You've got to just got to go through everything.
Yeah, well, you might as well do the water pump while you're there, right?
It's not just a filter and oil change. It's looking for more, I think, mate.
If you haven't had just get your feet and put them in a bucket of hot water with some vinegar, and then give them a scrub with whatever you can find, something not too coarse but coarse enough. And man, I don't know if people do that, eh?
I think if you go to the beach enough, like walk in the water with some sand, I think it's the equivalent. It gives it a good scrub, and it's nice and it feels amazing. You're grounding.
Yeah,
it's a great thing. That probably, if you do that enough, go down the beach enough, it probably keeps your feet looking good.
That's probably why I haven't been to the beach for about a year.
For how long?
For about I haven't been out like swimming or surfing or anything for about a year, so sort of just go to the beach for a stroll or just sit on the grass, not really really into it like I used to, just mainly because of the situation. Yeah.
Life, mate. Life.
Yeah.
It happens.
Now you feel like you have all these like pampering things and they can be almost like inspirational and give you motivation, and also like even if you just a pedicure or just cut your fingernails, or like even you go and get a haircut, it makes you feel really different, just like these little things that can really help. And a lot of people ignore it, sort of like ignore themselves, or I mean they don't really get in tune with themselves, some people forget that they've got feet. They're just down there to help you get along.
Until they fuck up. You're dead right. Feet are very overlooked and neglected, without a doubt.
Anyone watch the Globebusters today?
No, mate.
No, anything. Gio was talking about it before a little bit. What did you get out of it?
I only watched about half of it, but most of it's just half of it was just complaining about people complaining about them. Yeah, that was half of it.
Well, I hate that. That's why I tuned out, man.
Yeah,
Personally, but
yeah.
anyway, go on.
I'm just trying to recall what they were actually on about. They were talking about one of the things they're talking about that channel that it's got that guy that did the infrared plane photography, and he was able to see like a long way. What's his Jay Tolan? Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's you might have seen his latest video. I don't know about what was it about angles and yeah, I'd have to look it up. My mind, but that was one of the topics that they sort of were the premise of the show. I think it was based around that. About this new video, yeah. Let's have a look. Tolan.
He gets a lot of flack too, doesn't he, Tolan? Actually,
yeah.
I think Rui was in here one day, basically just said that he basically had debunked every single one of Tolan's videos personally.
Yeah, on the basis that Tolan didn't understand what he was actually looking at.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I think his new video is called "Measuring the Distance to the Stars." Jay Tolan Media One. It was 22 hours ago. Yeah.
That's with the two cameras, isn't it? The two different positions.
Yeah, with the two cameras. I think they're about a kilometer or a mile apart.
Yeah.
And he just left.
Yeah, he gets the same shit that people have done before. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, everything's close.
Have you heard the narrative? It's so funny what like the brainwashing that's going on out there. There's a channel called Leak Project. Have you guys heard of that? So
is that like Project Veritas? Project Veritas?
No, it's called Leak Project.
Okay, then no, I haven't heard that one then. No.
It's a pretty big channel. He has a lot of guests on. He interviews like sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 people a day, you know. And he's a baller, and they've got this real like an underlying alien agenda. It's like what they're trying to, you know, promote. And yeah, a lot of his guests are right into that like alien agenda sort of thing, and the secret space programs and all of that sort of stuff. He does all sorts of other stuff as well, like archaeology and all sorts of stuff that's kind of like what I guess what we'd be into. But the latest one is what happened in Ukraine. He was interviewing a lady, and she was talking about all the statistics about how many tanks and helicopters and jets that had been shot down. You know, a Russian army had been, taken out, basically, all the stats on that, and it was like 500 tanks and 300 helicopters, and it's like no one else is there besides the Ukrainians and the Russians. It's like, how could the Ukrainians do that? And apparently there was this report of a Ukrainian army dude that was called his dad, said, look, we're surrounded by Russians, I'm going to be gone, this is my last phone call. And then he called his dad back again after a while and explained what happened, and he said he saw a triangle craft in the sky that had plasma energy weapons that just wiped all the Russians out. And this is what they're talking about, man. They're really trying to make it look like America's got this a secret technology re-engineered or whatever, back engineered from spacecraft, and so that's why the Americans don't actually have to physically go there, because they're doing it secretly, overtly, with these, secret technology, and that's how they're actually winning the war against the Russians, because they're doing it with their secret spaceships. Yeah,
Yeah,
and this is
alien craft.
this is like a massive topic that like all these ballers are on about right now. This is their mindset. It's
Well,
crazy.
deny fucking Jew weapons starting fires in California. I bet they deny that shit. Of course war of course would be fought fucking by satellite if there's satellites with lasers. Why would you fucking have troops on the battlefield if you could just things from above? Of course they've got the tech, but it comes down to who's going to use that tech first, and then that escalates. It's like nuclear war. Someone's going to use a nuke. Someone's going to fucking retaliate with one. You know it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they don't have this technology, and I'm not saying that they don't even have these craft, but the underlying, like the reason why they really want to push talking about it, if it's happening or not, is because they want to let you know that it all came from alien technology, from these, Martians or fucking aliens from other planets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not developed here, but back engineered.
Yeah, so they really want to make sure people believe in aliens. Yeah.
Well, people will believe in anything, won't they, if it comes from the trusted sources.
Well, they were pushing it quite hard last year, like in the news, all the reports about UFO sightings and all the documents and stuff that had been, they were coming out after, what do you call it, when the Information Act was allowing these documents to come out and stuff. Yeah, they were pushing that.
Yeah, there was just an episode of 60 here, like with a thing that was all about that. Watching, some of this Air Force footage where people are tracking things moving, etc., etc. Listening to some of the conversations between these pilots and talking about how all this shit's moving too quick and blah blah blah. So yeah, they are definitely.
I think they're mixing truth with lies, because like the plasma part and the free energy part, that's all the truth, but where it's coming from and who's got it and how it's being used, that's what they really want to focus on, rather than the actual technology itself. They never get into what is this technology. They get into basically what it does and where it came from. That's it.
Oh, well, certainly we can go and check their channel out then.
Yeah, that can be quite depressing. No, I like to channels like sometimes John Levi or a few channels that oh, there we go. Reverse engineered UFOs over Ukraine, alien technology. Penelope Jean Hayes. There was 14,000 views.
No footage.
Today.
No footage of this thing, or
no.
Just
you
a
think
story.
Someone with a mobile phone and taking a video of it?
You'd think. But maybe that plasma energy weapon also puts out an EMP and wipes everything. It's amazing. Yeah. It's alien tech. It has to.
Just posted it there just so you can see what I mean. It's like his channel's massive. He's getting a big audience.
Absolutely
Well, no doubt.
project.
I could start a fucking vegan channel tomorrow and be popular in a week. I couldn't sleep at night or live with myself, but I could do that.
I was
People
watching
fucking
I was watching a channel on how to grow microgreens earlier on. That was fucking way more interesting than UFOs.
interesting.
Like wheatgrass and coriander sprouts and fucking broccoli sprouts, you name it. Big money and all of that stuff. I've actually got a friend here that does it, and the process is so simple, you know,
It is,
just
yeah.
from and there's massive money in it, and people are really like, you go to any of the malls and stuff, you have those juice bars, and you can get a shot of wheatgrass juice, and it's $3.50 for a little tiny shot, 60 mils of wheatgrass juice, just as an upsell.
Yeah. I've been sprouting barley in trays for a fucking long time. Chickens, cows get a good fair amount of it. It's actually been used in the agricultural industry for a long time. Fodder for animals, sprouting the grain. It's very, very, very good for them.
Yeah.
Chickens suck it back like noodles, man. You know, that big fucking, the big root mat at the bottom is fucking, they just suck it. And it's the 10 to 1. So you buy 100 kilos of barley, and you get a ton of feed once it's sprouted. Like, that's fucking phenomenal. 10 to 1. You can't get that with feed soil.
And you can reuse the potting mix over and over and over again, can't you?
Well, I don't use any. I just put the seeds straight in the tray, and they get misted. And as they get misted, they fucking just sprout, and the root mat that sprouts underneath like creates a mat, like they all join together. You end up with like this big fucking slab of beautiful white root, all this greenery on top.
Oh yeah. So is that like it's like a synthetic mat? Is it?
No, the roots form the mat. The roots from the sprouts.
Oh, they make their own. Yeah, they weave together. Okay, yeah. So it's just a tray with water. Just mist them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
With seeds and just get misted.
And you just cover them up so they're in the dark for about a day or two, and then let them see the light.
It is ideal if it's a bit sunny or too warm. Not essential. Not really. They actually they can go a really beautiful deep green color if you give them like LED lights at night. So instead of it being dark for them, they actually get some LED lights, and the color green is fucking like so deep. It's interesting.
Fluorescent. Yeah.
No, it's just more chlorophyll. More and more chlorophyll in.
Yeah. It's so good for you, all the stuff that you can get from all the energy and stuff that's in those little tiny sprouts.
Not for me. For an animal. Not for me.
For your chicken.
You can have them. Help yourself.
Good on a sandwich with some beet. Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Flavorful. Yeah.
The chickens must be tasting really good.
The eggs, not just the eggs, but yeah. I couldn't eat the girls.
Yeah. How do you get really bright orange egg yolk?
Let the chickens just eat bugs. Like, don't give them any like actual farmed grain, besides some shit on it, pellet shit. Let them get bugs.
Bugs and worms.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's all that glass on it? Is that somewhere in England? All that glass. That's fucking amazing. Who posted that? New Perspective, California, Glass Beach. It's a pretty beach. Do you get salmon where you are, Bandsaw?
Yeah, certainly do.
Fucking lucky. Yeah, we don't have. We've got salmon in the South Island, but not in the North Island. We've only got trout. Be good to go and get. You're lucky. You can go out and get snapper and salmon at the same time, eh?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
So caught seven salmon last weekend, actually.
Yeah, I heard you
Decent.
say that.
Yeah,
And
all decent size. They're all about, I don't know, 2.5 kilo, thereabouts each. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah. Tell you what, they tasted. Well, they taste good. Nothing better than getting a catch, right? And you gut them and fill them on the boat. Like, you got to do it all with seawater. It's the best way to fillet your fish, right? So much better than doing it in fresh water. And then got that home and whacked them on the barbie. Oh my goodness gracious me! It was heaven, absolute heaven.
there's some fish that have a lot of worms in them, eh? Like little parasites and stuff. I'm not sure which species of fish they are, but I've heard some people getting sick from eating particular species of fish.
Yeah, well, I don't think salmon suffer from that. We eat a lot of salmon, actually, a lot of it now. And when you see the price of it down the supermarket,
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah,
I just walk past and I've got the biggest grin on my face.
yeah.
Thank
$40
you.
a kilo, right? Something like that.
Oh yeah.
Or even more. Yeah. For the good cuts, for the sashimi. Oh, you got a nice place right there. I suppose that's just a stone's throw away from where you live.
That's about 250 meters from my back door.
Oh, lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Very much so.
And it doesn't look like there's anyone there, eh? It's just
No,
beach.
it's pretty much a private beach. Basil. Yeah, pretty much private. I'm not
Wow.
complaining. I'm not.
Normally, if there's a beach like that around here, you'd guaranteed, like, if there's a beach like that and there's no people, you probably, if you're living near there, you're not going to get the internet.
I get the internet. That is for sure. No problems there. But that photo was taken about 2:00 this afternoon, thereabouts.
Yeah. Blue skies. Damn. Yeah. You could start bottling that sand, man. That's going to be worth a bit one day.
Yeah. Start up my own little sand piracy business.
Yeah, just slowly, just taking a bucket a day, storing it at home, like a little bank. Yeah. In the
There's
future,
actually there's a road sign that actually directs you to the beach that we remove all the time because we don't want just random
you don't want people coming down there and pillaging.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah.
Not
That's
at
clever.
all.
You know I'm going to make a point of coming down there one weekend, Bandy, and running a mark.
Yeah, no
Or you
problem.
can just put up your own sign. Just put up a sign saying every time you leave, like when you're finished doing your fishing and you're ready to go home, you just stab the sign back in again every day. It says no fishing.
Well,
Fishing is bad.
there was some discussion some whiles ago that we put a chain across and padlock it.
Yeah. That reminds me of a story. This guy in England, and he got found out after like 10 years. He'd been in this vacant lot somewhere in the middle of the dense city in England. He'd been there with his little hut accepting money for parking for about 10 years.
Yeah.
And then one day he disappeared, and people were like, "Where did he go?" Because he was such a character in the community. And it found out that he'd made millions of dollars, and it wasn't even his land.
There
Yeah,
you go. That's a good.
he just didn't stop. It started taking money, and he'd been so long that people just thought it must be his.
Yeah.
Yeah, clever. Fucking hell. Did you try that Google search the other week, Whites? Remember that? The Google search I was asking you to try? Not there. Are you there, Bantor?
Mm.
Yeah, I was talking to Whites the other week, and I was asking him to try a search term, a voice search. So you click on the microphone in Google and you do your voice search, and I said try searching really long. Was it really long and skinny Chinese sausage? Because I know it sounds weird, but like I was looking for this recipe of these skinny ass sausages that you can buy like in a bunch in China, and I was looking for this recipe, right? And I didn't know how to I didn't know any way to describe it except for the really long and skinny Chinese sausages, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, when I heard it repeat it, like when I heard it repeat it back, it's like every time it said Chinese, the voice would snicker. So it would go like really long and skinny Chinese sausages. And it was like laughing when it said, and I thought, fuck, that's pretty racist. So I said, but I said like Norwegian, American. I tried every fucking country nationality I could try. It didn't laugh. But when I said really long and skinny Chinese sausages, it would say Chinese sausages. Fucking algorithm. Yeah.
I don't know if I actually should be laughing or not. Like, am I being racist in laughing at that?
No, I totally get
That's
it.
funny.
Yeah, I totally get it. You got to try it because it's like, how come?
I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know.
like they've built it into the algorithm where it knows when to laugh at Chinese. I just don't.
A little snicker.
Yeah, yeah, like a
From
little
YouTube.
undertone snicker. Yeah. Fuck.
That's funny.
It's like just stumbled across it. It's like I, there must be some shit going on with that because obviously Google and China don't like each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go and grab myself a beer, I reckon.
Enjoy.
Grab yourself a nice low carb IPA beer. Suppose you're on the home brew back there.
Not at the moment, I'm not, no.
My uncle thought there was going to be some shortage on those home brew kits, so he bought fucking a garage lot, and his whole garage is full of fucking home brew.
Oh, really?
And my auntie just thinks he's a total alcoholic, which he drinks maybe 2 big bottles a day after work.
Oh, long necks, yep.
Yeah, only 2. That's all he
Yeah,
needs.
that's like a litre and a half, thereabouts.
Yeah, 600 mils each. Yeah. Yeah, no, well, it was just as good excuse, they came into a little bit of money,
Right.
and they came into a little bit of money, and they got this house near the coast, with a big flagpole out the front, looking over the ocean on a cliff, and he splashed out and he bought a boat for fishing, and he bought a what type of motorbike is it? I think it's an Indian. He bought a motorbike, and the thing that I couldn't believe how much money he wasted on a pizza oven. One that it's got wheels. It's like the square oven with a tray at the bottom, and it's just like this double oven.
Yeah.
And my other uncle was there as well, and he was like, "Oh, you wouldn't believe how much John spent on the oven, $20,000." And he overheard it. No, it fucking wasn't. It was only 10. And he goes, plus GST. It's like, fucking hell. Who's going to spend that much money on a fucking oven? Just for cooking pizza once a month.
Must be a good oven.
Yeah, he said, it's not just for pizza. I can just put logs in it and use it like an outdoor fire as well. It's like, so what?
Nice. I've got a mate back in Victoria that brews his own beer, but he's like a scientist, and he's gone to the extent where he actually grows his own hops as well up the side of his home.
Yeah, I've been saying that.
The whole 9 yards. It's quite incredible, really.
Does he have a big 44-gallon drum where he boils all up and extracts the?
Oh, yeah, like it's a science to him, and he makes some absolutely gorgeous beers he makes. But yeah, like I said,
You can manipulate it much better than the than the breweries up the road, because they just get whatever the hops that they get, but you can get the flowers and you can get way more flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can just use like the premium stuff, the tips. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what he does. And like I said, it's like a science to him, the way he and he's right into it. He's very OCD with a lot of things, and when he does things, it's all or nothing. And the amount of research and stuff that he's done into the making his beer and growing the hops and all that sort of stuff, quite incredible, really.
It seems like he could, he's on the way to starting a brewery.
Oh, well, look, I tell you what, it is the quality of his beer is second to none, really. It's absolutely beautiful, so smooth, so much flavour to it, with a bit of a kick too. It's got a bit of a kicky stuff. So
strong beer, yeah.
Well, I brew one that is about 14.5, 14.6% thereabouts.
Jesus, fuck.
Yeah.
Really? Damn. Oh my god.
Yep.
Well, you drink it out of a I suppose you drink it out of a wine glass.
No, just out of the bottle itself.
The bottle.
Yeah,
Watch out.
I'm not that posh. What the hell?
Watch out for the sediment. Yeah. Yeah.
No, because I go through well, it's only down to 2 now, but a 2-stage process where obviously you let it all settle and all that sort of stuff, but then I empty that, and the container's got all the sediment in the bottom of it, and I put it into a fresh container, clean container, and I let it settle again, and then
Before you bottle it, right?
exactly right. So it gets that double filtration type of thing happening, and there's no sediment whatsoever in the bottle. It's just like coming from the brewery, really. Yeah, my mate taught me that trick. So shout out Matt if you're listening.
Yeah, you reckon he'll be listening?
Well, probably not, but he knows I'm into some crazy sort of stuff. So
yeah, like a mad scientist. Yeah.
He is a mad
Have you
scientist.
heard, like, the what was that? That airplane that went down from Malaysia? Remember that one?
Oh, was it MH17 or whatever it was?
Yeah, MH70. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I watched there was a video yesterday out talking about how they pretty much know the search area now where they should be looking, and there was a guy that originally said we should be searching in this particular spot, and they just gave up without searching that spot. And now there's new evidence which they've been able to get all the ham radio operators statistics, dialogue, and sort of data, and gather it together, and the ham radio signals actually were able to track where the airplane actually ended up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Through the ham radio signals, yeah. So that's pretty, yeah. So that came in handy, but now it's just, I guess, if they're going to go and have a look for it or not. But I don't really care about that. It's interesting that they were able to use the ham radio signals together, sort of jointly from over the world, and sort of gather them all together to use it as a device to look back and see, the path that this plane took. It's just amazing.
No, exactly right. They spent millions looking for that craft. Absolute
Yeah.
millions. It was incredible, actually.
Well, they've got it down to the exact longitude, latitude, GPS spot, exactly where they think it is. Yeah, that's how
Oh, really?
accurate it is. Yeah, yeah. Mm,
Interesting. Interesting.
it is.
Well, hopefully for the relatives, they find something. Give them a bit of closure.
Well, I wonder if we
I
could use.
personally believe that plane was stolen, right? We'll never find out where that went because it was stolen, hijacked and stolen by powers that be. And then that was re-jimmied up to be used for MH17 over Ukraine to try and set the Russians up for basically what's happening now. They tried to do this years ago with that plane that blew up over Ukraine.
It's a theory. It's yeah.
I can find plenty of videos about it showing how all sorts of photos of how the numbers were wrong and this and that. They matched fucking different planes. Interesting.
Oh, you mean like comparing the wreckage and stuff, and that they had numbers that just weren't matching, stuff like that.
Yeah, and people like from the airport, like footage from the airport when people were boarding the plane. Apparently, the numbers in that footage on the plane matched that of MH370, which is very
Oh,
interesting. You know, one of those things they forget to fucking do. There's no way you lose a fucking airplane. I'm sorry. They know damn well where that thing.
well, it's good to know that. Like, I don't know, for the future, we could use ham radio signals to find out if the Earth is a ball. I don't know if that's possible, but like, it's interesting that they were able to get all of these signals together, because like ham radio operators, what they do, a part of being a ham radio operator is to record the every session, and it goes onto a database around the world, so that data is able to be used by anyone. Yeah. So there's historical data from ham radios going back, like, I don't know, I think they said like 30 or 50 years or something like that.
That's got to be interpreted, though, doesn't it? That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, ham radios probably actually prove that we're on a plane, but then they factor in all the mathematical shit and go, oh, yeah, see, there you go. Proves curvature. A bit like plumb bobs, Brandy. If you just take them just a little bit further apart, they start to diverge. No, a bit further. Oh, they're still not diverging. Just take them a bit further. Oh, I mean, you just can't detect it. But it's happening. Trust them, man.
And when it gets far enough that you definitely should be able to detect it, we've got nothing to measure it by.
Yeah,
Like,
I can't see it now. Measure it, yeah.
Well, we can't actually measure plumb lines diverging, but we can observe the effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
The effect of divergence. Just after these here calculations.
Yeah, and we can verify it with receptacle fucking zenith optical fucking measurement. Even though we know light doesn't go straight through an atmosphere, we're going to claim it does. Actually, probably more accurately, they don't claim it does. They just refraction is a factor in their mathematics. There's someone in the background trying to talk, I think. They're very quiet.
Is that Flatterpuss?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize my mic was on.
Flat.
Gio, what do you think about the UFO narrative and the aliens and the agenda that seems to be what they're trying to achieve when they pull the alien card one day? Because they've been using it in the latest war in Ukraine. They've been talking about it, how there was a UFO seen in Ukraine destroying all the tanks of the Russians' artillery.
They said that?
Yeah, there's been reports of like a UFO over there, like blasting the hell out of the Russians. Yeah, with plasma.
Are you serious or are
energy.
you joking?
No, I'm serious. It hasn't been on the mainstream, like the news, but it's been on the mainstream channels, like the dudes that are right into sort of this type of thing. That's the talk that's going on. Yeah. That's what they're trying to push, this agenda they have to, to keep this alien, back engineered sort of a narrative. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I just didn't know that they're actually doing it now. They're doing the fake alien invasion right now.
Yeah, it's like started last year, right? They're all going on about how there's been UFO sightings and all the information that's coming out, from, the government. Once the documents reach a certain age, they can come out from information. And then, like, I just heard it today on a channel called Leak Project. Really, it's quite a big channel, right? And then they're sharing their information with other channels as well. Obviously, this is definitely getting out there. And so the story was that the only people over there that are fighting are the Russians and Ukrainians. There's no one else there fighting, right? And the Russians are in there, and all the statistics about what's been taken out, and like hundreds of helicopters and 500 tanks, and you name it. Like, how could this be possible? And basically because there was a huge UFO that came over, a big triangle craft with like energy weapons, and just blasted the hell out of them. There was a Ukrainian army dude that he spoke out and he was talking about it. This is the underground baller news. This is what they chat about, the ballers. I posted it actually earlier on tonight. I posted the video. It's called what was it called? I posted it timestamp.
Oh yeah, I see it there.
Oh, you see it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was the second half of the video. That there's another video before that. Yeah. So
yeah, it's
so
just
the army.
it's just an excuse for them to use the directed energy weapons.
I mean, the excuses, that's all fine. I mean, that's all good. Like in my understanding and narrative and paradigm, but the underlying thing that they're trying to push is it's not that they're using it, and it's not that they've got it. It's where did they get it from? And they don't, that's what they're trying to push, is where did it come from? This technology, and it's all about aliens. Yeah. So it's got people in this constant fear, the people in the baller paradigm, this constant fear that there's this unknown threat.
I think I might have been back in the stream a little bit on YouTube.
Sorry? Say?
Yo, what's up, Dave?
What's up, Gio? What's up,
Yo.
everybody?
Pretty good. How about you?
Good. I just I heard what was it, Basil, or was it who was just saying that about the who posted it? What's up? How are you? Yeah, are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, this is
crazy.
These
They
are the
actually
type of channels.
they're claiming that a UFO came in and blasted a bunch of shit in Ukraine.
Okay, so there was what their story was on this channel. It's quite a big channel, right? And there was a Ukrainian, like a army dude that called his dad, and he said, "Look, this is probably the last call we're going to have. We're surrounded by Russians. This is it." And then he called back and said his story that he saw a big triangle craft come over and blast the hell out of these Russian tanks and save them pretty much. And it was like a huge
the UFOs came in and saved them. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. A huge light show of plasma lightning bolt style energy weapon.
Okay, so it's either here are the choices, right? I haven't watched the video yet, but obviously right away we know there's choices here about what, or not choices, but options of what it could be, right? Either he's lying completely and this is part of their rollout for the UFO fake alien invasion, right? Or and then this channel was this channel basically saying that it was true, or like acting like they were skeptical at all, or what? Because I know this guy,
You know
how
some of these
I know who
channels
he
they
is.
have. Yeah, you know how some of these channels have people that supposedly, in inverted commas, they have kind of like contacts. They have someone that comes onto the channel, and that these people are so special. They have like these secret contacts, and they're in the know. That's the type of people that he interviews a lot.
Yeah.
People that are.
I know. Yeah. I've saved a few of his videos. They're interesting sometimes.
Is this like real or is it a joke though? Because I just like went to the first couple minutes and it's got this dude dressed up and looks like a whole costume, and he has a thing behind him that says Space Force. What is that all about?
We're looking at the same one. You mean on the video that I posted?
Yeah, there's a guy that says Space Force behind him. He looks like he's dressed up in like a. Is that supposed to be him?
That's the show's host.
Okay, yeah. So
he wears like a beret hat sort of a thing.
But wait,
golf
now this
hat.
guy. Okay, so wait, the host, I forget. Is he a baller?
Yeah.
He's not a flat earther, right?
He's got to be. He's got all this Space Force stuff going on.
Yeah. So this is all shill stuff. Okay. Or they're just uninformed stuff. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So
he does.
What do you think? What do you think? Wait, first, Basil, what do you think of after you saw it? Do you think it was believable?
I can tell. Yeah, just looking at the interview and looking at the hot chick that was actually the one that was telling the story, it's all lies. I could just tell by her eyes. The whole thing is set up to tell this narrative.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's just pure lies. Yeah.
Now they have tech that probably could mimic this. Is the thing, and I'm sure they do, right? And we've seen stuff flying up there, and it's not coming from space. So there's tech they could use to fly stuff up there, and maybe they could actually do a UFO type thing with. I mean, they can directed energy weapons. We know they have those, so they could totally do this. But how? And there's been that triangle ship has been seen just as close in Arizona, I guess. Like tons of people.
Yeah. So the interview was based around the story about the tech, but the underlying story and narrative that they wanted to push was not really about that this incident happened. It was about
The aliens are on our side and against Russia. That's the narrative, right?
Well, that's part of it too, but at the end of the day, that wasn't even it. What I got from it was they were just really trying to push that there are aliens out there, and you should be scared of them.
Well, the Russians should, at least, because they were on our side.
Well, they could be on anyone's side. They might not be on the American side. They might just want to have peace. I don't know what they want, but
then they wouldn't be on America's side.
I mean, just the fact.
The narrative, though. Well, wait, we're talking about them realistically now, as if we know we're trying to devise what they might be thinking or wanting, but but not that there isn't the possibility that there's ships and everything, or even could be, like I say, outer pounders. You never know.
Yeah, but does this tech have to come from aliens? Can't it just come from like people that are fucking,
Yeah. And there's supposedly reports of that the tech was developed during or before World War II with the help, or the narrative I found. The alternative narrative is that Schauberger, Victor Schauberger, the guy that was doing all like the fluid mechanics, mimicking nature and stuff. And I guess he helped. The story goes that he helped Hitler develop these UFOs, and they were well established and used in the war without that being disclosed. Have you heard that? Anyone else?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's interesting if they're using the tech or if they're just lying about it being the case. But the fact that they wouldn't, like, what this guy calls up at the last minute, and his story is that the aliens came in and saved him from the Russians, right? Hello? Cut out? Did I cut out?
No, you're still there.
Okay. Anyway, that's crazy because that makes it sound like the aliens have taken a side then, right? If they knew what was going on, and they and like nobody got any kind of footage of this with all the cell phones. Basil, are you still here, bro? You must have cut out. We can't hear you, Basil. Anyway. Basil. Anyway, yeah, I'll watch the video. That's interesting. What do you think, Gio? What do you think about all that? What do you think, Platypus?
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't doubt that they're going to start doing some UFO things in the sky during warship to try to build up to it.
Right?
Yeah, I posted an article and a YouTube video in the chat. The article says UFO believers think that aliens are going to stop nuclear war, which is kind of a dead giveaway. They're already like priming people for something like that. And then the
fake aliens stopping fake nukes.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's great.
I mean,
that's two birds with one stone in that psyop right there.
Oh, we'll wait until the aliens tell you to take the vaccine.
I think that they're going to save us from I think they're going to make the vaccine people out to be not that anyone's really going to get in trouble, but they're probably going to have like a Fauci go down, Fauci the fall guy, probably. I don't know. something like that. At least, you know, fake some kind of retribution, because they can't just have people like. I mean, there's been so many problems with these jabs already. How can they? How? I mean, how many cases do you need before you can rightly refuse a vaccine in court? You know.
Yeah, or even until that people start catching on and realizing like that people are
Yeah.
dying.
Exactly. How many does it take? It's just like the true test of alternative information sources, you know, for them maybe too, because I think they're promoting that side almost in a way, like they want the conflict, which is why I think they may have like a little like retribution, because if people are dying, they need to feel like somebody paid the price for it or somebody was held responsible, right? Not that that ever happened before, but. I mean, it's worldwide vaccines. Somebody was on here the other night saying that they heard that 50% of them were placebos. Someone had that stat, like, oh, Pfizer admitted that 50% were placebos. Something like that.
Yeah, I heard that too. Why would Pfizer admit that?
Yeah, it's weird.
That's super weird.
What? So you go say you didn't try to save people because these things don't save people. If you're giving them a 50% placebo, then you're not it's not to vaccinate.
Yeah, I want to
It's
see
like
where
that
Pfizer
proves
said-
it's a study. That proves it's an experimental study. Well, which they admitted from the very start to begin with. It was experimental. The only way that it could stay, that it could be legally mandated is if or whatever it was, that it was emergency use, right? And the reason that they were able to do it under the like experimental whatever status was because of emergency use, because that wasn't tested enough, you know, for it to be like FDA approved. To warp speed for the FDA even.
It's exactly what you do in a trial. 50% placebo.
That's it. You don't do like. Well, I heard they had 3 batches or something like that. One was placebo. One was, I don't know, something else. There was one. One had the extra graphene oxide or something. I don't know. The real
Well, there's
potent,
evidence
less potent.
of different batches going to different countries, so there could even be bloody, you know, games being played with individual fucking places.
Yep,
as well.
and what I heard was different states too in the United States. Different states got different batches.
It wouldn't surprise me. Yep.
I mean, and that could be added to the alien narrative if they do take the fall for it, or have somebody take the fall for it. They could say that aliens are studying us, and they've made us do it.
They could say that. I mean, they say a lot of things. Whether people believe them or not, is a story.
Well, yeah, looks like they're getting pretty bold if they're going to claim UFOs striking Russian tanks. I wonder if this is going to be something that keeps going, or if this is a one-off that through just this one channel. They're going to start building on this, or having the same story circulate through to Alex Jones eventually.
Oh, look, I think Putin himself, at the end of the day, he damn well knows that if this is bullshit and this is the propaganda that's going around, he's only going to allow it to a certain point. Just like he's only allowed the encroach around Russia to a certain point. You know, he's only going to tolerate so much before he potentially fucking corrects all the rubbish that's out there. Not that I necessarily believe what he has to say is all truth.
Yeah, they already have the plan. The
there are
end
two
of this
sides
war
to
is
this.
already. Don't you think the end of this war is already planned? It's not really about like how mad Putin gets.
Yeah, I don't know about that personally. I believe that there is an ideal end to this, but I don't believe they actually have full control over everything. Personally.
Well, doesn't the fake vaccine mandates all starting on the same day show that they're kind of all coordinating?
It shows that there is a deep state that is infiltrated everywhere, yes. And there is a coordinated thing going on. But that
Yep.
doesn't say for 1 minute that everyone in every department is involved or wants to be involved or wants to go along with it.
Well, no, that's the absolute of it. I wouldn't claim that either. But obviously, the people that are in charge of the people in charge would have the wars go exactly like they want if they've already gone with this other psyop of the the COVID stuff. Wouldn't a war be another thing on their list of things to control?
Yeah, well, that's right. But history has showed us that there have been people who have bucked the trend and tried to do things to sway the cabal, if you will, like the New World Order. And they get taken out, all right? Now, I've got no idea if Putin is fucking, against them or with them. I don't fucking know. But if he is against them, he is probably one of the most, to date, the most powerful people to go up against. Like certainly more powerful than Gaddafi or fucking Saddam or any of these other people that have proposed to start different currencies and do all this stuff. So at the end of the day, I don't think they're all under the thumb, and they do need to eliminate certain people. And it looks like the cabal have been doing some nasty shit fucking in Ukraine, and I think someone wants to put a stop to it. Otherwise, I think even if Putin's a fucking nasty arsehole, he can see that these people are getting so close that even his nasty arsehole shit is going to end up being redundant to these guys' nasty arsehole shit.
I guess, yeah. Don't you think people with
how could
space
they all be
programs are
different when they have? How could they all be different when they all have the same space?
Yeah, I was just going to go there. Exactly.
It's all
That's
fake.
the deep state stuff, though. How do you know that's not part of the deep state propaganda machine that just runs everywhere, irrelevant of governments?
Because the president supports it and never says anything about it, and then he doesn't make his own decisions, and he's scripted from every. They have to have a guy like that scripted.
I don't know if just
keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Simple.
I don't know if it's just me listening to some of the Chinese media, but like I don't know if you guys are getting the same story because I don't even watch the news or keep up to. But like my wife is into the Chinese TikTok and it shows lots of stuff about what's going on in Ukraine, Russia, and what they're saying is Russia just found like 20-something bio labs where they're experimenting with all sorts of viruses and shit in Ukraine. Have you guys heard of that at all, or is it just in the Chinese media?
That sounds like that's another part of the narrative. Sounds like a good narrative. Yep. It confirms viruses are real.
No, it confirms biological weapons, not viruses at all.
I thought he said viruses.
Yeah,
biological weapons.
Viruses as biological weapons, right? Yeah, viruses as biological weapons is part of a narrative. Yeah, they want to.
Yeah, have you heard of? Well, was that? I mean, I don't know. Have you guys heard of that at all on the media, or is it just me?
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah, mm-hmm. China's going to be blamed for it, right? As using a virus as a biological weapon on us.
No, they were saying that these labs are all American owned.
Yeah, well, America's going to be blamed for it. One or the other. It's like either America or China is going to take the blame for this. Not that they're not on the same page. They're just going to make it seem like America is the one that was responsible, even though the virus labs don't exist, the viruses don't exist.
Exactly.
Yeah, biological weapons exist.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, not biological virus weapons, right?
Well, they can call it what they like. At the end of the day,
like Agent Orange.
Agent Orange, yeah, exactly. That they can use that to give you something of that sort. Of course, yeah, I imagine.
Which you can get the same.
It'd probably be just our own country doing it to us and blaming on someone else, right?
So that's why you don't mix
the people, the deep state or whatever, the Illuminati will do that independently of any country.
Bleach and floor cleaner together. That's how you get Agent Orange.
Is that right? That should be more well known then. People do that all the time.
Yeah. There's janitors all over the states that were like. America, they have like the janitor's room, and they mix all their stuff together in like a closet, sort of a small space, and they mix. And a lot of janitors are, falling over, fainting when they mix these two things together.
Whoa! Get rid of those janitors. Don't let them know. Huh. It's gonna do a lot of good. That's crazy. Why wouldn't they tell them? Why wouldn't that be something that's more well known? What's the story there? Is it just recently figured out or something?
Well, it's like brake fluid and chlorine. Not many people know about that.
Yeah, but the floor cleaner with the what is it? You said floor cleaner and bleach, right? Yeah. So those are often used together. I think that there'd be a lot more issues with that, or that it would be like something more well known. That's crazy. Brake fluid, you said, and what else?
Chlorine.
Chlorine. And that makes cancers causing kind of Agent Orange type thing?
No, sorry. It's just I was giving an example of two common chemicals that you can mix together. They create an explosive, very flammable explosive. Everyone's got them. I think people know about it.
Everyone's got them? You mean like the countries that actually use that? Is that big of an explosive?
No,
everyone
has
those
chlorine
products.
and bleach.
Oh, I got it. Yeah. There wouldn't be much of a chance of those getting mixed together, but yeah, that's interesting. You could make your own little bombs. You guys ever make those little 2-liter plastic bottle bombs? You ever seen that done?
What, with the chlorine and brake fluid? Definitely.
No, with chlorine and brake, but that would be one way to do it, I imagine. Yeah, you seen it? People do it with that?
Yeah, I've done it many times, yeah.
So it expands the bottle and eventually explodes?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. I've seen it done with...
that shit's so nasty. If that touches like the paint on a car or anything like that, it is fucking gone, man. Strips it.
Oh, really? Fuck.
Yeah.
You guys used to set them off for fun?
Splashed on you.
You guys used to have fun with those? Yeah. Just get the cops called in the neighborhood or something. That's what I saw my friend do.
Aerosol cans in a bonfire.
That too, yeah. The mixture I remember, it was like just at the bottom of the bottle, you mix just water. I think it was Ajax, and then he put aluminum foil chips in there.
Oh yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the complete recipe, but yeah, the bottle just gets huge, and eventually it sounds like a huge explosion. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the car alarms go off.
Hydrogen gas.
Somebody was talking about hydrogen on here earlier, I think. Right?
Yeah. I used to run a lawnmower and device very similar to that. Aluminium had some acid, and that would make hydrogen, and I had the aluminium sort of being fed in at a certain rate to not produce too much hydrogen in one go. And I was running a lawnmower engine in my
That was your own creation?
to come up with, yeah, well, just researching stuff on the internet. I thought, fuck, I've got heaps of fucking beer cans. That's aluminium. Instead of fucking going and getting 5 cents for them, I looked into how much energy there was actually in the weight of aluminium. And it turned out there was 300 watts worth of energy in that aluminium. So I thought, 5 cents versus the cost of electricity. I thought, fucking shit, it's probably worth me actually coming up with a way to get the energy back out. So I did. And the only inefficiency is the lawnmower engine, obviously. It really needed to go into like a fuel cell. Like if I went and purchased a fuel cell where you just pump the hydrogen gas straight into it and it just goes straight to electricity, that would have made it worthwhile. And then have that grid tied, straight onto the fucking grid and get feedback money.
Wait, you did do this, or you didn't?
No, the cost effectiveness would have been with a fuel cell, but I didn't do that. I only ran a lawnmower motor to basically proof of concept.
And it worked.
Definitely, mate. Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
It was like it was detrimental to the lawnmower engine purely because hydrogen is much more drying, and the timing of the lawnmower engine I couldn't adjust to suit the hydrogen. But if you had a more user-friendly engine, there you could adjust the timing and stuff like that. You'd have better luck with it. But it'd be much more efficient in a fuel cell. Like, did you imagine like a car that's got a fuel cell in it, and all you need to do is provide 5 psi of hydrogen to the fuel cell, and you've got electricity, unlimited. And here's a device I've come up with where you just chuck your fucking Coke cans and beer cans into it, and you get your fucking hydrogen. And the acid that's in there is completely renewable, right? Like, it doesn't break down. And the slug that ends up, like the slurry that ends up at the bottom, can actually have, like, you could sell that to the aluminium company, and they could put electricity back into it and create aluminium. How amazing is that? Completely renewable, sustainable fucking power.
Wow. And no hope for that because they wouldn't be allowed to, right? Or the free energy or the, why not just do it, right?
Yeah, well, it's not completely free energy. I mean, someone has to make the aluminium in the first place.
Right.
But if that's done somewhere where there's, hydropower or steam power.
What industry would that cut into? The oil industry? I'm saying the restrictions.
Well, no,
are there,
but
right?
think about it. You'd never need a battery. You'd never need a battery in your car because as long as you've got aluminium in your acid bath, you're going to have hydrogen. So there's no need to store any power. And think about your home electricity. There's no need to actually store any energy. You can just drop a aluminium slug into your little fucking acid chamber and get electricity on fucking demand.
Wait, didn't Doc Brown throw a can into the flux capacitor thing that he had rigged up for the Back to the Future 2 series?
with food scraps as well. I wouldn't put food scraps in my...
But now that I think about it, aluminum can was one of the things he threw in there, right?
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
So there you go. Proof of concept. Or they were telling us maybe secretly with that a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's possible. It's possible.
But you think that they would try to stop it because of the efficiency would cut into the oil industry or something? Or is that the reason?
Put it this way, if I was to set up a device that, I tried to market to people here, do this, do that, I wouldn't get very far. Like, I couldn't, I could build one for myself potentially, and someone else could build one and get away with running their cars, but you'd never market it. It'd never go mainstream. Now, having said that, Toyota are bringing out a technology with solid hydrogen, and in effect, aluminium is solid hydrogen. If you think about it in terms of what happens when you put it in acid, because you get a hydrogen, right? So it's aluminium is basically solid hydrogen, but they don't really want people to know that. Most metals are. So they've come out with this product that, they jam the hydrogen into something without any pressure. It just goes into it, and then they hit it with a laser, and out comes the hydrogen gas into a fuel cell. So that technology.
So that's like the interesting part about that is the really they don't want people to know that hydrogen is that aluminium is basically solid hydrogen. That's interesting. Most metals are, you said?
Yeah, most metals are. You put them with an acid, and you get a hydrogen gas. Yeah. Aluminium is just super reactive, man.
Wow.
Yeah, they've pretty much got like most aluminium that you get will have like either a very thin film of oxidation on it, which very quickly protects the rest of the aluminium underneath, or they're actually got a very thin plastic coating on them to try and keep the clean look of the aluminium. So it's quite a reactive metal. It's just lucky it oxidizes itself so quickly on the outside that sort of limits its reaction.
Oh. So the origins of hydrogen are pretty kept under wraps, right? I mean, well, helium's one of the mysterious ones too, like how the production of helium. I have a friend actually who thinks that helium is just another form of hydrogen.
Interesting. Be
And
nice to
the
know that little
whole like
process.
scarcity, the whole scarcity of helium is a mystery. Have you looked into that? Why is it scarce?
No.
Yeah, I found some interesting things on
No,
that.
I think the scarcity, from my understanding, which is pretty limited of it, is just comes from the fact that it's a byproduct of what comes out of the ground. So, it's probably just not in abundance, and maybe not in every hole they tap into. But that's just a story, obviously.
Right. Yeah. My spidey senses go off with some of this stuff that I read a little bit. Kind
Yeah,
of
the
like
fact that NASA needs so much of it.
Peak oil. Whatever became of that. They talked about peak oil forever, right?
Oh, we have got so many gas wells here that are capped, purely so there's not too much supply and the prices won't go too low. It's fucked,
Yeah, they got more they got more oil than they know what to do with. My friend said that my friend would actually worked at the cleanup for the oil spill down there in the south, and made a bunch of money. They were just like dragging people down there to help with it. And he was working in the office part of it, and so he found out some things. He said they've got more oil than they could ever use. Like there's ships of just oil just floating in the sea, just waiting for it to be used. And there's one oil spill that just keeps draining, supposedly one that's been going for a long time. The oil just pours into the ocean like nonstop.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that would happen naturally as well.
Stay out
Imagine
doing nothing. That's where I get a problem with those kind of ideas, is because you don't leave something that's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars worth of equipment just sitting out in the middle of the ocean doing sweet FA. Doesn't make sense.
They're just holding the oil that they like Whitesword was just saying. They don't want the price to go down, or they can control the price.
Yeah, but one container ship of oil is not going to affect pricing. 10 are.
No, but 500 of it.
No, that's what he was saying. That's what he was saying. There's tons of them.
But yeah, I agree. You've got things like OPEC, and which is
like
one of the places, and Saudis are the ones that kind of manipulate the oil price because of OPEC, because they have the decent grade oil that's very easy to turn into petroleum. Whereas the shit that we get out of the North Sea, or stuff that Norway produces, for every barrel Norway sells, it puts a barrel in reserve. Or it used to. I don't know if it still does.
Yeah, who knows? Hey, Druss, do you think it's possible that they could fake an entire war?
Yes.
Depends how big the war is.
Hang on. I'm not Druss.
No, I mean, seriously. I mean, if like World War II, I think would be a tad more difficult to fake than, say, the Tutsis versus the Hutu in Rwanda. Yeah, that would be kind of my thing. But yeah, I think it's possible to fake war. Depends on the scale and scope, and how far away it is from you.
Do you think it's possible to fake an entire virus?
I think it is
the whole science of virology.
Yep. No, I don't think it's possible to fake the entire science of virology. There are too many people working in it, and too many tests and methodology that are validated and vetted throughout the world. So it would have to be an incredible conspiracy of almost unimaginable proportion.
Well, if you found out that was true, would you maybe take another look at flat Earth?
Well, that's something that's anecdotal that I don't really understand very well. Not a biology person. But there is an awful lot of things when it comes to shapiness that is personal experience. So I suppose that would be my problem with that. I'd have to be shown to be wrong on so many things that I understand. So everything's possible. As I say, I've always put out the fact that one of the things that I've always taken into account is I'm a fallible human being, and I have two buckets of shit: the bucket of shit that I know, and the much, 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 much larger bucket of shit of stuff that I don't know. And what I have to remember is anything in the bucket of shit that I don't know can impact what I think I know.
What a
Nice
way to
one.
have no accountability.
No, it's called humility. If you think you have the truth, then you are if you'll pardon my phrase, a fucking moron. You have the best interpretation, the closest you can get to the reality that we live in. Because
It's understandable.
Yeah, but you're denying other buckets of shit. You've got your two buckets and going, I'm going to look in these two buckets. Even though other people are presenting other buckets of shit, you're saying, no, I'm not going to look in that bucket.
Well, White's word, what do you expect? He can't even trust his senses.
Well, no, I mean,
yeah, well,
that's not fair, because what I'm talking about
I'm
with
kidding,
knowledge is the set of everything. Yep. So I'm encompassing the set of everything when it comes to knowledge in those two buckets, and the stuff that I know is much less than the stuff that I don't know. Is that wrong?
Well,
sorry,
the thing
repeat
is
that.
what you seem to include in what you know is that back 1,000 years ago, before power tools, they were able to make these cathedrals by hand with primitive tools. That's something you claim to know,
do it,
but you can't really know that.
Because I've seen masons do it today.
Okay.
I've seen people who go in and repair and restore these type of places.
That's not creating it. Repairing and restoring is not creating it.
It means the capability to manipulate and manage those stones using traditional tools.
Oh,
and what gets me is how you want to denigrate the skill of these people by saying, "Oh, they must have had a Black and Decker or a Makita doing it."
No,
I would just add that to one of your bullshit buckets. That's all I'm saying.
Bring me a power tool from the 12th century, and you'll have a point.
Yeah, that's what the burden of proof should be on ours. Yeah, you can't just trust your eyes and your sensibility to realize there's no way they could build those things without power tools or some type of technology that is beyond our capabilities even now.
As I say, I've seen people using traditional tools that we have documentation for going back many, many centuries in this country. And
that sounds like plausible deniability.
And they can still do it. No, that's what you call the taking the reasonable evidential position. You want to postulate something that we... You want to postulate something that we have no evidence for. We have none of these power tools or the mechanisms or documentation saying, yes, I've got my Black and Decker out and I did this, and then I got my router out and did that. We have that for things like woodworking, for masonry. We have these kind of documents. So we have the historical lineage and the tool sets.
You can accept. If it's good enough for you, that's fine. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't accept that as proof enough.
So why don't you think the aliens came down and made cathedrals? There's as much evidence for that as there is for power tools, according to you, because you don't have any of them.
Well, they just came down and saved some Ukrainians from Russian tanks recently. Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah, they blasted on the Russian tanks in the village of this kid that was almost about to die, and then he was saved by the aliens. Check it out. There's a link in the...
Yeah, the aliens know Putin's the bad guy. They know the narrative.
Yeah.
I wonder if they send that narrative out on one of those gold discs. You know how they sent those probes out into space? I wonder if they told them, if you ever come to Earth, make sure you follow
They must have received it. That's how they figured out where we were.
Yeah, it's been done twice on Voyager 1 and Voyager 2. That's the famous gold record that's gone on there.
There's as much proof of that.
The only time I know
there's as much proof of that as there was for this alien attack recently that we just heard about.
You believe so much.
Well, no, I mean, again, it's something that's anecdotal. I've not seen it myself, so you can't say I got personal experience. But people like Carl Sagan, who I kind of respected when he was alive before he died, Still respect him now. He was one of the people involved.
I'm glad you added that.
You know, but yeah, so you know, we can ignore every documented event. Fine. So you know nothing.
The question is, would you believe? Would you believe?
My mom.
Would you believe the aliens if they told you that they didn't use any kind of power tools or advanced technology to make the UFOs?
Again, when you introduce me to some aliens, we can have that discussion. But it's at the moment.
Well, they have documents. What if they had documents? If they had documents, it would be proof, right? That they did.
Again, it's purely hypothetical. You can make these claims that these cathedrals are somehow super advanced buildings. And the amazing thing is how many of the blasted things fell down. So that's why we have things like flying buttresses to support the walls. That was a learning curve of cathedrals that fell over because they didn't get it right. And then they thought, shit, we need to actually understand how the weight is distributed through those monuments. And that's why you get the inclusion of buttresses and flying buttresses on large cathedrals.
I want to hear you say buttresses all night. I just want to hear you say buttresses a few more times.
Again, it's something that we have the records for, the history for. And if you want to throw out the entire documented history of the planet, then that's cool. You know, you can do that, but you know nothing. You can prove.
Hey,
nothing.
there, you got some documents for these buttresses?
Are you a buttress man, or are you a thigh man?
Buttress.
Flying buttresses. Now I have to Google that. What the fuck?
The flying buttresses.
I think he just
one
went
semi-attached to the building and sort of starts halfway up. Whereas a buttress is fully connected to the building itself. Well, you'll see examples when you look them up.
And with these buttresses in the world of the research on Tartaria, you know, that's a dead giveaway in some cases where these buttresses are actually buried down into the ground, and little do you know, there's a couple more stories under the ground with windows and doors.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, I grew up in a house that was over 500 years old. We had a cellar, but we didn't have any windows.
Oh, Dross is down with Tartaria. He just skipped flat Earth and went right to Tartaria. Full on.
I'm not really a Tartarian. I don't believe the mud flood thing. I mean, I know about the Tartars, and I can talk about that, and I can even talk about the reason why it appears on maps in the 16th and 17th century as a kind of placeholder. It's a bit like we say, there be dragons. It was a nice catch-all phrase for an area of the world that we didn't know very well in the East, in the West. But you go and look at maps in the East, and they have a completely different impression on it.
So you think the history you were told? You think the history you were told is correct?
I think that the narrative in general has some direction, and where I can see documentation, where I can see archaeological evidence supporting it, then I think that we can be reasonable about it. But you have to go where the evidence points. You can always go with, you know, Caesar's and the victors write, you know, the history, which to some extent is true. But when you
even if all common sense just seems completely without reason, you know,
like
I mean,
how?
it seems like a miraculous claim for them to have done all that with the hand tools. Don't you think?
No.
Shouldn't there be miraculous evidence?
I've seen people do it with hand tools.
You haven't. You said you've seen people that repair them and restore them.
Yeah.
You haven't seen somebody build a cathedral with hand tools.
You haven't seen someone carve that marble fucking statue from a solid block either. Would have taken years.
I've got a mate that used to be a sculptor. In fact, he's got some sculptures up in London before he died.
Look,
and he used to do them by hand, just like that, just like that.
He used a mallet and chisel, and multiple chisels, comb chisels, standard chisels. That's why I know a little bit about stonework. I've also seen archaeological recreations. I've also know people who are master carpenters, and you know, who can do stuff with hand tools. Amazing stuff. I've seen people build stuff like this. It's part of what I study.
Yeah, but the narrative is that it's not just about building these buildings surrounded by mud. It's where did they get the resources from? Where did they get the materials from? Because at those times, we're not supposed to be all of these factories producing lime and glass and rocks. All of this, it doesn't make sense for the time frame.
Show you industrial brickworks going back to the Roman period.
Look at this truss. Just posted it. Look at fucking the detail in that. The
Yeah, I know,
rope and
it's
everything.
amazing. Yeah. It's amazing what humans can do.
It's fun. It's just, so you know what I think it is? I think even if that's good enough for you as far as the documents and when your friends that are carpenters or
Sorry, I've got a call coming
or
in.
sculptors, like, okay. I was gonna say that I have to finish my thought now, even if he left. What was I gonna say to him? So I remember. He was the fact that okay, so can't he just at least say, yeah, it's possible that they had advanced tech. It looks like they might have. But I think maybe not. Like, it's not like yeah, that does seem quite impossible. But I have extraordinary knowledge of this actually being really possible, not just knowing some sculptors or people that are really good with their hands. I don't know. Sounds like because it's a mainstream narrative, like you have to accept it. Otherwise, you might have to consider things like we're talking about that he doesn't want to accept. Maybe that's it. You know
It's interesting because, yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, to say it's possible that they had some, other methods that we don't know about now, etc., etc. But I don't think man will even have the patience, let alone the skill, to do something like this.
Right, but I was saying, yeah, for him, that to say it's possible they had some tech that we don't know about. He's not even considering that as an option looking at it.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how would he know for sure that it's not? Seems like he's just too confident, and it's such a miraculous claim that it's hard to take him seriously. That's all. It seems more about like accepting the other things we're saying, or accepting the possibilities of bigger lies or something.
I just feel like if people were doing that from all the way back then, I just feel like those skills would not have been lost, and we'd have a lot more people doing stuff like that.
Right. I think they might have had computers, like even way like in the past, and they've just been keeping it just like a total like computer age tech behind the scenes even.
You never know, mate. Because the only thing that could recreate that today in such fucking like recreate it literally would be a 3D printer style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
System.
Yeah. Exactly.
Why, it was hand carved with chisels and hammers. What the fuck?
What's up, Bandsaw?
There you go, my friend. There you go.
Good.
Yeah.
You didn't come on last night. I was disappointed. I was like, hey, it's the Bandsaw show. It's almost on. There was nobody on.
I was here. You must have missed me.
I must have. Yep.
But yeah, I got told undoubtedly that this was carved with hammer and chisel. How?
Oh yeah.
It took a lot of patience, Dave. A lot of patience.
Oh yeah. Talent. You don't have faith in the talent of humans if you don't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, that's more than a game of canasta, that one.
Like, come on. Have you just
I got this one. This identical statuette on the beam at 100 feet up in the air. I got it wrong. I have to start over. Can we just like knock off this angel that looks exactly like the 5 other angels, except this one looks a little weird and this no way.
You know where I got that screenshot from, don't you, Dave?
Which one?
E1.
Oh, I don't see what you put. Did you just put it in there?
Oh well. Oh, sorry, you didn't see. Well, the The one that White has just posted, the very last one was.
Oh, the reposted.
Yeah,
The
his one he
statues?
reposted. Yeah, the statues. Yeah, it was from one
Did
of
he
his
show that?
videos. Yeah,
Oh
he
wait, is his
showed it.
channel back up? One of his videos. Is his channel back up?
Oh no, it was one of those links that you
Oh,
sent.
oh wait, hold on. Okay, EWAR, not E1.
Oh, Ewa, sorry, Ewa. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah,
E1's
yeah,
my
yeah,
friend. Yeah, and
yeah,
EWAR's
yeah.
the
Yep.
look closer. Do you see this? How is
Yes,
this possible?
exactly.
Look at
Sweet.
the detail.
The detail.
And we're
Exactly.
told that they did this with hand tools. Yeah,
I
right.
love it. I love his voice. I
Yeah,
absolutely love his voice. Somehow
yeah.
he's got me hooked.
I love imitating his voice.
I've watched his stuff now, I reckon 2 or 3 times now, just over and over again. I
Oh
love it.
yeah,
Yeah.
those are the kind of videos. Gio, are you still here? You still listening, Gio? You know who he's talking about? I tried to get you to watch EWAR stuff a while back, a couple times. You watched any of them yet? No. For some reason, Gio has kind of like an adversity to it. And he first started watching it, the guy was too dramatic or something, I think he said. And he hasn't gone back, but I've been urging him to. They are the kind of videos, even though there's like 9 hours, you still want to watch all 9 hours over again.
Or you
No,
could
I
just
found it
watch
quite.
Martin. You could just watch Martin Leaker's channel, like from 5 years ago, and he
No.
said all the same stuff.
Yeah, he was saying a lot of that. You're right. I like Martin when it's just showing the pictures. You know, like just the long like image videos he does.
Well,
He's got lots of good resources.
Ewan's video must be about at least 4 or 5 years old now. At least.
Which one? He's done them in different parts. He just came out with the new parts recently, supposedly.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you sent me about like 3 of them. One was 3 hours, one was 5 hours, one was 8 hours. They just get longer. They get longer and longer and
There
longer.
is literally like 16 hours of his stuff for anybody new.
Yeah.
And the one series is kind of the stuff that you're talking about being older might have been like the stuff from the stuff that was a little bit more about flat Earth. He did a great job with that part though. Like
I think so.
You know, some of the info is better than a lot of the other flat Earth stuff I've seen. In fact, the way he presents it and talks about the occult part of it, and what went into the esoteric beginnings of NASA.
Yeah, no, it's I said he's got a well, to me, a voice that's quite compelling. And yeah, I watched a little bit of Martin's work back in the early day, but yeah, his channel just wasn't for me. Even though he showed some really cool pics and whatnot, yeah, I just didn't get into his style of presentation.
Yeah, he's got some great slideshows. You can have that.
He does. Yeah, that's what I like to watch. The slideshows are good.
Oh yeah.
But hey, speaking of Jack Parsons or NASA's occult beginnings, there's an interesting thing that I heard about, and I started making this collage for it. I can post an image. That's an interesting thing about Jack Parsons. Yeah. Guess who Jack Parsons might have become? You know, I like this Lifetime actor stuff. So
who is he? Do tell.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Looks pretty solid. Let's see. Of course he didn't die. You know how they say he died, right?
No, I don't know how he died.
No.
Some kind of explosion with some experiment he was doing. The whole
really?
building blew up or something. Yeah.
A rocket, no doubt.
All right.
How old would he
Sure.
be now?
Let's see. All right, drum roll, please. And we have Jack Parsons, who then became, that's right, folks,
Albert.
Howard Hughes.
Howard Hughes. No way. No way.
Where did you get that from?
I just started when I find these theories and I think they look good enough to try to match the faces up. I'll just make a big collage of pictures I find from the internet and then look for similarities and do some overlays.
You've got too much time, dude.
This is interesting if it's true though. Look how close they are. I mean, that's a very interesting thing if he became Howard Hughes.
Yeah, look, his face is a lot longer, but I see similarity definitely, and there is plastic surgery. I'll give you that. They can change.
Now, there's a lot of things that fit too. You have to look into the backstory and the dates and the reasons. Miles Mathis is a guy to look at if you ever want to just find out if somebody faked their death. He usually has a pretty good take on most of them. Does some really good research. Figures out what factories, what Illuminati factors they went through. That kind of thing. A lot of colleges are used for that reason.
Trust, that's pathetic. It doesn't even look lifelike. No detail in it at all.
Well,
how did they get behind the net truss?
What must be emerged from solid block or stone?
Well, the sculpture I don't have so much a problem with believing it as much as the cathedrals, with the duplication of those little details by hand. It wouldn't even make sense to attempt it by hand, in fact, especially back in the day.
I'll have to join in now. How do you think they're made, guys? Not carved.
Make what? How do they make what?
Marble statues.
Oh, so in the thing Druss just showed us, they're using Dremel tools as well as hammer and chisel.
Question is, guys, how do you think they used to make marble statues, if not carve them?
Well, they could have carved them via some sort of water jet technology, perhaps, if they were to carve them.
Could have.
Well, if it was advanced tech, some laser type, advanced laser tool or some kind of like frequency tool of some sort that we don't even have now, or they're keeping.
Are these all types of carving, right? Like hypothetical theories about how people might have carved.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about mostly cathedrals, like the giant arched cathedrals that have like detail in the ceiling that just wouldn't make any sense to attempt with hand tools. That's what we're talking about.
You can carve on the floor, then stick it to the ceiling, can't you?
Yeah, I guess that's possible, but the feat, it's still a miraculous feat. I mean, beyond belief, in a literal sense.
Making a statue is a miracle now.
It seems like it if they did it with hand tools, yeah. That would be a miracle.
That statue that White posted or reposted of the one that I posted, which I'll post again.
Who did you repost it?
Oh, you reposted, but I'll just quickly repost it again. Don't consider it spam.
That photo again.
That dawn is carved out of a solid piece of marble.
Are you sure? How do you know that?
Because that's the backstory of it.
All right, so it's assumed to be from one piece of marble.
That's the backstory. That's what they say.
But you believe that bit. You believe that bit, but you don't believe the assumption that it's supposed to be carved.
No, I'm not saying it's not carved at all. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's not carved. I'm just saying to carve that with hammer and chisel, No, I don't buy it.
All right, but you think it could have been done with water? That's more delicate.
Well, some sort of advanced technology, yes, but not with hammer and chisel. Not when you look at the detail on the rope, on everything. Every part of that sculpture is so detailed. It's not even funny. Not even funny.
Do you
Look
think
at
detail
the
is
rope.
impossible with a hammer and chisel?
That sort of detail, 100%. Yep. That
Dawn,
intricate
how do you get
detail.
behind the rope there? How do you hollow out all behind the rope with a hammer and fucking chisel?
There's a bit around the back. It's designed so you can get in there. Chisel it out through the holes.
Oh, and you believe that?
Come
No,
on.
I'm saying it's perfectly possible. You don't know how humans used to carve things.
What about the Medusa theory?
Yes, we do.
Wouldn't they? If we've made internet and drones and UFOs, why wouldn't we make? Why wouldn't
Prove
we
your
train
mum's your
some
mum.
people to be
Go
good
on,
at
please.
carving?
Wait a minute. You said if we make UFOs, why wouldn't we make? Do we make UFOs by hand?
Yeah, why
Hand
wouldn't
tools?
we carve some marble after making UFOs?
With the hand, so if the UFOs are made by hand, no power tools. Is that
No,
what
the
you're saying?
point is that we're really good at making stuff in different ways.
Oh yeah, with power tools, especially things like this complex. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, power tools. You going with power tools?
Yeah, power tools are needed usually.
Yeah.
How
It wasn't done with hammer and chisel. That.
What about if hammer
the
and
one
chisel
that-
is just a semantic way of tricking
That's a
you
screen-
into thinking there's
the one-
hidden technology?
The one that I just posted is from.
So are you
Martin
gullible
Luther's
enough to
channel,
think
one
we're
of the
that
statues that he posted.
gullible? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I
The double
posted
gullible.
one of the statues from Martin Liedtke's channel. There's just one of them. It's like the detail.
Yeah, it's lovely detail as well.
Mm.
I'm just saying, don't underestimate humans. We can have little tools. We can have small tools that are akin to a hammer and chisel, and we can be trained to spend our lifetime and teach our son to copy us through time to carve some great things.
I underestimated
these
you.
are people.
You know what? I underestimated you, John. I
solidified.
didn't think that you'd go this far with your gullibility.
That looks too real. Those titties look like you could just suckle on them. They look too real,
Yeah.
man.
I'm
Are
actually
you
getting a
going to
little
start
chubby.
questioning classic art and say Da Vinci could never have painted that with a brush? and
No,
paint?
I'm sorry.
He must have used some special printer and a computer that we don't know about.
No, Dawn. Now you're going too far.
No
Jackson
chick
Pollock
has ever
could have
looked at
never
a
done that
statue of
randomly
David
with
and gone,
a dripping
We are
paint.
not comparing a painting to solid marble statues.
But don't you need to question all art now if you're underestimating humans?
Yeah, try to pin an absolute on us. That seems like a technique to do that.
What
Like
if
you have to argue just to
Tesla?
argue.
What if the Tesla
No, we're
car
questioning the techniques, Dawn.
is made by hidden tech? If humans could never
What?
make a Tesla for real.
What if the moon's made out of cheese?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, I have to say that Dress is making a good point about the photorealistic drawings. That is something that I find really hard to believe sometimes when people can do that. But they can paint a painting that looks exactly like a photograph,
Yeah,
and it's pretty impressive.
No, Jin was talking about it before. They've got some sort of I forget what he said, but it projects it upside down on the wall, and all they have to do then is match the colours and fill it all in, and that's how they got the really.
That's how they used to
photorealistic
do.
stuff.
Yeah, maybe that's. I don't know. I think there are people that do it now without doing that process, but maybe not. Maybe that's how they always have to do it. But yeah, that's how they used to do it. The really detailed Renaissance period paintings. That's the trick they used to use with a mirror, and they would just be basically filling in the shades with right over the projection of it. No one knew.
They just look at a photo to the side and get really good at copying each bit.
Maybe
do the same with carving.
I've seen some impressive art, but the cathedrals, even if this is somehow possible with some kind of little tiny chisel type set and some patience, the cathedrals wouldn't make any sense to even attempt without power tools.
Well, the cathedrals are just like the pyramids. Humans really, really wanting to make a special temple.
Well, it's possible, but couldn't you at least say it does seem pretty possible as well that there's some tech that they're hiding, given the evidence?
I think some technology, but I don't think it's that important. Of course, old people had some wheels like with water that made a tool keep
No, I'm
going.
not talking wheels and water. I'm talking about actual power tools. You don't think that's even a possibility looking at it? Why is that something you won't even
It's a small
consider?
possibility, but for me to get on board, you'll have to come up with evidence of.
I'm not asking you to give
electricity.
it. I'm not saying I have proof of it. I'm just saying, doesn't it seem reasonable that there's some tech they're hiding given the evidence?
Tech,
That
yeah,
seems the most reasonable
I don't
consideration
think tech like
at
you're
least to
thinking.
consider.
I think some normal standard tech that humans would have found at the time.
And we're not actually asking you to jump on board either, Dawn.
Yeah. We're not believing in anything. We're just doubting that it's the same thing. We're doubting what they're telling us.
Yeah,
we're not claiming
I'm
anything.
playing devil's advocate. I'm saying maybe
I know, you
humans could
always
have
do.
done this normally. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe
Yeah, but that makes you sound
stuff.
like
maybe
really
looking back
like
at stuff
unaware.
feels like a mystery, but it isn't really.
Yeah.
If you're more on the side of, well, maybe it's not a big deal, then it just seems like you're just trying to be on that side rather than using reason.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I'm going to make a claim that these weren't done with hammer and chisel. No way, Jose, that what I posted was carved with hammer and chisel.
Oh,
Not
what,
a
the
chance.
neck thing? That was probably done with an abrasive.
No, I'm sorry, Drass, it wasn't. Not a chance.
It's both. It's hammer and chisel, and then it's polished to the exact shape.
Or there was some high tech. Can't you guys at least give an or? Like you don't even have an or. Like maybe you believe it, but then you can't even say, well, I guess you might be right. I don't know for sure, but you might be right about the technology that's been hidden from us. Why wouldn't that just be something you'd say?
Again, I think Dawn's kind of hit the nail on the head. Is we can talk about ifs and buts and maybes, but what we kind of go with is where we have actual evidence for. So we have
but
the
there's still ifs and buts.
We have the tools. We have examples of people making incredible sculptures today using those tools. Those are the things I posted up. I mean, I put up the example of photorealistic drawing.
I think that's a good point.
You're not in the same ballpark there, Druss. Drawings.
I can't draw. Are you joking? Have you seen the photorealistic stuff? I can't draw for topping.
You're not in the same ballpark. This is a statue that is carved out of solid marble, and you're comparing that to a drawing? You've got to be kidding me.
That looks like a photograph, Bansal.
Yeah.
I mean, can I point at that picture and say there's no way that can be drawn by hand? The only way that can be done is via a photograph or a printer or some technological method. There's no way someone with a pencil or a set of pencils could do that.
You know what, Druss? You show me, right, a carving done in the modern era with the same techniques that even comes to a 15th of the incredibleness of what that statue is, and then I may believe you.
No, I agree, man.
By hand.
We don't do it as good today. All that means is they spent more time in the past. It doesn't mean they had a special method.
There are plenty of Tibetan monks sitting on a hill with nothing better to do with their time than carve these sort of things out.
Yeah, but there isn't any high priest class artists of the same caliber as Rome like this.
So what?
Dude,
what
I've seen
saying,
exist anymore.
what you're saying, you don't believe that in the past that there was the ability for humans to have technology better than what we've got now. You're just saying that we've evolved into a higher species, and it's not possible that we actually have devolved.
Oh, there could have been some better things that we forgot. I'll give you that, but I'm just saying it's quite likely that we just used our hands to make amazing art, and we didn't have like a secret different version of electricity, or
why could it not be possible that we were way more advanced in the past?
I think we just stopped giving.
He just did. Don just said, "I'll give you that." He said it's possible. Dress, would you join him in on that? At least say that it's possible we had.
Again, I'm an evidentialist, so I would want to see some example. No, it's just pure thing. What I see through recorded history is kind of like a sine wave. Yeah, you know, we get some better stuff, and then shit happens, and it all falls apart a bit for a while. Different areas of the world have kind of different skill sets and different things, and you know, but we certainly don't have the ability to do what we can today, which is communicate in the way that we do instantaneously over tens of
How do you
thousands of
know?
miles.
How do you know?
Because we
How
have
do you know?
because we have no evidence to support it.
Because history is so short, isn't it?
Quit weeing all over yourself.
Great. So you've got some evidence to support that concept. Bring it.
But there's no evidence that it
No, I
wasn't
want you
possible.
perceptive.
It's
I want
posted in
you
the live stream.
perceptive
The evidence is posted in the live stream. You can't see
that
it.
we had abilities to communicate over tens of thousands of miles instantaneously, like we can today. Bring it.
We had
Oh,
we had a
no,
lot
I
better
didn't notice
psychics
that.
back then. Foolish.
Yeah, sorry.
We had people that was psychic back then, and they used to be able to forecast shit not just now but in the future. So actually, communication was even better.
Here.
Bypass time.
I agree with Marsh on that, but I wasn't going to bring that up.
And I mean, it's no joke. This whole psychic shit. I mean, cops today still take out psychics for murder cases that can't be solved. Why would cops still do that in America if it was all bullshit?
That's the exception as opposed to the rule branch.
Oh, there's rules.
Yeah, who made up
No,
the
no.
rules?
The rule is kind of generally what happens, and the exception is kind of the ooh, that's weird.
Well, yeah, but then I think it's you would feel a detachment from being kept in on the circle of being able to make the statement that we did this and we did that, and you're afraid to let go of them not including you on these things that you can feel knowledgeable. Like they have knowledge that you can't access.
It's just generally how when we're talking about the we, I'm talking about humanity. I'm not talking about you and I. I'm just talking about humanity. So I'll replace we with humanity seems to have done this, or humanity seems to have done that. Is that better for you?
Yeah, that is better. If you say it seems like this is the possibility given the evidence we have at hand. Yeah. I guess given just the evidence, only considering the evidence, that would make sense, but not. Then you have to consider common sense and all that, everything else.
It seems to me that the population levels of humanity has grown drastically over the last sort of 200 to 300 years.
But it could be that. But you also have to consider that it could be that we're not told everything, and it just seems that way, right?
Well, it could be the fact that pink unicorns orbit Venus.
No, because you've given us an example. You even admitted that there was like a lot of historical data or historical records that were totally erased by certain, conquerors, and you told me this.
We have. Well, it's not just conquerors. It's the fact that over time we lose shit. I mean, the example I brought up last time this discussion
or literally erase it on purpose.
Almost finished my sentence. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The example I brought up last time was coopers, people that make barrels in the traditional way. I think Bansal, you were in on that one.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah, and how that's becoming a lost art. So there are skills that we lose, and tools that we forget how to use properly.
But who would you telling me erased literally, like intentionally erased certain parts of the history of the peoples? What was your story about that?
You can go back to. I mean, the best example I have for that is, you can go back to the Mongol invasion of, the Achaemenid empires, and the sacking of Babylon and the destruction of the library there. That was a bit of a loss. You can look at sort of the multiple times that the Library of Alexandria was burnt down, which we lost a lot of stuff. And the annoying thing is we still have to fucking index for it. So we know what was in there, but we don't have much of it left. So yeah, we have a small proportion of all the stuff. Because you think about the amount of stuff, just between you and me perspective, that will be forgotten by history as if it never happened.
Well, maybe not though. What about the possibility though that they didn't actually destroy the library? They just took the knowledge and kept the books and said they destroyed it so they could keep the knowledge for themselves. Doesn't that seem like a wiser choice than just destroying it all? Don't you think these men were smarter than that?
I think certainly with you could probably argue out for the Romans, but when the Christians burned it down, now they were a bunch of fundy nutters.
Well, maybe that's just what we were made to believe about them. Like they have us convinced that the world leaders now are idiots. So why wouldn't they have used those same techniques of social, manipulation back then? And why wouldn't we use the same techniques that they used then, as far as destroying information, or at least making it seem like we did? Well, I guess we did. NASA already said something about that, right?
We have. Sorry, Foolish.
No,
I
no,
was
after
going
you,
to say we have tools that are apparently so much more advanced than hammer and chisel and a pumice stone. So much more advanced, right? And yet we can't produce today anything even close to the intricacy of some of these statues. We can't even come close to it.
I do agree on that, man.
I would actually, I would disagree with that.
No, with the modern tech, you show me something like that statue that I posted that even comes close to what that one is.
I mean, are you saying by hand, because we could carve that
by hand
with a computer, right?
Yeah, he's saying by hand. Well, even with the tools we have, he's saying.
Cool. You'll give me what, 150, 200 year latitude to come up with some examples?
I don't know. I've seen some fucking temples in India.
Sorry?
Me?
You'll give me a sort of 150 year latitude of time frame?
I said, with today's technology, show me something that we have produced. So that's not like 150 years ago, 200 years ago. That's in the modern era.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the industrial age, mate.
I'm talking about the modern era. Like the modern era is at least within the last, say, 50 or 60 years.
Cool.
With all the CNC CAD cutting ability, water jet lasering ability that we have today, we can't produce stuff like this. Not out of solid marble, not to that sort of intricacy. I've never seen.
I think we can, man. If you go back to if you're talking about using computerized carving,
maybe with power tools, maybe with 3D printing.
Some. All right, let me. I guess I'll try to Google it, but I mean,
that's all I'm asking for is just to be shown something, not words. I've been asked to be shown something.
But the real thing in question is if they could be done by hand. That's
the thing. I think with computers we can do it, but by hand, I think we've lost the skill to do it by hand.
I would like to see something done with machine.
I was going to go back to some of the Hindu temples because some of those are quite.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. Is I've seen some fucking temples out there that they blow the shit that you posted out the water, Bansor. And they're old as shit, right?
So you think we've lost the skill? Like we just don't have the skill anymore? Like the people, what?
Yes,
they can't.
It is a hard skill. Like if you look at the Taj Mahal, right? When they built the Taj Mahal, they got the most skilled motherfucking carvers in the whole country, right? To do it, and they were heavily compensated, and by that they were probably shitly compensated. I mean, but all of them had their hands cut off afterwards, so that they couldn't create a piece of art that good again.
I love the Mughal Empire.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's a crazy story.
I mean, they were compensated for it, and they knew they were going to get their hands.
Here you go.
They knew they were going to get their hands cut off.
So they cut their hands off, put all this money underneath your arms, and hold it there.
Yeah, but again, they were heavily compensated, right? So they figured that, you know what? No, but that's true. That's exactly what happened.
That's cold.
That's ridiculous.
It's not.
That's because there are some, but it's like such a crazy. If that is true, whatever. But it's just like such a crazy claim. Like they were so proud of the building they didn't even make that they have to cut off the hands of the people that made it.
No, they basically told the people that you can work on this. You are the most skilled motherfucker we know. If you work on this, we're going to give you this huge amount of money, but we're going to cut your hands off afterwards.
I want a citation for that, because if that's true, I want to cite it myself.
True. It's true.
If the story's even told,
it's true. You could just a quick Google search will show you it's true.
For what? What? The mosque? What was it?
The Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal. Okay.
Damn, they got their hands cut off. Poor guys.
Yeah.
So did they know they were going to get their hands cut off? Was that just a surprise after they finished?
Poor guys.
No, they as far as I know, I don't know this for sure, this part for sure, but I think they were told that before they started working on it. But
Well,
regardless,
better enjoy this work, guys. It's the last time we're ever going to use our hands.
I mean, I don't know if they cut off both hands. Maybe they cut off just like their main hand, like their
Did
right
they get
hand.
it? Did they at least give them enough money to hire ass wipers for the rest of their life?
Yeah, I mean, they
Yeah,
probably
you need a
maybe they only
wiping
cut off maybe
fuck
they only
and
cut
a
off
wank
their
sum.
writing hand because that'll probably be sufficient, right? Is to cut off just their writing hand.
You need a slapping hand, a fucking wiping.
I love how. I love your faith in hammer and chisel and pumice stones. Like,
But you know what else is interesting? What
Yeah,
about what about these ancient metals that we can't recreate?
I've got no problems with the polishing. Right, the
Like what?
polishing can be done by hand.
Foolish, you may
Right.
know. Aren't there ancient metals that we can't replicate? Certain steels.
Not really. I mean, you can talk about woots, which was an Indian type of steel.
I was thinking more about Japanese or maybe even
No,
Chinese.
Japanese stuff we can do. That's no problem. I mean, the one that's a bit weird is what's called woot steel, which again that came out of India, and they seem to have a very cool method of making it. So that's where you get things like the Uthbert swords from, which are Nordic swords, which were very. And the main thing was the flexibility of it, which was pretty incredible. I
guess-
like this one.
I guess part of it is we don't really need to replicate it because we've got other materials that are just as good or better, right?
That's a pretty fucking cool statue.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, hammer and chisel.
Is that real?
No, that was probably used in some industrial tools. I'm not saying that wasn't.
Is that real? It's obviously not real.
I don't know if it's real. I just found it. I think it is real.
It looks so real. It's got to be fake.
Yeah, too real.
So the Wire has a fact check on the claim of the Taj Mahal workers, and it's funny that it says the claim that Shah Jahan chopped the hands off of those who built the Taj Mahal is a well-known urban myth. However, it's being used by news channels to compare PM Modi with Mughal rulers. So it's like it's an urban myth, but
they weren't Mongol,
yeah,
they were Mughal. Yeah. So they basically the Mughals were an
Mughal.
Islamic. Yeah, so that's where Islam got brought into to India.
So the news stations use the urban myth as fact just to try to use a propaganda.
If it's on the news, that means it's real.
Yeah, exactly.
I rest my case.
I have a real problem with how news is reported, so don't worry about that.
So that's your line a little bit. You do actually not trust some of the mainstream narrative.
No. The news. I mean, again, I bring up that all the time when the news will go, and archaeologist says this, and then you go and read the archaeological paper, and they don't say that. The oldest, the world's oldest this or the first of that, and it's when you go read the paper, this is the oldest example we've found, kind of thing.
Well, what about when you hear a mainstream science narrative and then you go and compare your own measurements to what they're saying and it doesn't match up?
Not really had much of that, but we've got examples.
People are doing it all the time now. There's a bunch of flat earthers that have figured out that they're not telling us the truth about science.
But again, I tend to like to go back to the papers if I want to go and understand what they're talking about, or sources I have more trust for. And anytime, generally, anytime I hear an emphatic claim, that's when I start to doubt a news story, because when especially in archaeology, they're so careful of the language that they use when they write these papers.
So NASA doesn't make any emphatic claims?
Again, you're talking the difference between observation and sort of interpretation. So an observation is an observation,
but they're a trustable source. They're a trustable source. They've got a good track record in your mind.
I think again, I'm sure we can find examples where they've been misreported or somebody's used hyperbolic language. I think that's part of human nature. But
they still write you checks, right? They're still writing your checks. So
no, I don't get a check from NASA. I wish I did.
Just an affiliate of NASA or whatever.
Why would
you have to be paid to be this gullible? You have to be paid to just back up the narrative.
Well, again, that's a stupid claim.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I know you're not. But it does seem like it at times. I have to tell you.
Well, again, you can make whatever claims that you want, but I mean, doesn't mean that they're sensible. I mean, what I hear is a lot of argument from incredulity. How could they have done this? And I love that, because that's a good question to start with. But
when it's bordering on the ridiculous, I mean, it's just amazing that more people aren't saying how could they do this? It's not incredulity; it's just common sense for us.
Well, again, you call it common sense, but then you're sort of starting to make interpretations of that. Rather than saying I don't know, you're then saying they must have done this, or they must have had that. When really the sensible thing is to say I don't know. And then you could start to look at modern sculptors and stonemasons and see what they're capable of, and they're capable of some incredible works.
Well, you could see some like miraculous cathedral buildings that look like they're 3D printed, and then when you hear that you reconsider the narrative that they were made with hand tools, you might just say, "Well, I don't know."
Hey Banso, I was looking for something that shows a computer-assisted wood carving that's better than humans, and I actually can't find it. I think you're right, because I was just started thinking about it, and I don't think a computer can actually contour and if you want, adapt to the imperfections in the wood a way that a human could.
It's a feeling thing,
right?
Too, Ranch, like because it has and it's kind of going to sound maybe a little bit silly, but it's like because I work with wood quite a bit. It's almost like it's got a soul. It's like it's got its own personality. You can feel it move. You can feel where the resistance is, how much pressure you can put on a particular point.
And sometimes you adapt your actual carving to the
exactly right.
I've got some examples here, which I think you might like. So the one on the left is the original. The one on the right is a handmade copy.
Yeah, and I do like them, Russ.
Yeah, you can.
Here's
the original's better, definitely. It's doable.
Here's another copy.
There's another copy.
They are rough. The copies are a rough mess.
Yeah.
Does that look rough?
Look to me, but I'm just giving Banso a little bit of leeway to say there is a difference. I think I can see.
Yeah.
But the point is that you can still try and do them with more time. Maybe you can get more detail.
I totally agree with Dawn. It's a matter of time. How much time can you put into this piece?
I just look at the detail just in the net alone, Branch, in that photo, right? Just in the net alone, where you can see where you can see every thread, every knot. With it is real. It's a real net. That's
not
what you're looking at.
Itself, probably. Like,
right?
how did he knock all that marble out behind it?
It is carved out of one solid piece of marble.
You see, now with marble though, I think that you could get a computer, if you want computerized machinery to create something as good as a human with marble, because there's not so many imperfections in marble, especially if it's cultured marble.
Look! I don't know anything about the quality of marble.
Over hundreds of years, you learn to work with it, and it becomes very malleable because you're trained.
This would have taken hundreds of years just to carve by hand, Russ.
Yeah.
Dawn.
I would say, man, so one lifetime, one kid from 12 years old gets taught the art, and if he's lucky, by 15, he becomes good at it. By the end of his life, he manages to finish 1 or 2 pieces.
You know, you'd be lucky to finish that piece in a lifetime. But anyway, it is what it is. We're gonna agree to disagree. But I
Yeah.
think we're all gonna agree that it is absolutely spectacular. And however it was done, whether it was with hammer and chisel or some modern machinery that they may have had, it takes nothing away from the person that actually did it.
And this
Absolutely
one,
nothing.
this is a modern statue, and I think it's amazing. That's a modern copy of an ancient statue.
Was that done by computer or?
I'll go and find out exactly how it was done. I don't
Is that
know.
like a
Have you
3D
seen?
printing or something?
Hey,
No.
Foolish or
That
Dawn,
was
have you guys
carved.
seen? Have you guys seen that temple in Neasden? The Hindu temple in Neasden.
Yeah.
Neasden.
Yeah, it's in northwest
Dude,
London.
those carvings are pretty fucking amazing, and they were done pretty recently.
How do you spell it, Branch?
I'll go and get it up for you, don't worry.
Okay then. All right.
I know where it is. I used to live up the road from there.
All right. All right.
I would like to say, even though I'm playing devil's advocate and just trying to argue that humans could carve amazing things if they devoted enough time and they believed in it, like religiously, as an icon carve or a statue carve, or whatever. And especially if they're getting paid by the Jesuit, Greece, Roman Catholic people. And the same with any religion. If you've got enough money and time and you put it in, you're really devoted, you can make weird, amazing looking shit.
This is a modern building.
I just want to quickly say, I think ancient people did have weird ways that we can't do anymore that we don't know. So I do think there is a mystery there.
I'm not gonna disagree.
Yeah.
Dawn.
Like weird ways with advanced technology. You mean that's what you mean?
But see, Dawn, you're into aliens and potential stuff like that.
I'm into ancient people being advanced in certain ways. I don't know if I mean advanced technology.
Well, see, I
mean advanced ways, like
because I feel that like when we kind of question how this stuff was done, some people are taking it as we are being disrespectful to the people that have actually done it, and I don't think it is
a little bit.
disrespectful
Yeah, I
at
do
all.
get a little bit.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's been disrespectful because it is amazing artwork, Dawn. However, it was done, and I did say that. However, it was done.
I understand you that too.
Yeah. I've used like Dremels and things like that, Dawn, right? And these things, right, they're not that easy to use. Even if you've been using for a while, they can jump all over the place.
Jesus Christ! I didn't. Sorry.
They can bite, they can catch, and stuff, and jump all over the job that you're doing, all over the workpiece.
So I didn't realise this, Branch. Fuck me. Thank you for that. Because I've actually been there. I didn't realise that it was built all using traditional stone methods.
Yeah, I think they even ship. It's all marble too.
Yeah,
it's crazy, and it's crazy. Did you actually go inside, Foolish?
No, I was outside. I went around the gardens.
Yeah, you should go inside. You're still close. I mean, they don't. Any religion's allowed inside. It's not like a.
Oh no, the Hindus. I mean, I've got good. I'm fairly familiar with the Hindu religion. They're pretty open.
How many people, Branch, would you say needed to make that?
I got no idea, man. It was a lot. I think they did a lot of the work in India and then shipped over the marble.
No, it was all done here. So the new mandra was built using entirely traditional methods of wooding using modern materials such as steel and iron. It required almost 3,000 tons of Bulgarian limestone and 2,000 tons of Italian marble, more than 26,000 individually numbered pieces of stone in the main mandra building were sent to a team of 1,500 sculptors in Gujarat, who carved and prepared them before shipping them back to London to be assembled.
So is there a
Probably
video
got
of this?
people
This is
starving
modern.
for food.
This is from the
This is
1970s.
Okay, so there's good documentation of them actually doing it, right? It's not just another claim that we're supposed to believe.
No, I already put videos in the chat of people carving marble with their hands.
Yeah, yeah, I had a quick look at that, Dawn. It's incredible.
So did I.
It also looks, I'd point out, although the old stuff is better because they've obviously taken more care and they're not trying to replicate something else. They're actually fully in the passion of doing it themselves at the time.
You get it wrong.
I also say the
fucking ass off.
polishing is different. They've got a certain polishing technique in the old days, which makes it smoother and more beautiful.
More better texture
now.
I mean, you've got to also remember the fact that these statues weren't just like white marble stat up like we have them today. Most of them were painted. So the Greeks and the Romans used to paint their statues. They were fully
that's
painted.
disgusting, isn't it?
So it was nicely colorized.
The actual polishing, Dawn, I've got no issue with. I think that can be done by hand.
Even that has to be detailed and with passion and effort. That's right.
Exactly, but where you see where they have polished it, it would take a lifetime, I reckon, just to polish that statue.
Yeah, not ruin it or change the shape.
Exactly right. But with fine abrasives and water and rags and certain bone, because they used to use bone as a polishing tool itself.
I think I'd give you, even if it was a type of hammer and a type of chisel as well as other tools, they were doing it in a different way and they had special hammers and chisels. Like, I think I'll give you that they had a special technique. We're not quite sure.
Oh my god! Yay! After 2 hours, we.
Oh, I've already given you that. I'm just saying now I've done
that
what
we don't have now.
Well
done.
I'll give you some ground back after.
You've gone up in the notch in my book.
There are lots of techniques that we've lost of how we do specific things, methodology.
Yeah, Don just said technique, didn't say technology. Yeah, give him too much credit.
Well, I mean, things like Greek fire, for instance, we kind of have some ideas of what it could be. We've got no ideas of what it was. It's a secret that's kind of been lost.
Oh, so they keep secrets
sometimes
from it. They keep secrets,
required,
and then they lose the secrets. Why do they have to lose the secrets? Why don't they just keep the secrets?
Come on.
Because they change us with social economic engineering over and over again.
Exactly. They keep secrets for themselves.
It was a
well,
weapon.
They lost that technology, and it's a painful process to
It's just like in Warhammer.
I lost
it. Happens in Warhammer 4K. You lose a tank, you have to find the tank and rebuild
something
the tank.
really useful. We don't need this. We'll just lose it. We'll just misplace it.
Apparently,
the secret we've kept.
Apparently they were able to pass on the fact that we put 2 sticks in the ground and measured the Earth. We were able to pass on that technique over 2,000 years.
That's some high tech there. That's for sure. We should rely. We should base all of our world beliefs on that alone.
Forget the promise of progress, because everything dies.
Oh yeah, everything dies. Right. Yeah. Even secrets that are really useful to mankind.
Well, I mean, again, look at the silk trade. For hundreds and hundreds of years, in fact, over 1,000 years, the West had no idea how silk was produced. Yeah, and the amount of money that went from the West out to the East because of the silk trade, hence we have the Silk Road, was phenomenal. In fact, there were the Roman emperors that tried to sort of clamp down on it a bit. Eventually, we found out that it came from worms. And when people were first told that, and it was the Byzantium Empire, they went, no, this cannot be true, until some monks went over to China and managed to bribe some people to get some silkworms and actually managed to transport some of these things back, some dead and some they actually cultured to keep alive and keep the cycle going.
Some entrepreneur.
To bring them back to Byzantium.
That's sort of like they used to think that AIDS was like this thing that was passed sexually, and then and people were dying, and then they figured out it was actually the AZT that was killing them. Did you hear about that?
No, it's HIV.
Yeah.
You don't find people who've got AIDS that haven't got HIV. It's an expressive virus.
But you know about the AZT, right? You've heard of the AZT? That was the thing that was really killing
a
people.
drug. Yep. Some drugs have problems. I don't know the details about it, but I don't see anything that says that all AIDS patients have taken AZT, therefore that's what's killed all of them. If you want to bring up the data for
Don't
that,
be a
then that's fine.
conspiracy theorist, Dawn.
Diverged in AIDS from ancient art. That would be bad.
You broke up heaps there, mate.
Oh, damn it, sorry.
AIDS from art. I don't think we can get AIDS from
Yeah,
art.
let's not go from ancient art to AIDS, because that would be bad.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to bring that up. I was just comparing his story about what we ended up finding out about things after we thought it was this, and then it's this instead. But
I mean, does modern education play a part in this? Where before these carvers, they used to pass down these trades throughout their family, right? And they became expert fucking carvers because their father taught the kid, and the kid, that's all they fucking did was carve.
Well, you had the whole apprenticeship kind of concept, which is.
But it was like a lifetime of, they're born doing this trade, and they keep doing this trade. Whereas today they go to school and learn a billion different things, and then decide to, specialize in one thing after they're about 20 years old.
Yeah, and they had like a lot shorter lifespans back then too, right? So they would have had to do a lot more with a lot less time.
You could pass it on to your son, the same piece, if you really had to.
And if you knew this trade today, you'd be a billionaire.
Oh yeah, people would pay fucking.
If you were even related to someone like this, and you knew your descendants were master masons or fucking some shit like that, you would know about it. That would have been fucking special.
People would pay for the history of it too, to say, you know what, this person's comes from this lineage.
Now,
exactly. Where's my chisel, bitch?
I can understand, say, trades like Justin and I have spoken about, like coopers, roof thatchers, these sorts of trades that are a lost and dying art. Why? Because we don't need them anymore. Right? We have moved on. But this sort of trade, it has never died. People have always wanted monuments of people, but you name it, this stuff still goes on today. All the time. Statues, monuments, bronze stuff. Like, no, I don't see this sort of trade.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, people just don't have enough time in their hands to do this anymore. So I guess it's gonna go away, and no one will ever know how to do it.
Yeah, but what I mean, Manso, is the trade doesn't get passed down the way it used to. Like, it used to be that a kid used to only be trained in this skill, and like that, fuck going to school, because school wasn't a huge thing back then.
No, I get what you're saying. Branch. No, I do. Right. It's and like I said, I know that some trades aren't required, and that's why they are dying out. But trades like this, where we still want monuments built of ourselves. Imagine a person like Trump, for argument's sake.
3D printer.
Just the monetary incentive alone would be reason enough.
They wouldn't want it 3D printed because they want the conversation of saying that it was hand carved. They need every.
But it would take a century
behind it, right?
They'd never see it.
But the thing is that it hasn't died out. I mean, we're still having sculptures being made. We're still having monumental.
Yeah, but I don't think they're as good.
Not like that one.
Is that they're not.
I think again, we're looking at the best of the best example. But, that's the stuff that we've kept from the historic period. Want to go back to some of the Greek and Roman types, if that's your view of the
Leonardo da Chisolo.
and Da Vinci was pretty good, but I wouldn't say that he was one of the best. I mean, Michelangelo, modern sort of, when I say modern, I mean, non-ancient. It's probably the best
Hey,
examples
Splinter
of
was
modern
up there.
sculptors. But you still have sculptors today that are just amazing, especially when you're doing things like lost wax casting, bronze work. Some of that is phenomenally amazing, and you have to carve that first out of
Yeah,
wax.
there's a lot of amazing stuff. But you know what? Hey, Dres, if you were to look at some evidence, some really convincing evidence, and actually become convinced that they were actually using some of these like cathedrals with their steeples for like a etheric energy collection, and they were repurposed as places of worship and all that. If you became convinced of that, then it would seem more reasonable that they've been hiding other tech, right?
Yeah, if you had convincing evidence, then that would be something I'd be happy to look at, and obviously by its definition, it would be convincing.
Yeah, they definitely had Dremel tools. Definitely, they Dremel way back.
Can you imagine if you gave these people Dremel tools though? Like the same people that carved this shit a long time ago, if they had a Dremel tool, imagine the shit would be producing with that.
I mean, look at that Hindu temple from Neasden from the 1970s. That
is that the 70s, bro? I thought that was built
the
like
the 1970s. It was built.
I thought it was open. It was open in my lifetime, but I don't think it was that old. Maybe it started getting built in the 70s.
New perspective. If you're saying building a church or a temple to the sky and getting etheric energy come through is technology, then I agree. Yeah, there's definitely ancient technology.
It was started in 1977 and opened in 1982.
Yeah, totally. That's ancient tech.
I remember going to it when it opened.
Show me proof. I want to see a
That's
picture of you
crazy
there.
long time though. 77.
But they even.
I mean, look at if you're talking about full carving done by hand. I mean, that is just fucking. This is the same temple. This is the same temple. This is because this is religious practice, and I think that's the other thing as well. When you give a shit about something, and you're that invested in it, then you put amazing effort into doing it.
It's more of a pride.
So your claim is that no one gives a shit anymore.
I think that we don't have the same level of focus in certain things. Our focus is different. I think some people do.
I can see that for the general populace, but yeah.
I think some people do. It's the rarity. It's the same way, I can't draw for toffees, but there are people out there who can draw something that looks like a shitting photograph.
Well, I went to this one thing in Cologne or something, whatever you pronounce it. Cologne.
In Germany.
That cathedral was fucking amazing too. It's a different type of carving, different type of architecture. But holy fuck, it was jaw dropping. And I think it goes down the same principle of if they're doing it for religion, then people put a different type of effort into it than when they do it for a paycheck.
Our Anglo cathedral, it's not high detail close up, but the scale is fucking mind blowing. I believe humans made it.
You're in Norwich, so you've been to Norwich Cathedral.
Yeah, that one. Is that Anglican?
Yeah, it is now, but I don't think it was probably Catholic originally.
Yeah. Whoever built it, it's not high detail close up like some of the amazing old ones. It is. The scale is still out of this world.
Yeah, I mean Ely's the one I love, which is near you. That's an amazing cathedral.
What about Big Ben, huh? I'm sure.
Yeah, it's relatively modern. And you can go to Budapest and see their parliament, and it was designed by the same architect.
I mean, the Taj Mahal too. Like, if you go to the Taj Mahal and look at the carvings in it, they're fucking off the chain, dude. The crazy shit about the Taj Mahal is there's so many little holes in the carvings of the Taj Mahal, and they all used to be filled with jewels. So when you look at it, it looks beautiful as fuck. If you imagine it back in the days when they actually had jewels in all the holes, it must have been a fucking sight.
I wish I could see the Temple of Demeter or the Temple of Aphrodite on Cyprus. Those are two buildings I would like to see when they're fully constructed.
Yeah, I so want to see all the Greek stuff, like that shit. It looks amazing too.
Are the monks also midget still, or are they just little?
Asian people are quite little.
Not
Oh,
anymore.
are they?
No,
You're not stereotyping, are you? What about Yao Ming?
It was the Japanese that used to be considered little, mainly because they subsisted so much off a fish and rice and vegetable diet, and it wasn't until an emperor said, "Oh, I like beef."
When I said little, I mean young, small apprentices that can fit up in the rafters to carve these snakes.
Wiki. More cheese for me tonight.
I don't hear about a lot of the whole China. China must have some fucking amazing buildings and shit like this too. But we don't really hear about them too much because they're so isolated.
You can see them from space.
And North Korea.
How about this for a bit of? How about this for an amazing bit of pottery?
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, and that conservatively is 6,000 to 7,000 years old.
Looks like something the kids made in Flip it over, it's probably got some initials on it. JW.
It looks like an experiment, but I'm sure at the time this was high art.
It's Japanese Jomon culture. It's one of my favorite weird kind of places. The Ainu and the Jomon I find really, really interesting. And it's some of the oldest pottery we found comes from China and the Eastern Chinese, couple of their cultures, and Jomon culture in Japan. And it goes back sort of 10 to 15,000 years, same sort of time as Göbekli Tepe.
There was one you posted a week or so ago, Druss, that vase that was like paper thin walls.
Oh yeah, the Egyptian pre-dynastic and early first and second dynastic vases.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. I mean that. You asked me for something I don't know how the fuck they made it. That's one of the things I don't know how the fuck they made that. That I find weird. So that to me is an example of I have no conception of how they managed to actually carve that in the way that they did. Whether you're using hand tools or power tools or whatever, I have no fucking idea how they did that.
But you can
post it again.
But you can go with that one, the net one. You can go. Yeah, I can see how they've done that.
Yeah. I've got
really
mainly because I've seen what people have actually done, and as I say, especially one of my best mates was an artist. He was a sculptor, he was a jeweler, he could draw, he could paint, he was fucking annoying. He was a blacksmith. He was just when it comes to making stuff with his
was he one of those like one-uppers where everything you say he's like, well, I can do this, and like one-ups you?
No, he was an incredibly modest individual actually. He died about 3 years ago. It's my best mate, and he was crazy as fuck.
Fully.
But unfortunately also had a bit of a drinking problem as well. But he's
some of the best people have drinking problems, bro. There's nothing wrong with that.
But he some of his work. So he's got some stuff that's in the Tower of London. He did some recreation work in there for some of the torture instruments. I've got a 4.5 foot broadsword that sits behind me that he knocked out in about a day and a half. So it's fairly rough, but it was. I just said, "Oh, make me a sword." And he just did.
I find that fascinating that you have no idea how they could make a simple vase, right? And that befuddles you, right? But the net sculpture with the intricacy, right? And one wrong slip with the hammer and chisel, and you have destroyed a lifetime of work. You know how they did it. I'm gobsmacked, really.
I don't say I know how to do it. I can see methods of how they would do it. What actually amazes me more than the fact that they did it is the fact that it survives in the condition it's in. That amazes me more.
Well, if that was just a statue on its own, like, you know, like woman holding a shield and a spear, you know, draped in a toga type of thing. Yeah, no problems. I could go, yep, I could see how that may be carved out by hand. Right? I can see that. I cannot see for the life of me how that is even possible to be done by hand. To me, I'm going to say it's impossible to be done by hand. That.
How would you do it with tools?
I guess there's two ways of looking at it, right, man? So either
how would you do it with power
slots,
tools?
either the R slots, or they did have some type of power tools back in the days.
Well, look, the only way I can see is I don't know. I don't want to go down the 3D printing path that White has suggested. Even though I don't know, anything is possible.
I can visualize pressurized water. I can visualize it.
That's the line that I first imagined, some sort of pressurized water jet type of thing, like a fine, almost like a drill of a dentist type of thing. But
yeah, what about a tiny drill that someone else turns, and it happens to be small and delicate?
Without a computer, without a computer actually driving that tiny water jet, wouldn't a blade be better at that scale?
I think
It'd
far
be more
would be better at
controllable.
that scale.
It almost feels like the whole water jet cutting stuff. You kind of that requires a computer. Like if you
No,
really
it doesn't.
want to get intricate, I would almost say it's easier to do it with a blade.
After you've cut out most of the detail, you could then apply the water pressure, and because it's gradual, you can slowly move it, and it's like you can add more shape.
But then you've got the problem of that water pressure hitting the material behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would have to.
So it's like, think of a pencil with a very fine jet. You can go around and be very detailed. Control the pressure, probably with a little control at the nozzle.
Ancient people have worked out water pressure and a small nozzle. I think I can believe that.
Yeah, maybe. It wouldn't be
Well,
hard,
they
right?
could have used that to cut the marble blocks, or cut things up into nice blocks to build all.
Well, no, I think Dawn's talking about the intricacy part of it, not the.
No,
it could also work for the big cutting. Yeah.
Yeah, I
don't
don't know
how this will come out well.
For a big cut, it'll be easier just to use a blade or a saw.
Water's amazing.
Not that hard.
Just Google water jet cutting.
I don't know if that's coming out.
Who's that? Foolish.
So that's a figure I'm kind of starting. I'll see if I can get better light on it.
What are we looking at? Figure of what?
So that's a model I'm sort of just starting to paint up.
What is that model off? Like, looks like World of Warcraft thing?
No, it's a character called Slain, who was a comic character. It's a 25mm figure, but I mean the detail on that is pretty incredible to me. It's one of the nicer figures I've got. I've just based it. I haven't put any material on it. I've just basically undercoated it. That's as far as I got with it so far. But stuff like that.
I'm personally not quite getting the detail through the.
And if anyone wants to know what I look like, that's what I look like. There you go. So.
No, dude.
Oh, you look like Bob
Doesn't happen
Nodell.
often.
For fuck's sake, man. Now you fucking scored that shit in my eyes now.
I know.
Bob Nodell's little
The Big
brother.
Lebowski.
I'm just too damn fucking big. Pretty.
Have you got a Nodell Waters?
If I knew who Bob Nodell really was, then yeah, that'd be cool. I'm assuming he's some fantastic.
Oh, really? The Globebuster guy.
Bob Nodell.
Yeah. It's Bob Nodell's little brother. Trust.
Nothing like Bob Nodell.
Hey.
Oh, really?
Have you guys ever seen Bob or Druss in the same room together?
Oh,
or
shit.
The same...
Oh man. I've got way way better hair than Bob Nodell, and a way better beard than Bob Nodell.
Oh shit!
I don't know.
I was only joking, Gus. Only saying that because he's a you're a.
Yeah, nah, I got way better hair than him. You can't see it because it.
Oh, now I just saw your latest screenshot. Oh, definitely similarities. Definitely. Yeah.
Look out.
Now a bit of brushing dye on the beard and the hair. Right?
He doesn't have my magnificent badger beard. Anyway, I've got to rock and roll. I've got some meetings to go to. I will catch you gentlemen later. Thank you for an interesting, stimulating,
no worries,
and
Bob.
challenging chat. Really appreciate it.
Please call again.
Oh, you know me, I will.
Hey, Dress, before you leave, there's something, a link I'm about to put in the chat about the Vajra, the ancient tool they used to call the Vajra. Have you ever heard of that?
No, but put it in and I will go and look it up.
You know what that sounds like, right?
Yeah,
sounds
the
like the tool
Vajra.
women have been using against men for
The
a very
Vajra.
long time.
That's what they used to call the shiwi back in the day. It helps a woman just like the shiwi, the Vajra.
What about some sort of...
You guys ever heard of it?
Nah.
Shiwi? Fuck yeah.
No, the Vajra.
Oh, I thought it was a shiwi.
What about some sort of ultrasonic technology to carve it?
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah,
sound.
Well, the claim is that some of these buildings were made with this kind of thing here.
I think people power, though, Bansal. That was a thing too, right? It was a lot more people power back in the days.
No, and I
Slave
get that.
power.
I get that branch, right? And you know what? I've got no dramas with people power, right? Moving huge blocks, right, to build pyramids. I could actually get my head around that sort of concept, whether I go for it or not. But I could actually get my head around it, how they may have done it, right? With all that people power, elephant power, rhino power, all the power, all combined over 50 odd years to build something like that. But you know, we've got to compare apples with apples. Really, we're not talking about moving.
I reckon it was
blocks
cat
around.
power. They got statues of cats. I reckon it was cat power. What's a cat's fucking?
Not just the moving of the rocks, but the cutting of the rocks. I don't see it as though they needed something supersonic. I don't think they needed that tech back in the days.
Oh, why wouldn't they need it? What do you mean they didn't have it because they didn't need it?
No, not that. It's just saying that, you know, us trying to define that the fact that they may have had it because we can't justify them have been able to, you know, make these type of cuts without it is a little bit superficial of us, right?
Well, no, it's just it's a good consideration. That's all. Since we haven't been told the truth about so many things, why are you so incredulous to believe that we're incredulous?
Well, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that sometimes the simplest explanations are the right ones.
And
sometimes, but not in this case. Usually, I mean, not in a lot of cases. But
you know, I've seen them cut huge blocks, you know, with a few holes, a few wedges, and splitting them. I've seen them using abrasive kind of techniques. Like this is how we think they did them, right? And we're trying to duplicate these methods. And when we try and duplicate these methods, the effort that goes into trying duplicating it and the time that's involved is absolutely incredible. But yes, now you're right. They had 5,000 men working on each block type of thing.
But yeah, but see that right there makes Occam's razor really apply to your side or our side or whatever. If there's a side, just to the Occam's razor should apply to the most simple answer, which is we've been lied to about other things, and this one seems like another miraculous claim. So that the Occam's razor would be that they have something they were using they're not telling us about,
outside of
rather than the miraculous effort it would have taken.
Outside of being lied to,
There's a big statue of a cat, guys. I think you're missing the importance of cats.
Yeah, but wouldn't we have found these tools if let's say they did have some supersonic amazing tool?
Cat purr is amazing, very powerful. Imagine 1,000 million cats all purring at once. Power of the purr.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But the point is that they were actually keeping this as a secret. It's not like we wouldn't. Like, you can't say we would have found it. Like they're keeping us up on everything they find.
If
they're
there
not
was a
keeping us
cover
up
up
on
and a
everything
reset,
they find or create or. You know,
if there was a cover up and a reset,
Shoot.
then I can see what you're talking about. If there was basically a cover up and say, you know what,
with
let's
a
hide
cat.
all evidence of these technologies that we use to create these amazing objects or scope or buildings.
Okay,
the buildings aren't evidence.
Why there's cats? Quick.
Or maybe the cats covered it up.
No, but why are there cats? Why is there a statue of a cat and shit? Like, what's so special about cats? Does anyone actually know?
Maybe the cats were like, you know what, it's our time to rest, and the chief cat has gone into hibernation.
I heard there's
while
a
the chief cat
parasite.
sleeps, the other cats have said, let's be dormant for a bit. Let's let these motherfuckers wonder about how we made all this shit, and one day they'll reawaken.
I heard a theory that they actually there's that that parasite that you get that lives in the brain or something that makes you like actually more powerful in ways sexually. It boosts your sexual prowess and your dominance and stuff like that. And so they were revering the cat for that reason. Like they thought it brought them power. Have you heard that before? Is that what you're getting at, White?
No, I've never heard the story that. No, I've never heard that.
What were you going to go with? What were you going to tell about? The reason that they're.
No, I've got
so
no
revered?
idea. No, I'm just asking someone to tell me because I
the reason
speculated that maybe there's more to the fact that there's a big giant fucking cat statue that it's the eye. Everyone's wondering how everything was done, what's going on. Meanwhile, there's this giant cat statue staring everyone in the face. It's like maybe cats had something to do with it. Maybe they were big
Interestingly,
cats.
though, like that was in Egypt. We don't have do we have similar cat structures outside of Egypt? Or is it only Egypt that realized the true power of the pussy?
This Vajra, Dave. What do you plug it into? Where do you plug it in?
Exactly. Yeah, there's no instruction guide with it, or I think there's videos that try to theorize how it works, but I don't know if there's a working one in existence that we have access to.
It's a fascinating looking thing. It's a fascinating looking thing.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what is it like?
What's it claim to do?
Well, I'm going to find the first video I saw about it. There was a man that was revered as an Indian that built a temple with this tool. He's said to have built the temple with this tool. And it was from that one guy, that Paja, the guy that does all the ancient tech. I can't remember his name. Paja something.
Is
He's
it
an Indian guy?
This looks interesting, man.
Is it like supersonic stuff, or is it?
Yeah, electromagnetic. And it also was said to be used as a weapon. And then it's funny because you type that in, and the first 10 videos they put up, they connect it to like a belief, some kind of like portal that leads you to like some space, some other planet. They connect the whole narrative to space travel being done early on and all that. So they try to promote this as a way of confirming that there's space. Funny.
Really
Interesting.
more narrative gap filling.
Yeah.
What if like
Wow.
the cutting method was actually using portals? So for example, if you concentrate space-time and decaying into a point, couldn't you use that to cut the material, right? Basically you're making it age.
Say you had a square portal or a straight line, you could move the block through the portal, but only through the halfway. As you moved it through, it would cut.
That's fucking
Called it the Iron Thunderbolt.
Interesting.
The Iron Thunderbolt, they called it.
New perspective. I'm going to look into this. I would assume, so far looking at it, that this doesn't have actual power. It's just a holy object, spiritual, religious, holy object that they attribute power to.
Well, that's what they try to claim about some other things too that don't seem to be the purpose. It's just a claim.
Oh,
they try to cover it up, conflate it like space. Just a
Like
claim, right?
there's a lot of shit. Like if you start thinking about Vajra as one of those weapons from the gods, right? There's a lot of scripture out there that says that when they use these type of weapons, people actually had radiation sickness afterwards.
And the facies is another one that there's strong evidence to show that was actually an electromagnetic weapon. You know the facies, right? With the axe that they use for the symbol of power, and they say, "Oh, it was just a symbol of power. It didn't really actually do anything. It was like an axe inside on a pole." Yeah. Well, there's a guy that recreates
that's a symbol. I don't think making a fasci affects the ether.
Well, we've all been told
ideology,
it's a
through
symbol.
the spirit.
We've all been told that, but there's evidence showing that it may not have been that. It might have been used for something. It makes more sense if
an axe with a bunch.
Why would it be a symbol of power if it didn't have any power?
Well, we do.
You can kill people with a bunch of sticks and an axe. It's fascism.
Oh yeah, that's really powerful.
Does everyone remember He-Man? The power of Grayskull? Can that have any?
Yeah. I think there was a tool like that. In fact, I think that now that you mention that, I think they used the image of that type of weapon in Hercules.
Yeah, but the power of Grayskull was different, right? Because, like that was He-Man.
The power.
And if you look at the backstory,
he had a fucking cat too. He had a big cat. You guys are missing it.
Yeah, I was getting mixed up between He-Man and Thundercats. If you remember the Thundercats, they had Mumra, and Mumra had a very similar structure that he lived in, right?
He-Man also had She-Ra.
Had what?
She-Ra, the chick. She-Ra. You don't remember She-Ra?
What about She-Man?
Oh God, no! She-Man was.
She was like the first tranny ever.
No, bruh.
She-Man. And the Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, that's kind of a tranny concept, isn't it?
Stroking her sword all over the galaxy.
What do you got there, Dawn? What's that?
Oh, it's just what New Perspective was talking. So this is another weapon as a symbol that also exists as a real object sometimes, but it's mostly on a flag. But it's the symbol of fascism and the Roman Empire. It's my understanding is from Jordan Maxwell. So he says one stick you can hit your slave with, and he's not going to be that bothered. But if you tie 3 sticks together, suddenly you've got like a broom that you can whack him with. If you tie 10 sticks together, you've got a baton.
Yeah.
So if you tie a baton round an axe, somehow it makes like a double weapon symbol. But New Perspective was saying this could make radiation and like affect the ether.
No, not radiation. There's a guy that recreates it. It's like a electro. The idea is that it would actually have like a rod within a rod, and it was electromagnetic. Like they would be able to use it like to flip a switch basically, and then the polarity changes and it just shoots this rod out.
That's weird. I
Like, if you
believe
look
it
at
that in spirit it acts like that as a weapon. I don't think it's actually a physical thing that does.
Well, you
things.
have to look at the evidence first before you decide, right?
No, I've already decided that evidence is going to be bullshit.
No, well, that doesn't make me respect your opinion very much if you decide things without looking at evidence.
No, you should respect me for being discerning and confident to not look at rubbish evidence.
No. I don't think anybody's that able to just know something before they look into it. I don't give anyone that credit.
Oh, trust me, there's people out there that can though.
Well, really, I won't trust
I'm
you
fucking around,
that you
but,
trust them either. Come on.
But if you look at
Come on.
if you look at radiation, right, and you look at uranium's fucking abundant on this planet, right? It's everywhere. It's just a matter of whether or not you can fucking concentrate it. And I mean, maybe.
Are you talking about nuclear weapons now? Or
yeah, I'm talking about uranium.
Oh, okay.
Because we were talking about radiation from these ancient weapons. Yeah. So there is a link. We're not talking about this now. Don't make it out like I'm starting a whole new subject.
No, I thought you were trying to go on like promoting the idea that nuclear weapons are real or something.
No, I'm promoting if you want, I'm actually on your side here. I'm promoting the fact that, you know what, back in the days, there was a lot of shit we did figure out back in the days. But why didn't we figure out how to fucking, concentrate uranium? That's not a hard thing to do. If we were able to fucking fuck with steel the way we do today, if we were able to do all these carvings and, there's a lot of shit we figured out. Why didn't we figure out that, hey, why don't we figure out a way to concentrate this crazy shit that's all over the world in soil in all places, right? How comes we didn't figure out a way to concentrate uranium until Western science did?
Well, maybe we did. That's the point. They might have done. They would have had all that.
That's the point I'm trying to make, my man.
Okay, that's right.
The problem with you, right, is you think everything I say is always going to be negative to your perspective.
No. I the way you stated it, I thought you were going towards that direction, and the way you ended up saying, "Why didn't we do it?" as if it were a fact that we didn't. The way you ended your statement on.
You need to fucking learn how I speak, then, don't you?
I'm trying.
Sometimes I'll be on your side, sometimes I won't.
I know.
Don't always assume anything with me.
All right, I'll try not to.
All right, thank you.
New perspective needs a new perspective.
I've just been googling, and I think the axe is the Roman emperor, and then the bundle of sticks is the empire holding them together. They can also be chopped by the axe.
Oh yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to draw meaning.
Yeah. Interesting.
But it means bundle, fasci.
So what was the one you don't have any confidence in? The Vajra, or however you say it.
New perspective got the theory that these are actual weapons that can make a physical change. I probably think they're more symbols. But I'm told
at least you went with probably think. I like the probably think. That's good. It's better than I know it's not what Dave's saying. You got me all into defensive here.
I'm pretty sure about the fasci one. I haven't looked into the Vajra at all yet, I have to admit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know about the fasces.
What?
The fasces.
Yeah. I mean, I've at least heard of it.
What's up, Merle?
Hey.
How goes it?
John Levi, or however you say his name, he was showing the star forts again, but he was saying just people's knowledge of food, like how to farm, but maintain it. Like he was just sort of saying like how fundamental it is, and it just got me thinking, like, so many people live on Earth, but they don't have a connection to it anymore because that's what's been severed. It's almost like the modern world has been put on top of nature and nature's underneath. So I think a lot of these kind of ancient technology conversations are interesting because even like with Dawn, he showed me, and I think Crit sent it to him, it was about Warhammer. You know, these like crazy like body armor, and then there's another layer of like metal and iron, and you just strapped into, you almost become a machine. And I can kind of imagine now, like where are all these games, computer games, where's all that coming from?
Have you seen
Computer?
Mel? Have you seen, like, based on what you're saying, right? Have you seen the new Matrix?
No.
Oh, okay, I won't spoil it for you though, but it goes along those lines that you're talking about. Is where do these
Right.
video games come from?
It's all right.
Obsessed with
It's all right.
machines.
I didn't like it, but I mean, it does go along that. Do you mind if I spoil it for you, Mel?
No.
No, don't spoil it for me either, please. I haven't seen it yet.
Alright, I'll stop then. But it goes along the lines. Okay, I'll just stop.
I won't spoil it. But let me just allow me to spoil it, please.
I mean, this isn't really spoiling it. It just to say that it.
Not really, but it might. Not really, but it might.
He's gonna have blue balls if he doesn't tell us, I think.
No, it kind of just goes along the lines of like how you can hide,
Yep,
you can
he's
hide,
going.
you
He's
can
going.
hide something
Blah
by
blah
playing
blah
a
blah blah
video
blah.
game.
You go ahead, tell Merle if anyone else doesn't mind. I'll take my headphones off for a minute.
Yeah, but this is like, it really doesn't spoil the movie, and trust me.
All right, that's fine. Go
If
ahead.
I was gonna spoil
I
it,
really don't care that much.
I wouldn't have asked.
I really don't care that much.
I'm just saying it goes along the lines of hiding history in a video game.
Oh, what? Damn.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, a guy I know in New Zealand, he used to be like he's a really good shooter. Like he was deep in there on the shooter game, and he got high ranking. Anyway, he's a flat earther in New Zealand, but he told me about computer games and the concepts. Like there's this one, it's got 9 worlds, and there's all these. It's a hierarchy, interdimensional fucking beings. Tech, it's all happening in the computer game. So it's people just think they're playing a computer game. I think whatever's doing this is fucking with them. Because I don't play them.
No idea.
Yeah, it's sort of like in your face.
Is a new
mocking
idea.
you. Right. I think the more you go back, you just find this mechanical warfaring battle, like we were just in a battle somehow.
Why are we so Why are we so battleish, like us as a human race?
I don't know.
Everything
I don't
revolves
understand.
around fighting.
Yeah,
It's fucked up.
I know.
It's cool, man.
It's not really cool, is it? Is it
Come
cool
on.
fucking just killing people for the fuck of it?
I've just been informed that it's steak and blowjob day today.
The what?
It's
Sacred blowjob day.
steak and blowjob day.
Oh, damn. You're going then, by the sounds of things.
Have you told?
I
Have you told your
said sort
girlfriend?
me out Friday.
Did you? Your girl told you?
Yeah, she remembers it because she's into these silly calendar days.
I guess we know what you're having for dinner, then, don't we?
This is the male equivalent of Valentine's Day, apparently.
That sounds really good. Win-win.
What if you don't eat beef?
Yeah.
Pork chop and blowjob.
I think this is a reaction to neo-feminism, Bansal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Men were like, we need a day, so let's make steak and blowjob day and troll it on Twitter.
You know, Dawn, I was thinking about this, right? There's so many
Wax their boxes.
There's so many women in the workplace fucking groups and shit nowadays, right?
Everyone needs a day to wax their
Can you imagine
box.
how pissed people would be if we made a men in workplace group where men help men get jobs and shit like that? The way that you have these women in the workplace groups. Imagine how much hate that group will get.
Hey,
Maybe I touched on a subject that we shouldn't be talking about.
no, I just don't think it's gone quite that far. I understand it was quite the best. Hypocrisy at its best. I remember in the middle of the whole fucking Me Too movement, you know, where the chicks fucking could say any bloke touched them 20 years ago and their whole career would be ruined, all this sort of shit, and the contracts are fucking at the height of that, and all of the women saying, oh, it's disgusting how men. I remember a Pizza Hut ad, and it was a delivery girl going to a door to deliver a pizza, and the door opened. It was a guy, like he's just come out of a shower with a towel around his waist. The pizza chick fucking like ogles him like up and down, like, oh my God. And she says, hang on a second. Oh, sorry, this is the other way around. Sorry, my bad. It's the other way around. It's the girl who answers the door, right? And she sees this guy and she looks him up and down and goes, oh, yeah, all right. And then she goes, hang on a second. She shuts the door. She goes back and gets all her friends. And then they come back to the door and then they're like fucking basically, you know, cock teasing him and encouraging him to come inside in this ad. And it's just like, if that was reversed, if it was a bunch of dudes trying to encourage a girl to come inside, you know, fucking wolf whistling, that would have been like, yeah, jumped upon. But no one did any of this ad.
Yeah, probably this is probably not the best subject to be talking about. I didn't want to start this.
Just hypocrisy. It's rampant. Like it is
carving,
now.
like when we think about these amazing carvings, Spencer, that you're talking about, do you vision a man doing it or a woman doing it? Oh my God, I'm still back on the subject. My bad.
You do that deliberately.
No, they had hermaphrodites. They had a team of hermaphrodites do it. They're the only ones with delicate enough hands.
I think women would be better at carving than men because they're a lot more patient than men are.
Yeah.
No.
Know about that.
The women were at home doing the most important job.
No.
Was that?
Raising a family.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
This is fucking worse than fucking Jews.
Maybe back in the days, maybe the reason why we hid all this stuff is back in the days women used to rule the earth. And
Yeah.
they hid all of that so that men could take over.
Her story. Her story.
They ruled it by ruling the home.
Oh.
Well, they do say behind every powerful man is a woman, right?
That's
What is wrong with that? What is wrong with a woman ruling via the home? I don't
There's
see
nothing wrong with that. Like
anything wrong with it whatsoever.
Like you guys have all read
My
Macbeth,
auntie
right?
did
Macbeth.
that.
That's what Macbeth is about.
And my auntie did that.
You let them think they rule. Shh. Keep that quiet. But that's the trick.
Well, that's why my parents broke up, really, because my mum didn't want to stay at home.
Oh,
she was
really?
bored. Yeah, she was bored.
I also know a lot of women that they don't like the feminist movement because they want to stay at home. They like the idea of making a home. And the feminine movement is actually making them and their views obsolete. Like Twit talks about that quite often when she does get online. I guess she doesn't come on anymore, but she normally talks about it. It's like she doesn't mind. She likes the idea of that, the conventional lifestyle.
Mm.
Yeah, well, feminism was Rockefeller, so definitely it wasn't organic for sure.
Feminism destroyed the home.
Fuck.
Undoubtedly.
I don't know.
Women in the workforce, the whole movement.
And I don't care what anyone says. Anyone who disagrees is wrong.
Yeah, but do you understand the
It makes
hypocrisy?
makes me feel like I'm a bit fucked up then, because
Yep.
the people I come from so far back as my grandpa, like, and he was a mason, and he got in, like, he was doing all right, I think, and then got involved in 2-Up and won a couple of times, you know, and then it all went, like, his
Belly
whole
up.
wages for the week, you know, like, he'd blow it, and then he'd get drunk and he'd come home at 2 a.m, fucking skint and drunk and violent, and hassle my nan, like, to cook him food and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, like, it was just too much, and she had to get him out of there. But then my nan pretty much raised my auntie Joy and my dad.
Mm-hmm.
But my dad got a job at 16. And then my grandpa was, like, offering my dad masonry as a path, and my dad said no. But it's my dad did his best, but I do kind of come from a little bit broken people after the war. But my nan was a legend. She's my kind of. She was the first person that ever I felt like she understood me. I didn't have to talk. She could just look at me, and it was like she was on my level or I was on hers.
That's cool, dude.
Yeah,
Awesome.
she got it.
Like, I got nothing wrong with women in the workplace. I actually prefer having a woman boss. I've had a lot of women bosses, right? And one thing I'll say is this: like, women in power, they don't like the feminist movement either, because they don't like to think that they're in that position they're in purely because they're a woman. They're
No, of course not. There's ambitious women. Definitely, there always was. Even back in the day when most women were at home, there were women with ambition, and given an opportunity, they followed them, and they were allowed to. Some people
like,
frowned
you know
upon,
what?
of course.
Look at fucking India, right? I keep bringing up India, and I hate doing that, but like, you know, they've definitely got this system where women do this and men do that. But they were one of the first fucking countries to have a woman fucking president run the fucking country, right? They had Indira Gandhi. She was running India way before anyone in the West had women running the countries.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Still corrupt. So.
I think it depends on the personality, right? Of the person.
I've got no problem with women working whatsoever and being out there.
I'll be honest with you, like,
making their place, right?
Women are a lot more tolerant.
As long as the kids have been brought up and been nurtured, right, and had the full attention of their mum prior to her going to work.
Or the dad, right? The dad could also take care of the kids. I mean, they just need one parental figure.
Yeah, look, I've got no problems with that whatsoever, but a man should do what a man does, right?
I don't know, dude. I mean,
what's that? What is that?
Provide.
Protect and provide. Yeah.
Provide the home, right, for the mum to bring up the family and nurture the family and protect the family.
Do you think that is just human nature? That's the real shit? Like, that just comes from us?
100%.
Well, you see, in the animal kingdom, we see definite roles that male and female plays, right?
And some ones, like, bitches eat the man after they've had babies and shit. Thank fuck we're not in that type of kingdom.
Tigers and shit is fucking interesting as fuck. The women actually do run the fucking joint. The men just chill back.
The men let them think they run.
Yeah, well, it's that kind of attitude and those kind of comments that are fucked up too. Even if said in a jokingly way.
It's pretty hard to joke and not sound machinist. What's the word? Misogynistic. Misogynistic.
Like, there's the common joke, barefoot and pregnant and all that sort of stuff. Know where a place is, which is all just bullshit. It's just fucking men fucking trying to show how big their fucking cocks are, really, at the end of the day.
And they like to massage their own cocks. That's where the word comes from.
I mean, women do the same
They're
shit.
misogynists.
Don't get it twisted. Women do it. They do it a little bit more slightly than men do, though.
I'm not saying that they don't.
Maybe
sorry.
that's the big secret.
Does it make it right though?
I don't know. I've personally turned a corner after looking at those dating apps and some of these rooms I've discovered where like I'm just basically in a room with a girl just anywhere in the world. I've just sort of learnt something. I just think that people are almost selling themselves like products on the internet. It's really weird.
Yeah,
I don't like it.
It's the new pub. It's the new
Well,
pub.
my dad wrote a book called How to Brand Yourself in 30 Days.
He wrote it?
I'll try and get the link or something.
Cool. I like your dad.
Is it a worthwhile read?
If you want to know how to play that game of branding yourself, what Mel was just mentioning online.
Okay.
If you've got a small business or you want to sell your body or you want to open an OnlyFans or a TikTok.
See, but I don't like those. I don't like those type of sites, Mel. And like, it feels too easy. You know what I mean?
Something really kind of, I don't know. I saw a different side of women too, and they become really. Again, I'm not judging. It's just an observation. It's like there's a new kind of woman. It's almost like she's got really nice hair, really white teeth, a little bit of fake tan. They're kind of they put in a bit more effort at the gym, but they're basically it's like a high maintenance kind of thing, and that's
Like,
a modern woman.
So I hate Tinder, right? And I tried it, but I did try it, right? Don't get me wrong. But one chick, she was hot as fuck, but she was like, her message to me was like, "Oh, you do? When do you want to meet up?" And I was like, "Fuck no, I don't want to meet up with you. That's way too easy."
That's nasty, yeah.
What do you mean you do?
You'll do.
She's looking at you like a sex toy.
Women are in the power position. They're the ones that choose the mate. They're
Yeah.
the ones that choose the strongest genes that are going to be passed on from generation.
Have you heard the theory? Have you heard the theory that's been knocked out of whack because of the pill?
Yeah.
Yeah, when they think they're pregnant all the time, their pheromones change, or their ability to pick up on the scent of a male's pheromones that would tell them the genes that are most compatible for their own naturally. But since their body already thinks it's pregnant from being on the pill, that there's no need for that sense, so they choose the wrong mate and get divorced a lot more frequently.
Definitely heard that one, Dave. Definitely.
Makes a lot of sense.
Speaking of scents, everything a bottle that has the word scent written on it, instead of listing what the scent is a synthetic chemical, which is an endocrine disruptor, which does the exact same pheromones.
The same thing as you cut out there. Suboxone, you said? The same thing as Suboxone?
Yeah, it does a similar thing, fucks with your hormones and your pheromone receptors. Yeah.
I've heard that nail polish is poison too, like it gets in your bloodstream. certain chemicals and stuff.
Damn,
I think they use the word fragrance as well. So if you look at the list of something and it's got the word fragrance in it, it's the same fucking.
Yeah. Just another form of eugenics, almost. Right now.
Yeah, just fucking with men and women. Not to mention the frogs. Or the hermaphrodite frogs. Shout out.
I just found my dad all over YouTube discussing brand.
Not all the frogs are gay. Not all of them.
Oh, sorry. I just found my dad on YouTube discussing brand all over YouTube. From 13 years ago.
Cool.
Discussing Apple brand on the BBC News channel.
Huh.
But his branding yourself book was called The Power of You.
The Power of You.
So he applied his brand knowledge to how you would make yourself into a sellable thing in the modern age.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You dickhead.
Was his book popular?
Not that popular. It's still available on Amazon.
Did he not brand his book properly?
Yeah, maybe. A meta going on.
That's yeah. I've never heard you say that. Like you could say, "My dad's done TED Talks."
Yeah, I know.
I would.
I don't want to dox myself.
We know who you are.
Sorry, it's not called The Power of You. It's called Brand New You. See, that's good play on words there.
He would have sold more if he got his dick.
No, that's cool, Don.
After you read the book, did you change anything about your life?
No, but I think I did. Yeah, I did try and apply the knowledge. So I remember going on a holiday to the Lake District and trying to choose my new DJ name. Because I had branding issues, I used to be called Impact. But if you searched online, there was like 1 million impacts in the music industry.
Maybe I need to change my branding as Branch.
No, it's pretty good. There's a clip here of my dad talking for 7 minutes on BBC Breakfast News about the brand of Peppa Pig.
Jesus Christ.
So maybe Flat Earth could read my dad's material and apply it. Branding and selling the Flat Earth idea.
Is he down with the flat Earth, or is he with you?
No, he's not woke at all. But he does. He is interested. So he asks me, any more conspiracy theories happening recently?
Hang on. So if he's not woke, that means flat Earth, because all the woke people globe.
Yeah. Okay. He just happens to be right about the globe by luck, the same as I was in the beginning.
By luck.
Yeah.
It just happens to be.
Classic.
You think that do you think that they're never going to admit that they're never going to admit to it, so you'll just be frustrated forever and you don't want to commit to that?
No, I think it's an actual globe.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. See, I can hear you smiling.
Plus, I'm smiling because it's
You don't
funny,
believe it.
funny and
You're
entertaining
smart
for
enough.
you
You're
for you
smart
to
enough. You're
doubt
smart enough
one of my
and
simple
critical
beliefs
enough and
I've had since
skeptical
a
enough to
child.
know better. You already display your skepticism in so many other areas.
Okay, well,
I
let
can't
me
believe you
challenge
haven't
you.
applied
Let
it
me
to this
challenge
one.
you. I don't think you really think that this pyramid you've shared a video about was built in one day by a magic machine. I don't think
No,
you
I
really
don't.
think that.
No, I don't. I don't know. I can't claim I do know one way or another is the point.
I don't think you really think that pyramids actually pulled real etheric energy and powered lights.
I don't know. I can say there's good evidence to think that there's something that's
Let me
not
hit it
being
home
told to
now.
us about it.
I don't think you really think Earth's
Strike
flat
two.
at all.
I just don't believe it's a spinning ball any longer. What are we left with after that?
I think you can't admit it's a globe because you've already put so much effort into saying it's not. Now you'd look silly.
That'd be strike four.
That's the killer blow. I'm going to stop there.
Killer blow.
Just claim victory.
Self-declared victory there.
Yeah, it's easy
You
enough,
might
right?
never admit it's a globe. You might have to live with your own lie for the rest of your life now.
Your tactics are so obvious that it just makes sense that you say you believe in the globe to have the
What's your
argument.
tactic? I just repeated it 4 times.
You're just throwing out a bit of burly there, are you, Dawn?
Let's try it.
Chumming up the water.
Yeah. Yeah. You called me a troll yesterday.
Yeah, I was actually congratulating because
Yeah, I know.
you had 3 of them going with no effort at all.
It was actually 0 effort, actually.
Was that with pressure? Pressing?
I didn't even have to press, actually. It was.
You basically just said, "How do you know?" And then 3 people went mad.
They did. Yeah.
It does tend to cause some spiraling when they've got nothing and they know it. Doesn't it, Dawn?
If this Vajra bell, if we can decide for ourselves that this does have power, couldn't we make one and then become like a superhero?
Wouldn't it be cool if you could make one?
Yeah. Or buy one. You know, you could become a little bit rich and
Doesn't it look
save
like,
up for one and buy one off the black market.
you know those things that you shake and work out that I make all those memes about?
I mean, puzzles.
No, I'll post a picture of it. Hold on.
Last night I found 2 horrible YouTube channels that get millions of clicks just buying cool puzzles from around the world, then showing a 1-minute video of it and the solution. So they're ruining puzzles and getting 23 million hits on some of them.
No way.
And it's quite depressing.
Doesn't it kind of look like one of those things?
Right, yes. Hold it and then like do a little jig. Maybe, yeah. That could be one of the ways you hold it and use it. So you stand in the temple room, do the ritual, do the vanishing, get ready. You hold 2 of them. I bring it around the room.
I'm just trying to imagine how they would power the bloody thing.
I mean, quick comment on mystery boxes. If we'd cult puzzle makers who are into creepypasta and weird shit. They're artists, so they can be creative. They make it for you. You open it and try and decide what it means. That's cool. If you've made it yourself, which I think 9 out of 10 of them are, then that's terribly fake rubbish.
Fuck's a box.
You got a hot mic, Mel.